The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 1. When it was the 125th Night, Shahrazad continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Aziz pursued to Taj al-Muluk. Then I entered the flower garden and made for the pavilion, where I found the daughter of Dalilah the Wily One, sitting with head on knee and hand to cheek. Her colour was changed and her eyes were sunken, but when she saw me she exclaimed, Praised be Allah for thy safety! And she was minded to rise, but fell down for joy. I was abashed before her and hung my head. Presently, however, I went up to her and kissed her and asked, How knewest thou that I should come to thee this very night? She answered, I knew it not. By Allah, this whole year past I have not tasted the taste of sleep, but have watched through every night, expecting thee. And such hath been my case since the day thou wentest out from me, and I gave thee the new suit of clothes, and thou promised me to go to the Hammam and to come back. And so I sat awaiting thee that night, and a second night, and a third night, but thou camest not, till after so great a delay. And I ever expecting thy coming, for this is lovers' way. And now I would have thee tell me what hath been the cause of thine absence from me this past year long. So I told her, and when she knew that I was married, her colour waxed yellow, and I added, I have come to thee this night, but I must leave thee before day. Quoth she, Doth it not suffice her that she tricked thee into marrying her and kept thee prisoner with her a whole year? But she must also make thee swear by the oath of divorce thou wilt return to her on the same night before morning, and not allow thee to divert thyself with thy mother or me, nor suffer thee to pass one night with either of us away from her? How then must it be with one from whom thou hast been absent a full year, and I knew thee before she did? But Allah have mercy on thy cousin Azizah, for there befell her what never befell any, and she bore what none other ever bore, and she died by thy ill usage. Yet 'twas she who protected thee against me. Indeed, I thought thou didst love me, so I let thee take thine own way. Else had I not suffered thee to go safe in a sound skin, when I had it in my power to clap thee in jail, and even to slay thee. Then she wept with sore weeping, and waxed wroth and shuddered in my face with skin bristling, and looked at me with furious eyes. When I saw her in this case I was terrified at her, and my side muscles trembled and quivered, for she was like a dreadful she-ghul, an ogress in ire, and I like a bean over the fire. Then she said, Thou art of no use to me, now thou art married and hast a child, nor art thou any longer fit for my company. I care only for bachelors and not for married men. These profit us nothing. Thou hast sold me for yonder stinking armful. But by Allah, I will make the whore's heart ache for thee, and thou shalt not live either for me or for her. Then she cried a loud cry, and ere I could think, up came the slave girls and threw me to the ground. And when I was helpless under their hands, she rose, and taking a knife said, I will cut thy throat as they slaughter he-goats, and that will be less than thy desert, for thy doings to me and the daughter of thy uncle before me. When I looked to my life and found myself at the mercy of her slave women, with my cheeks dust soiled, and saw her sharpen the knife, I made sure of death. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 126th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan thus continued his tale to Zau al-Makan. Then quoth the youth Aziz to Taj al-Muluk, Now when I found my life at the mercy of her slave women, with my cheeks dust soiled, and I saw her sharpen the knife, I made sure of death and cried out to her for mercy. But she only redoubled in ferocity and ordered the slave girls to pinion my hands behind me, which they did, and throwing me on my back, she seated herself on my middle and held down my head. Then two of them came up and squatted on my shin bones, whilst other two grasped my hands and arms, and she summoned a third pair and bade them beat me. So they beat me till I fainted and my voice failed. When I revived, I said to myself, 'Twere easier and better for me to have my gullet slit than to be beaten on this wise. And I remembered the words of my cousin, and how she used to say to me, Allah keep thee from her mischief. And I shrieked and wept till my voice failed. and I remained without power to breathe or to move. Then she again whetted the knife and said to the slave girls, "Uncover him." Upon this the Lord inspired me to repeat to her the two phrases my cousin had taught me and had bequeathed to me, and I said, "O my lady, dost thou not know that faith is fair, unfaith is foul?" When she heard this, she cried out and said, "Allah pity thee, Azizah, and give thee paradise in exchange for thy wasted youth! By Allah, of a truth she served thee in her lifetime and after her death, and now she hath saved thee alive out of my hands with these two saws. Nevertheless, I cannot by any means leave thee thus, but needs must I set my mark on thee, to spite yonder brazen-faced piece, who hath kept thee from me." Thereupon she called out to the slave women and bade them bind my feet with cords, then said to them, "Take seat on him." They did her bidding, upon which she arose and fetched a pan of copper and hung it over the brazier and poured into it oil of sesame, in which she fried cheese. Then she came up to me, and I still insensible, and unfastening my bag trousers, tied a cord round my testicles, and giving it to two of her women, bade them trawl at it. They did so, and I swooned away, and was for excess of pain in a world other than this. Then she came with a razor of steel and cut off my member masculine, so that I remained like a woman; after which she seared the wound with the boiling and rubbed it with a powder, and I the while unconscious. Now when I came to myself the blood had stopped. So she bade the slave girls unbind me and made me drink a cup of wine. Then said she to me, "Go now to her whom thou hast married and who grudged me a single night, and the mercy of Allah be on thy cousin Azizah, who saved thy life and never told her secret love. Indeed, hadst thou not repeated those words to me, I had surely slit thy weasand. Go forth this instant to whom thou wilt, for I needed naught of thee save what I have just cut off. And now I have no part in thee, nor have I any further want of thee or care for thee. So begone about thy business and rub thy head, and implore mercy for the daughter of thine uncle." Thereupon she kicked me with her foot, and I rose, hardly able to walk, and I went little by little till I came to the door of our house. I saw it was open, so I threw myself within it and fell down in a fainting fit, whereupon my wife came out and lifting me up carried me into the saloon and assured herself that I had become like a woman. Then I fell into a sleep, and a deep sleep, and when I awoke I found myself thrown down at the garden gate.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 127th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan pursued to King Zau al Makan. The youth Aziz thus continued his story to Taj al Muluk. When I awoke and found myself thrown down at the garden gate, I rose groaning for pain and misery, and made my way to our home, and entering I came upon my mother weeping for me, and saying, Would I knew, O my son, in what land thou art. So I drew near and threw myself upon her, and when she looked at me and felt me, she knew that I was ill, for my face was coloured black and tan. Then I thought of my cousin and all the kind offices she had been wont to do me, and I learned when too late that she had truly loved me. So I wept for her, and my mother wept also. Presently she said to me, O my son, thy sire is dead. At this my fury against fate redoubled, and I cried till I fell into a fit. When I came to myself, I looked at the place where my cousin Azizah had been used to sit, and shed tears anew, till I all but fainted once more for excess of weeping. And I ceased not to cry and sob and wail till midnight, when my mother said to me, Thy father hath been dead these 10 days. I shall never think of any one but my cousin Azizah, replied I, and indeed I deserve all that hath befallen me, for that I neglected her who loved me with love so dear. Asked she, What hath befallen thee? So I told her all that had happened, and she wept awhile. Then she rose and set some matter of meat and drink before me. I ate a little and drank, after which I repeated my story to her and told her the whole occurrence; whereupon she exclaimed, "Praised be Allah that she did but this to thee and forbore to slaughter thee!" Then she nursed me and medicined me till I regained my health, and when my recovery was complete she said to me, "O my son, I will now bring out to thee that which thy cousin committed to me in trust for thee, for it is thine. She swore me not to give it to thee till I should see thee recalling her to mind and weeping over her and thy connection severed from other than herself. And now I know that these conditions are fulfilled in thee." So she arose and opening a chest, took out this piece of linen, with the figures of gazelles worked thereon, which I had given to Azizah in time past; and taking it, I found written therein these couplets: "Lady of beauty, say who taught thee hard and harsh design, to slay with longing love's excess this hapless lover thine? An thou fain dost remember me beyond our parting day, Allah will know that thee and thee my memory never shall tyne. Thou blamest me with bitter speech, yet sweetest 'tis to me. Wilt generous be and deign one day to show of love a sign? I had not reckoned love contained so much of pine and pain, and soul distress until I came for thee to pain and pine. Never my heart knew weariness until that eve I fell in love with thee and prostrate fell before those glancing eyne. My very foes have mercy on my case and moan therefor, but thou, O heart of Indian steel, all mercy dost decline. No, never will I be consoled, by Allah, and I die, nor yet forget the love of thee, though life in ruins lie." When I read these couplets I wept with sore weeping and buffeted my face. Then I unfolded the scroll and there fell from it another paper. I opened it and behold, I found written therein, "Know, O son of my uncle, that I acquit thee of my blood, and I beseech Allah to make accord between thee and her whom thou lovest. But if aught befal thee through the daughter of Dalilah the Wily, return thou not to her, neither resort to any other woman, and patiently bear thine affliction. For were not thy fated life tide a long life, thou hadst perished long ago. But praised be Allah who hath appointed my death day before thine. My peace be upon thee. Preserve this cloth with the gazelles herein figured, and let it not leave thee, for it was my companion when thou wast absent from me." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 128th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan pursued to King Zau al Makan, and the youth Aziz continued to Taj al Muluk. So I read what my cousin had written, and the charge to me which was, Preserve this cloth with the gazelles, and let it not leave thee, for it was my companion when thou wast absent from me. And Allah upon thee, if thou chance to fall in with her who worked these gazelles, hold aloof from her, and do not let her approach thee, nor marry her. And if thou happen not on her, and find no way to her, look thou consort not with any of her sex. Know that she who wrought these gazelles worketh every year a gazelle cloth, and dispatcheth it to far countries, that her report and the beauty of her broidery, which none in the world can match, may be bruited abroad. As for thy beloved, the daughter of Dalilah the Wily, this cloth came to her hand, and she used to ensnare folk with it, showing it to them and saying, I have a sister who wrought this. But she lied in so saying. Allah rend her veil! This is my parting counsel, and I have not charged thee with this charge, but because I know that after my death the world will be straitened on thee, and haply by reason of this thou wilt leave thy native land and wander in foreign parts, and hearing of her who wrought these figures, thou mayest be minded to foregather with her. Then wilt thou remember me when the memory shall not avail thee, nor wilt thou know my worth till after my death, And lastly, learn that she who wrought the gazelles is the daughter of the King of the Camphor Islands, and a lady of the noblest. Now when I had read that scroll, and understood what was written therein, I fell again to weeping, and my mother wept because I wept, and I ceased not to gaze upon it and to shed tears till nightfall. I abode in this condition a whole year, at the end of which the merchants with whom I am in this Cafilah prepared to set out from my native town, and my mother counselled me to equip myself and journey with them, so haply I might be consoled and my sorrow be dispelled, saying, "Take comfort and put away from thee this mourning and travel for a year or two or three, till the caravan return, when perhaps thy breast may be broadened and thy heart hardened." And she ceased not to persuade me with enduring words, till I provided myself with merchandise and set out with the caravan. But all the time of my wayfaring my tears have never dried, no never. And at every halting place where we halt, I open this piece of linen and look on these gazelles and call to mind my cousin Azizah and weep for her as thou hast seen. For indeed she loved me with dearest love and died, oppressed by my unlove. I did her naught but ill, and she did me naught but good. When these merchants return from their journey, I shall return with them, by which time I shall have been absent a whole year. Yet hath my sorrow waxed greater, and my grief and affliction were but increased by my visit to the islands of Camphor and the Castle of Crystal. Now these islands are 7 in number, and are ruled by a king, by name Shahriman, who hath a daughter called Dunya. And I was told that it was she who wrought these gazelles, and that this piece in my possession was of her embroidery. When I knew this, my yearning redoubled, and I burnt with the slow fire of pining, and was drowned in the sea of sad thought. And I wept over myself, for that I was become even as a woman, without manly tool like other men, and there was no help for it. From the day of my quitting the Camphor Islands, I have been tearful-eyed and heavy-hearted, and such hath been my case for a long while, and I know not whether it will be given to me to return to my native land and die beside my mother or not, for I am sick from eating too much of the world. Thereupon the young merchant wept and groaned and complained and gazed upon the gazelles, whilst the tears rolled down his cheeks in streams, and he repeated these 2 couplets: Joy needs shall come, a prattler 'gan to prattle. Needs cease thy blame, I was commoved to rattle. In time, quoth he. Quoth I, 'tis marvellous. Who shall ensure my life, O cold of tattle? And he repeated also these: Well Allah weets that since our severance day, I've wept till forced to ask of tears alone. Patience, the blamer cries, thou'lt have her yet. Quoth I, O blamer, where may patience won? Then said he, This, O King, is my tale. Hast thou ever heard one stranger? So Taj al-Muluk marvelled with great marvel at the young merchant's story, and fire darted into his entrails on hearing the name of the Lady Dunya and her loveliness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 1 of the book 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3.
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 2. When it was the 129th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zau al-Makan. Now when Taj al-Muluk heard the story of the young merchant, he marvelled with great marvel, and fire darted into his entrails on hearing the name of the Lady Dunya, who, as he knew, had embroidered the gazelles, and his love and longing hourly grew, so he said to the youth, By Allah, that hath befallen thee whose like never befell any save thyself. But thou hast a life term appointed, which thou must fulfil, and now I would fain ask of thee a question. Quoth Aziz, And what is it? Quoth he, Wilt thou tell me how thou sawest the young lady who wrought these gazelles? Then he, O my lord, I got access to her by a sleight, and it was this. When I entered her city with the caravan, I went forth and wandered about the garths till I came to a flower garden abounding in trees, whose keeper was a venerable old man, a Shaykh stricken in years. I addressed him, saying, "O ancient sir, whose may be this garden?" And he replied, "It belongs to the King's daughter, the Lady Dunya. We are now beneath her palace, and, when she is minded to amuse herself, she openeth the private wicket and walketh in the garden and smelleth the fragrance of the flowers." So I said to him, "Favour me by allowing me to sit in this garden till she come; haply may I enjoy a sight of her as she passeth." The Shaykh answered, "There can be no harm in that." Thereupon I gave him a dirham or so and said to him, "Buy us something to eat." He took the money gladly and opened a door and, entering himself, admitted me into the garden, where we strolled and ceased not strolling till we reached a pleasant spot in which he bade me sit down and await his going and his returning. Then he brought me somewhat of fruit and, leaving me, disappeared for an hour; but after a while he returned to me, bringing a roasted lamb, of which we ate till we had eaten enough, my heart yearning the while for a sight of the lady. Presently, as we sat, the postern opened and the keeper said to me, "Rise and hide thee." I did so, and behold, the black eunuch put his head out through the garden wicket and asked, "O Shaykh, is there any one with thee?" "No," answered he, and the eunuch said, "Shut the garden gate." So the keeper shut the gate and lo! the Lady Dunya came in by the private door. When I saw her, methought the moon had risen above the horizon and was shining. I looked at her a full hour and longed for her as one athirst longeth for water. After a while she withdrew and shut the door, whereupon I left the garden and sought my lodging, knowing that I could not get at her and that I was no man for her, more especially as I was become like a woman having no manly tool. Moreover, she was a king's daughter and I but a merchant man; so, how could I have access to the like of her or to any other woman? Accordingly, when these my companions made ready for the road, I also made preparation and set out with them. So we journeyed toward the city, till we arrived at the place ere we met with thee. Thou askest me and I have answered, and these are my adventures and peace be with thee." Now when Taj al Muluk heard that account, fires raged in his bosom and his heart and thought were occupied love for the Lady Dunya, and passion and longing were sore upon him. Then he arose and mounted horse and, taking Aziz with him, returned to his father's capital, where he settled him in a separate house and supplied him with all he needed in the way of meat and drink and dress. Then he returned to his palace and with tears trickling down his cheeks, for hearing oftentimes standeth instead of seeing and knowing, and he ceased not to be in this state till his father came in to him and finding him wan faced, lean of limb and tearful eyed, knew that something had occurred to chagrin him and said, "O my son, acquaint me with thy case and tell me what hath befallen thee, that thy colour is changed and thy body is wasted." So he told him all that had passed and what tale he had heard of Aziz and the account of the Princess Dunya, and how he had fallen in love with her on hearsay, without having set eyes on her. Quoth his sire, "O my son, she is the daughter of a king whose land is far from ours; so put away this thought and go in thy mother's palace."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased her permitted say. When it was the One Hundred and 30th Day, She said, It has reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zau al Makan, and the father of Taj al Muluk spake to him on this wise: "O son, her father is a king whose land is far from ours; so put away this thought and go into thy mother's palace, where are 500 maidens like moons, and whichsoever of them pleaseth thee take her, or else we will seek for thee in marriage some one of the King's daughters, fairer than the Lady Dunya." Answered Taj al Muluk, "O father, I desire none other, for she it is who wrought the gazelles which I saw, and there is no help but that I will have her; else I will flee into the world and waste and I will slay myself for her sake." Then said his father, "Have patience with me, till I send to her sire and demand her in marriage, and win thee thy wish as I did for myself with thy mother. Haply Allah will bring thee to thy desire; and, if her parent will not consent, I will make his kingdom quake under with an army, whose rear shall be with me whilst its van shall be upon him." Then he sent for the youth Aziz and asked him, "O my son, tell me dost thou know the way to the Camphor Islands?" He answered yes, and the King said, "I desire of thee that thou fare with my Wazir thither." Replied Aziz, I hear and obey, O King of the age." Whereupon the King summoned his minister and said to him, "Devise me some device, whereby my son's affair may be rightly managed, and fare thou forth to the Camphor Islands and demand of their King his daughter in marriage for my son, Taj al Muluk." The Wazir replied, "Hearkening and obedience." Then Taj al Muluk returned to his dwelling place and his love and longing redoubled and the delay seemed endless to him; and when the night darkened around him, he wept and sighed and complained and repeated this poetry: "Dark falls the night, my tears unaided rail, And fiercest flames of love my heart assail. Ask thou the nights of me, and they shall tell, And I find aught to do but weep and wail. Night long awake, I watch the stars that while Pour down my cheeks the tears like dropping hail. And lone and lorn I'm grown with none to aid, For kith and kin, the love lost lover fail." And when he had ended his reciting he swooned away and did not recover his senses till the morning, at which time there came to him one of his father's eunuchs and, standing at his head, summoned him to the King's presence. So he went with him, and to his father, seeing that his pallor had increased, exhorted him to patience and promised him union with her he loved. Then he equipped Aziz and the Wazir and supplied them with presents, and they set out and fared on day and night till they drew near the Isles of Camphor, where they halted on the banks of a stream, and the Minister despatched a message to acquaint the King of his arrival. The messenger hurried forwards and had not been gone more than an hour before they saw the King's Chamberlains and Emirs advancing towards them, to meet them at parasangs distance from the city and escort them into the royal presence. They laid their gifts before the King and became his guests for 3 days. And on the 4th day the Wazir rose and in going to the King stood between his hands and acquainted him with the object which induced his visit, whereat he was perplexed for an answer, inasmuch as his daughter misliked men and disliked marriage. So he bowed his head groundwards awhile, then raised it, and calling one of his eunuchs, said to him, "Go to thy mistress, the Lady Dunya, and repeat to her what thou hast heard and the purport of this Wazir's coming." So the eunuch went forth and returning after a time, said to the King, "O King of the age, when I went in to the Lady Dunya and told her what I had heard, she was wroth with exceeding wrath, and rose at me with a staff, designing to break my head; so I have fled from her, and she said to me, 'If my father force me to wed him, whomsoever I wed will slay.' Then said her sire to the Wazir and Aziz, 'Ye have heard, and now ye know all; so let your King wot of it and give him my salutations, and say that my daughter misliketh men and disliketh marriage."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the One Hundred and Thirty-first Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that King Shahriman thus addressed the Wazir and Aziz: "Salute your King for me and inform me of what ye have heard, namely that my daughter misliketh marriage." So they turned away unsuccessful and ceased not faring until they rejoined the King and told him what had passed; whereupon he commanded the chief officers to summon the troops and get them ready for marching and campaigning. But the Wazir said to him, "O my liege lord, do not thus. The King is not at fault because, when his daughter learnt our business, she sent a message saying, 'If my father force me to wed whomsoever I wed I will slay and myself after him.' So the refusal cometh from her." When the King heard his minister's words, he feared for Taj al Muluk and said, "Verily, if I make war on the King of the Camphor Islands and carry off his daughter, she will kill herself and it will avail me naught." Then he told his son how the case stood, who hearing it said, "O my father, I cannot live without her; so I will go to her and contrive to get at her, even though I die in the attempt, and this only will I do and nothing else." Asked his father, "How wilt thou go to her?" And he answered, "I will go in the guise of a merchant." Then said the King, "If thou need must go, and there is no help for it, take with thee the Wazir and Aziz." Then he brought out money from his treasuries and made ready for his son merchandise to the value of 100,000 dinars. The two had settled upon this action, and when the dark hours came, Taj al Muluk and Aziz went to Aziz's lodgings and there passed that night; and the Prince was heart smitten, taking no pleasure in food or in sleep, for melancholy was heavy upon him. and he was agitated with longing for his beloved. So he besought the Creator that he would vouchsafe to unite with her, and he wept and groaned and wailed and began versifying, "Union, this severance ended, shall I see some day? Then shall my tears this love lorn lot of me portray. While night all care forgets, I only minded thee, and thou didst jar me wake while all forgetful lay." And when his improvising came to an end, he wept with sore weeping and Aziz wept with him, for that he remembered his cousin, and they both ceased not to shed tears till morning dawn, whereupon Taj al Muluk rose and went to farewell his mother in travelling dress. She asked him of his case and he repeated the story to her, so she gave him 50,000 gold pieces and bade him adieu and, as he fared forth, she put up prayers for his safety and for his union with his lover and his friends. Then he betook himself to his father and asked his leave to depart. The King granted him permission and presenting him with the other 50,000 dinars, bade set up a tent for him without the city, and they pitched a pavilion wherein the travellers abode 2 days. Then all set out on their journey. Now Taj al Muluk delighted in the company of Aziz and said to him, "O my brother, henceforth I can never part from thee." Replied Aziz, "I am of like mind, and fain I would die under thy feet. But, O my brother, my heart is concerned for my mother." "When we shall have won our wish," said the Prince, "there will be naught save what is well." Now the Wazir continued charging Taj al Muluk to be patient, while Aziz entertained him every evening with talk and recited poetry to him and diverted him with histories and anecdotes. And so they fared on diligently night and day for 2 whole months, till the way became tedious to Taj al Muluk and the fire of desire redoubled on him and he broke out, "The road is lonesome, grow my grief and need, while on my breast love fires for ever feed. Goal of my hopes, sole object of my wish, by him who moulded man from drop of seed, I bear such loads of longing for thy love, dearest, as weight of all Sham mountains exceed. O Lady of my world, love does me die, no breath of light is left for life to plead. But for the union hope that lends me strength, my weary limbs were weak this way to speed." When he had finished his verses, he wept, and Aziz wept with him, from a wounded heart, till the Minister was moved to pity by their tears and said, "O my lord, be of good cheer and keep thine eyes clear of tears. There will be naught save what is well." Quoth Taj al Muluk, "O Wazir, indeed I am weary of the length of the way. Tell me how far we are yet distant from the city." Quoth Aziz, "But a little way remaineth to us." Then they continued their journey, cutting across river vales and plains, woods and stony wastes, till one night as Taj al Muluk was sleeping he dreamt that his beloved was with him, and that he embraced her and pressed her to his bosom; and he awoke, quivering, shivering with pain, delirious with emotion, and improvised these verses: "Dear friend, my tears aye flow these cheeks adown, with longsome plaint and pine my sorrows crown. I plain like keening woman child bereft, and as night falls like widowed dove I groan, and blown the breeze from land where thou cost wone, I find o'er sunburnt earth sweet coolness blown. Peace be with thee, my love, while zephyr breathes, and cushat flies and turtle makes her moan." And when he had ended his versifying, the Wazir came to him and said, "Rejoice! This is a good sign. So be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for thou shalt surely compass thy desire." And Aziz also came to him and exhorted him to patience and applied himself to divert him, talking with him and telling him tales. So they pressed on, marching day and night, other 2 months, till there appeared to them one day at sunrise some white thing in the distance, and Taj al Muluk said to Aziz, "What is yonder whiteness?" He replied, "O my lord, yonder is the castle of crystal and that is the city thou seekest." At this the Prince rejoiced and they ceased not faring forwards till they drew near the city and, as they approached it, Taj al Muluk joyed with exceeding joy, and his care ceased from him. They entered in trader guise, the King's son being habited as a merchant of importance, and repaired to a great Khan known as the Merchant's Lodging. Quoth Taj al Muluk to Aziz, "Is this the resort of the merchants?" And quoth he, "Yes, 'tis the Khan wherein I lodged before." So they alighted there and making their baggage camels kneel, unloaded them and stored their goods in the warehouses. They abode 4 days for rest, when the Wazir advised that they should hire a large house. To this they assented, and they found them a spacious house, fitted up for festivities, where they took up their abode, and the Wazir and Aziz studied to devise some device for Taj al Muluk, who remained in a state of perplexity, not knowing what to do. Now the Minister could think of nothing but that he should set up as a merchant on 'Change and in the market of fine stuffs. So he turned to the Prince and his companion and said to them, "Know ye that if we tarry here on this wise, assuredly we shall not win our wish, nor attain our aim. But a something occurred to me whereby, if Allah please, we shall find our advantage." Replied Taj al Muluk and Aziz, "Do what seemeth good to thee. Indeed there is a blessing on the grey beard, more specially on those who, like thyself, are conversant with the conduct of affairs. So tell us what occurreth to thy mind." Rejoiced the Wazir, "It is my counsel that we hire thee shop in the stuff bazar, where thou mayst sit to sell and buy. Every one, great and small, hath need of silken stuffs and other cloths. So if thou patiently abide in thy shop, thine affairs will prosper, Inshallah, more by token as thou art comely of aspect. Make, however, Aziz thy factor and set him within the shop, to hand thee the pieces of cloth and stuffs." When Taj al Muluk heard these words he said, "This rede is right and a right pleasant recking." So he took out a handsome suit of merchant's weed and, putting it on, set out for the bazar, followed by his servants, to one of whom he had given 1,000 dinars, wherewith to fit up the shop. They ceased not walking till they came to the stuff market, and when the merchants saw Taj al Muluk's beauty and grace, they were confounded and went about saying, "Of a truth Rizwan hath opened the gates of Paradise and left them unguarded, so that this youth of passing comeliness hath come forth." And others, "Peradventure this is one of the angels." Now when they went in among the traders they asked for the shop of the overseer of the market and the merchants directed them thereto. So they delayed not to repair thither and to salute him, and he and those who were with him rose to them and seated them and made much of them, because of the Wazir, whom they saw to be a man in years and of reverend aspect. And viewing the youths Aziz and Taj al Muluk in his company, they said to one another, "Doubtless our Shaykh is the father of these two youths." Then quoth the Wazir, "Who among you is the overseer of the market?" "This is he," replied they, and behold, he came forward and the Wazir observed him narrowly and saw him to be an old man of grave and dignified carriage, with eunuchs and servants and black slaves. The Syndic greeted them with the greeting of friends and was lavish in his attentions to them. Then he seated them by his side and asked them, "Have ye any business which we may have the happiness of transacting?" The Minister answered, "Yes, I am an old man, stricken in years, and have with me these two youths, with whom I have travelled through every town and country, entering no great city without tarrying there a full year, that they might take their pleasure in viewing it and coming to know its citizens. Now I have visited your town intending to sojourn here for a while. So I want thee a handsome shop in the best situation, wherein I may establish them, that they may traffic and learn to buy and sell and give and take, whilst they divert themselves with the sight of the place and become familiar with the usages of its people." Quoth the Overseer, "There is no harm in that," and, looking at the two youths, he was delighted with them and affected them with warm affection. Now he was a great connoisseur of bewitching glances, preferring the love of boys to that of girls, and inclining to the sour rather than the sweet of love. So he said to himself, "This, indeed, is fine game. Glory be to Him who created and fashioned them out of vile water!" And rising, stood before them like a servant to do them honour. Then he went out and made ready for them a shop which was in the very midst of the Exchange; nor was there any larger or better in the bazar, for it was spacious and handsomely decorated and fitted with shelves of ivory and ebony wood. After this he delivered the keys to the Wazir, who was dressed as an old merchant, saying, "Take them, O my lord, and Allah make it a blessed abiding place to thy two sons." The Minister took the keys and the three returning to the Khan where they had alighted, bade the servants transport to the shop all their goods and stuffs.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 2 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 3. When it was the 132nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Wazir took the shop keys, he went accompanied by Taj al-Muluk and Aziz to the Khan, and they bade the servants transport to the shop all their goods and stuffs and valuables, of which they had great store worth treasures of money. And when all this was duly done, they went to the shop and ordered their stock in trade and slept there that night. As soon as morning morrowed, the Wazir took the two young men to the Hammam bath, where they washed them clean, and then donned rich dresses and scented themselves with essences and enjoyed themselves to the utmost. Now each of the youths was passing fair to look upon, and in the bath they were even as saith to the poet, "Luck to the rubber, whose deft hand o'erdies a frame begotten twixt the lymph and light. He shows the thaumaturgy of his craft, and gathers musk in the form of camphor dight." After bathing they left, and, when the overseer heard that they had gone to the Hammam, he sat down to await the twain, and presently they came up to him like two gazelles. Their cheeks were reddened by the bath, and their eyes were darker than ever. Their faces shone, and they were as two lustrous moons, or two branches fruit laden. Now when he saw them, he rose forthright and said to them, "O my sons, may your bath profit you always." Whereupon Taj al-Muluk replied, with the sweetest of speech, "Allah be bountiful to thee, O my father! Why didst thou not come with us and bathe in our company?" Then they both bent over his right hand and kissed it, and walked before him to the shop, to entreat him honourably and show their respect for him, for that he was chief of the merchants in the market, and he had done them kindness in giving them the shop. When he saw their hips quivering as they moved, desire and longing redoubled on him, and he puffed and snorted and devoured them with his eyes, for he could not contain himself, repeating the while these two couplets. Here the heart reads a chapter of devotion pure, nor reads dispute if heaven and worship partner take. No wonder 'tis he trembles walking 'neath such weight. How much of movement that revolving sphere must make. Furthermore he said, I saw two charmers treading humble earth, two I must love, and tread they on mine eyes. When they heard this, they conjured him to enter the bath with them a second time. He could hardly believe his ears, and hastening thither, went in with them. The Wazir had not yet left the bath, so when he heard of the overseer's coming, he came out and meeting him in the middle of the bath hall, invited him to enter. He refused. Thereupon Taj al-Muluk, taking him by the hand, walked on one side and Aziz by the other, and carried him into a cabinet, and that impure old man submitted to them, whilst his emotion increased on him. He would have refused, albeit this was what he desired, but the Minister said to him, They are thy sons, let them wash thee and cleanse thee. Allah preserve them to thee, exclaimed the Overseer. By Allah, your coming and the coming of those with you bring down blessing and good luck upon our city. Then he repeated these two couplets. Thou camest, and green grew the hills anew, and sweetest bloom to the bridegroom threw, while aloud cried earth and her earth-borns too, Hail and welcome, who comest with grace to endue. They thanked him for this, and Taj al-Muluk ceased not to wash him and to pour water over him, and he thought his soul in paradise. When they had made an end of his service, he blessed them and sat by the side of the Wazir, talking but gazing the while on the youths. Presently the servants brought them towels, and they dried themselves and donned their dress. Then they went out, and the Minister turned to the Syndic and said to him, O my lord, verily the bath is the paradise of this world. Replied the Overseer, Allah vouchsafe to thee such paradise, and health to thy sons, and guard them from the evil eye. Do ye remember aught that the eloquent have said in praise of the bath? Quoth Taj al-Muluk, I will repeat for thee a pair of couplets, and he recited, The life of the bath is the joy of man's life, save that time is short for us there to bide. A heaven where irksome it were to stay, a hell delightful at entering tide. When he ended his recital, quoth Aziz, and I also remember 2 couplets in praise of the bath. The overseer said, Let me hear them. So he repeated the following. A house where flowers from stones of granite grow, seen at its best when hot with living lows. Thou deem'st it hell, but here, forsooth, is heaven, and some like suns and moons within it show. And when he had ended his recital, his verses pleased the overseer, and he wondered at his words and savoured their grace and fecundancy, and said to them, By Allah, ye possess both beauty and eloquence. But now listen to me, you twain. And he began chanting, and recited in song the following verses. O joy of hell and heaven, whose tormentry enquickens frame and soul with a lively gree! I marvel so delightsome house to view, and most when 'neath it kindled fires I see sojourn of bliss to visitors withal, pools on them pour down tears unceasingly. Then his eyesight roamed and browsed on the gardens of their beauty, and he repeated these 2 couplets. I went to the house of the keeper man, he was out, but others to smile began. I entered his heaven and then his hell, and I said, Bless Malik and bless Rizwan. When they heard these verses they were charmed, and the overseer invited them to his house, but they declined and returned to their own place, to rest from the great heat of the bath. So they took their ease there and ate and drank and passed that night in perfect solace and satisfaction, till morning dawned, when they arose from sleep and making their lesser ablution, prayed the dawn prayer and drank the morning draught. As soon as the sun had risen and the shops and markets opened, they arose and were going forth from their place to the bazaar opened in their shop, which their servants had already furnished, after the handsome fashion, and had spread with prayer rugs and silken carpets and had placed on the divans a pair of mattresses, each worth 100 dinars. On every mattress they had disposed a rug of skin fit for a king and edged with a fringe of gold, and amiddlemost the shop stood a 3rd seat still richer, even as the place required. Then Taj al-Muluk sat down on one divan and Aziz on another, whilst the Wazir seated himself on that in the centre, and the servants stood before them. The city people soon heard of them and crowded about them, so that they sold some of their goods and not a few of their stuffs, for Taj al-Muluk's beauty and loveliness had become the talk of the town. Thus they passed a trifle of time, and every day the people flocked to them and pressed upon them more and more, till the Wazir, after exhorting Taj al-Muluk to keep his secret, commended him to the care of Aziz and went home, that he might commune with himself alone and cast about for some contrivance which might profit them. Meanwhile the 2 young men sat talking, and Taj al-Muluk said to Aziz, Haply some one will come from the Lady Dunya. So he ceased not expecting this chance days and nights, but his heart was troubled and he knew neither sleep nor rest, for desire had got the mastery of him, and love and longing were sore upon him, so that he renounced the solace of sleep and abstained from meat and drink. Yet ceased he not to be like the moon on the night of fullness. Now one day he sat in the shop. Behold, there came up an ancient woman,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 133rd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zau al-Makan. Now one day as Taj al-Muluk sat in his shop, behold, there appeared an ancient woman, who came up to him followed by 2 slave girls. She ceased not advancing till she stood before the shop of Taj al-Muluk and, observing his symmetry and beauty and loveliness, marvelled at his charms and sweated in her petticoat trousers, exclaiming, Glory to Him who created thee out of vile water and made thee a temptation to all beholders! And she fixed her eyes on him and said, This is not a mortal. He is none other than an angel deserving the highest respect. Then she drew near and saluted him, whereupon he returned her salute and rose to his feet to receive her and smiled in her face. All this by a hint from Aziz. After which he made her sit down by his side and fanned her with a fan, till she was rested and refreshed. Then she turned to Taj al-Muluk and said, O my son, O thou art perfect in bodily gifts and spiritual graces, Say me, art thou of this country?" He replied, in voice the sweetest and in tone of the pleasantest, "By Allah, O my mistress, I was never in this land during my life till this time, nor do I abide here save by way of diversion." Rejoined she, "May the Granter grant thee all honour and prosperity! And what stuffs hast thou brought with thee? Show me something passing fine, for the beauteous should bring nothing but what is beautiful." When he heard her words, his heart fluttered and he knew their inner meaning; but Aziz made a sign to him and he replied, "I have everything thou canst desire and especially I have goods that beset none but kings and kings' daughters. So tell me what stuff thou wantest and for whom, that I may show thee what will be fitting for him." This he said that he might learn the meaning of her words, and she rejoined, "I want a stuff fit for the Princess Dunya, daughter of King Shahriman." Now when the Prince heard the name of his beloved, he joyed with great joy and said to Aziz, "Give me a parcel." So Aziz brought it and opened it before Taj al-Muluk, who said to the old woman, "Select what will suit her, for these goods are to be found only with me." She chose stuffs worth 1,000 dinars and asked, "How much is this?" And she ceased not the while to talk with him and rub what was inside her thighs with the palm of her hand. Answered Taj al-Muluk, "Shall I haggle with the like of thee about this paltry price? Praised be Allah who hath acquainted me with thee." The old woman rejoined, "Allah's name be upon thee! I commend thy beautiful face to the protection of the Lord of the Daybreak. Beautiful face and eloquent speech! Happy she who lieth in thy bosom and claspeth thy waist in her arms and enjoyeth thy youth, especially if she be beautiful and lovely like thyself." At this, Taj al-Muluk laughed till he fell on his back and said to himself, "O thou who fulfillest desires by means of pimping old women, they are the true fulfillers of desire." Then she asked, "O my son, what is thy name?" And he answered, "My name is Taj al-Muluk, the Crown of Kings." Quoth she, "This is indeed a name of kings and kings' sons, and thou art clad in merchants' clothes." Quoth Aziz, "For the love of his parents and family bore him, and for the value they set on him, they named him thus." Replied the old woman, "Thou sayest sooth. Allah guard you both from the evil eye and the envious, though hearts be broken by your charms." Then she took the stuffs and went her way; but she was amazed at his beauty and stature and symmetry, and she ceased not going till she found the Lady Dunya and said to her, "O my mistress, I have brought thee some handsome stuffs." Quoth the Princess, "Show me that same," and the old woman, "O apple of my eye, here it is. Turn it over and examine it." Now when the Princess looked at it she was amazed and said, "O my nurse, this is indeed handsome stuff. I have never seen its like in our city." "O my lady," replied the old nurse, "he who sold it me is handsomer still. It would seem as if Rizwan had left the gates of Paradise open in his carelessness, and as if the youth who sold me this stuff had come bodily out of heaven. I would he might sleep this night with thee and might lie between thy breasts. He hath come to thy city with these precious stuffs for amusement's sake, and he is a temptation to all who set eyes on him." The Princess laughed at her words and said, "Allah afflict thee, O pernicious old hag! Thou dotest, and there is no sense left in thee." Presently she resumed, "Give me the stuff that I may look at it anew." So she gave it to her, and she took it again and saw that its size was small and its value great. It pleased her, for she had never in her life seen its like, and she exclaimed, "By Allah, this is a handsome stuff!" Answered the old woman, "O my lady, by Allah, if thou sawest the owner thou wouldst know him for the handsomest man on the face of the earth." Quoth the Lady Dunya, "Didst thou ask him if he had any need, that he might tell us and we might satisfy it?" But the nurse shook her head and said, "The Lord keep thy sagacity! By Allah, he hath a want; may thy skill not fail thee! What, is any man free from wants?" Rejoined the Princess, "Go back to him and salute him and say to him, Our land and town are honoured by thy visit, and, if thou hast any need, we will fulfil it to thee, on our head and eyes." So the old woman at once returned to Taj al-Muluk, and when he saw her his heart jumped for joy and gladness and he rose to his feet before her and, taking her hand, seated her by his side. As soon as she was rested, she told him what Princess Dunya had said, and he on hearing it joyed with exceeding joy. His breast dilated to the full, gladness entered his heart, and he said to himself, "Verily, I have my need." Then he asked the old woman, "Haply, thou wilt take her a message from me and bring me her answer?" And she answered, "I hear it and obey." So he said to Aziz, "Bring me an ink case and paper and a brazen pen." And when Aziz brought him what he sought, he hent the pen in hand and wrote these lines of poetry: "I write to thee, O fondest hope, a writ of grief that severance on my soul cloth lay. Saith its first line, within my heart is oh! Its second, love and longing on me prey. Its third, my patience waste is, fades my life. Its fourth, naught shall my pain and pine allay. Its fifth, when shall mine eyes enjoy thy sight? Its sixth, say, when shall dawn our meeting day?" And lastly, by way of subscription, he wrote these words: "This letter is from the captive of captivation, prisoned in the hold of longing expectation, wherefrom is no emancipation, but in anticipation and intercourse and in unification, after absence and separation. For from the severance of friends he loveth so fain, he suffered love pangs and pining pain." Then his tears rushed out and he indited these two couplets: "I write thee, love, the while my tears pour down, nor cease they ever pouring thick and fleet, yet I despair not of my God, whose grace haply some day will grant us twain to meet." Then he folded the letter and sealed it with his signet ring and gave it to the old woman, saying, "Carry it to the Lady Dunya." Quoth she, "To hear is to obey." Whereupon he gave her 1,000 dinars and said to her, "O my mother, accept this gift from me as a token of my affection." She took both from him and blessed him and went her way and never stinted walking till she went in to the Lady Dunya. Now when the Princess saw her, she said to her, "O my nurse, what is it he asketh of need that we may fulfil his wish to him?" Replied the old woman, "O my lady, he sendeth thee this letter by me, and I know not what is in it," and handed it to her. Then the Princess took the letter and read it, and when she understood it, she exclaimed, "Whence cometh and whither goeth this merchantman that he durst address such a letter to me?" And she slapped her face, saying, "Whence are we that we should come to shopkeeping? Allah! By the Lord, but that I fear Almighty Allah, I had slain him." And she added, "Yea, I had crucified him over his shop door." Asked the old woman, "What is in this letter to vex thy heart and move thy wrath on this wise? Doth it contain a complaint of oppression or demand for the price of the stuff?" Answered the Princess, "Woe to thee! There is none of this in it, naught but words of love and endearment. This is all through thee, otherwise whence should this Satan know me?" Rejoined the old woman, "O my lady, thou sittest in thy high palace and none may have access to thee. No, not even the birds of the air. Allah keep thee and keep thy youth from blame and reproach. Thou needest not care for the barking of dogs, for thou art a princess, the daughter of a king. Be not wroth with me that I brought thee this letter, knowing not what was in it. But I opine that thou send him an answer and threaten him with death and forbid this foolish talk. Surely he will abstain and not dare do the like again." Quoth the Lady Dunya, "I fear that, if I write to him, he will desire me the more." The old woman returned, "When he heareth thy threats and promise of punishment, he will desist from his persistence." She cried, "Here with the ink case and paper and brazen pen." And when they brought them she wrote these couplets: "O thou for who thy wakeful nights wouldst claim my love to boon, for what of pining thou must feel in tribulation, dost thou, fond fool and proud of sprite, seek meeting with the moon? Say, did man ever win his wish to take in his arms the moon? I counsel thee, from soul cast out the wish that dwells therein, and cut that short which threatens thee with sore risk oversoon. And to such talk thou dare return, I bid thee to expect from me such awful penalty as suiteth froward loon. I swear by him who moulded man from gout of clotted blood, who lit the sun to shine by day and lit for night the moon. An thou return to mention that thou spakest in thy pride, upon a cross of tree for boon I'll have thee crucified." Then she folded the letter and handing it to the old woman, said, "Give him this and say him, cease from this talk." "Hearkening and obedience," replied she, and taking the letter with joy, returned to her own house, where she passed the night; and when morning dawned she betook herself to the shop of Taj al Muluk, whom she found expecting her. When he saw her, he was ready to fly for delight, and when she came up to him, he stood to her on his feet and seated her by his side. Then she brought out the letter and gave it to him, saying, "Read what is in this," adding, "When Princess Dunya read thy letter she was angry, but I coaxed her and jested with her till I made her laugh, and she had pity on thee, and she hath returned thee an answer." He thanked her for her kindness and bade Aziz give her 1,000 gold pieces. Then he perused the letter and understanding it, fell to weeping a weeping so sore that the old woman's heart was moved to ruth for him, and his tears and complaints were grievous to her. Presently she asked him, "O my son, what is there in this letter to make thee weep?" Answered he, "She hath threatened me with death and crucifixion, and she forbiddeth me to write to her; but if I write not my death were better than my life. So take thou my answer to the letter and let her work her will." Rejoined the old woman, "By the life of thy youth, needs must I risk my existence for thee, that I may bring thee to thy desire and help thee to win what thou hast at heart?" And Taj al Muluk said, "Whatever thou dost, I will requite thee for it, and do thou weigh it in the scales of thy judgment, for thou art experienced in managing matters and skilled in reading the chapters of the book of intrigue. All hard matters to thee are easy doings, and Allah can bring about everything." Then he took a sheet of paper and wrote thereon these improvised couplets: "Yestre'en my love with slaughter menaced me, but sweet were slaughter and death's foreordained. Yes, death is sweet for lover doomed to bear long life, rejected, injured and constrained. By Allah, deign to visit friendless friend! Thy thrall am I and like a thrall am chained. Mercy, O lady mine, for loving thee, who loveth noble soul should be assained." Then he sighed heavy sighs and wept till the old woman wept also, and presently taking the letter, she said to him, "Be of good cheer and cool thy eyes and clear, for needs must I bring thee to thy wish."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 3 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 4. When it was the 134th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Taj al Muluk wept, the old woman said to him, "Be of good cheer and cool eyes and clear, for needs must I bring thee to thy wish." Then she rose and left him on coals of fire and returned to Princess Dunya, whom she found still showing on her changed face rage at Taj al Muluk's letter. She gave her his second letter, whereat her wrath redoubled, and she said, "Did I not say he would desire us the more?" Replied the old woman, "What thing is this dog that he should aspire to thee?" Quoth the Princess, "Go back to him and tell him that, if he write me after this, I will cut off his head." Quoth the nurse, "Write these words in a letter, and I will take it to him so that his fear may be the greater." She took a sheet of paper and wrote thereon these couplets: "Ho thou, whose past and bygone risks regardest with uncare! Thou who to win thy meeting prize dost over slowly fare! In pride of spirit thinkest thou to win the star of Soa? Albe thou not reach the moon which shines through upper air? How darest thou expect to win my favours, hope to clip upon a lover's burning breast my lance like shapen rare? Leave this thy purpose, lest my wrath come down on thee some day. A day of wrath shall hoary turn the partings of thy hair." Then she folded the letter and gave it to the old woman, who took it and repaired to Taj al Muluk. When he saw her, he rose to his feet and exclaimed, May Allah never bereave me of the blessing of thy coming." Quoth she, "Take the answer to thy letter." He took it and reading it, wept with sore weeping and said, "I long for some one to slay me at this moment and send me to my rest; for indeed death were easier to me than this my state." Then he took ink case and pen and paper and wrote a letter containing these two couplets: "O hope of me, pursue me not with rigour and disdain. Deign thou to visit lover wight in love of thee is drowned. Deem not a life so deeply wronged I longer will endure. My soul for severance from my friend divorced this frame unsound." Lastly, he folded the letter and handed it to the old woman, saying, "Be not angry with me, though I have wearied thee to no purpose." And he bade Aziz give her the other 1,000 ducats, saying, "O my mother, needs must this letter result in perfect union or utter severance." Replied she, "O my son, by Allah, I desire naught but thy weal, and it is my object that she be thine, for indeed thou art the shining moon and she the rising sun. If I do not bring you together, there is no profit in my existence, and I have lived my life till I have reached the age of 90 years in the practice of wile and intrigue. So how should I fail to unite two lovers, though in defiance of right and law?" Then she took leave of him, having comforted his heart, and ceased not walking till she went to the Lady Dunya. Now she had hidden the letter in her hair, so when she sat down by the Princess she rubbed her head and said, "O my lady, maybe thou wilt untwist my hair knot? For it is a time since I went to the Hammam." The King's daughter bared her arms to the elbows and, letting down the old woman's locks, began to loose the knot of back hair, when out dropped the letter and the Lady Dunya seeing it asked, "What is this paper?" Quoth the nurse, "As I sat in the merchant's shop, this paper must have stuck to me. Give it to me that I may return it to him. Possibly it containeth some account whereof he hath need." But the Princess opened it and read it, and, when she understood it, she cried out, "This is one of thy manifold tricks, and hadst thou not reared me, I would lay violent hands on thee this moment. Verily Allah hath afflicted me with this merchant, but all that hath befallen me with him is on thy head. I know not from what country this one can have come. No man but he would venture to affront me thus, and I fear lest this my case get abroad, more by token as it concerneth one who is neither my kin nor of my peers." Rejoined the old woman, "None would dare speak of this for fear of thy wrath and for awe of thy sire; so there can be no harm in sending him an answer." Quoth the Princess, "O my nurse, verily this one is a perfect Satan. How durst he use such language to me and not dread the Sultan's rage? Indeed, I am perplexed about his case. If I ordered him to be put to death, it were unjust; and if I leave him alive, his boldness will increase." Quoth the old woman, "Come, write him a letter; it may be he will desist in dread." So she called for paper and ink case and pen and wrote these couplets: "Thy folly drives thee on, though long I chid, Writing in verse, how long shall I forbid? For all forbiddal thou persistest more, And my sole grace it is to keep it hid. Then hide thy love nor ever dare reveal, For an thou speak, of thee I'll soon be rid. If to thy silly speech thou turn anew, Ravens shall croak for thee the wold amid, And death shall come and beat thee down ere long, Put out of sight and bury 'neath an earthen lid. Thy folk, fond fool, thou'lt leave for thee to mourn, And through their lives to sorrow all forlorn." Then she folded the letter and committed it to the old woman, who took it and returning to Taj al Muluk gave it to him. When he read it, he knew that the Princess was hard hearted and that he should not win access to her; so he complained of his case to the Wazir and besought his counsel. Quoth the Minister, "Know thou that naught will profit thee save that thou write to her and invoke the retribution of Heaven upon her." And quoth the Prince, "O my brother, O Aziz, do thou write to her as if my tongue spake, according to thy knowledge." So Aziz took a paper and wrote these couplets: "By the 5 Shaykhs, O Lord, I pray deliver me; Let her for whom I suffer bear like misery. Thou knowest how I fry in flaming lowe of love, While she I love hath not a ruth or clemency. How long shall I, despite my pain, her feelings spare? How long shall she wreak tyranny o'er weakling me? In pains of never ceasing death I grieve. O Lord, deign aid! none other helping hand I see. How fain would I forget her, and forget her love! But how forget, when love jarred patience death to dree? O thou who hinderest love to joy fair meeting tide, say, art thou safe from time and fortune's jealousy? Art thou not glad and blest with happy life, while I, from folk and country for thy love am doomed to flee?" Then Aziz folded the letter and gave it to Taj al Muluk, who read it and was pleased with it. So he handed it to the old woman, who took it and went in with it to Princess Dunya. But when she read it and mastered the meaning thereof, she was enraged with great rage and said, "All that hath befallen me cometh by means of this ill-omened old woman." Then she cried out to the damsels and eunuchs, saying, "Seize this old hag, this accursed trickstress, and beat her with your slippers." So they came down upon her till she swooned away, and when she came to herself, the Princess said to her, "By the Lord, O wicked woman, did I not fear Almighty Allah, I would slay thee." Then quoth she to them, "Beat her again." And they did so till she fainted a second time, whereupon she bade them drag her forth and throw her outside the palace door. So they dragged her along her face and threw her down before the gate. But as soon as she revived she got up from the ground and, walking and sitting by turns, made her way home. There she passed the night till morning, when she arose and went to Taj al Muluk and told him all that had occurred. He was distressed at this grievous news and said, "O my mother, hard indeed to us is that which hath befallen thee, but all things are according to fate and man's lot." Replied she, "Be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for I will not give over striving till I have brought thee and her together, and made thee enjoy this wanton who hath burned my skin with beating." Asked the Prince, "Tell me what caused her to hate men?" And the old woman answered, "It arose from what she saw in a dream." "And what was this dream?" "'Twas this: one night as she lay asleep, she saw a fowler spread his net upon the ground and scatter wheat grain around it. Then he sat down hard, and not a bird in the neighbourhood but flocked to his toils. Amongst the rest she beheld a pair of pigeons, male and female; and whilst she was watching the net, behold, the male bird's foot caught in the meshes and he began to struggle, whereupon all the other birds took fright and flew away. But presently his mate came back and hovered over him, then alighted on the toils unobserved by the fowler, and fell to pecking with her beak and pulling at the mesh in which the male bird's foot was tangled, till she released the tows and they flew away together. Then the fowler came up, mended his net and seated himself afar off. After an hour or so the birds flew back and the female pigeon was caught in the net, whereupon all the other birds took fright and scurried away and the male pigeon fled with the rest and did not return to his mate. But the fowler came up and took the female pigeon and cut her throat. The Princess awoke, troubled by her dream, and said, "All males are like this pigeon, worthless creatures, and men in general lack grace and goodness to women." When the old woman had ended her story, the Prince said to her, "O my mother, I desire to have one look at her, though it be my death; so do thou contrive me some contrivance for seeing her." She replied, "Know that she hath under her palace windows a garden wherein she taketh her pleasure, and thither she resorteth once in every month by the private door. After 10 days, the time of her thus going forth to divert herself will arrive. So when she is about to visit the garden, I will come and tell thee, that thou mayst go thither and meet her. And look thou leave not the garden, for haply, an she see thy beauty and loveliness, her heart will be taken with love of thee, and love is the most potent means of union." He said, "I hear and obey." Whereupon he and Aziz rose and left the shop and, taking the old woman with them, showed her the palace where they lodged. Then said Taj al Muluk to Aziz, "O my brother, I have no need of the shop now, having fulfilled my purpose of it, so I give it to thee with all that is left in it; for thou hast come abroad with me and hast left thy native land for my sake." Aziz accepted his gift and then they sat conversing, while the Prince questioned him of the strange adventures which had befallen him, and his companion acquainted him with the particulars thereof. Presently they went to the Wazir and, reporting to him Taj al Muluk's purpose, asked him, "What is there to be done?" "Let us go to the garden," answered he. So each and every donned richest clothes and went forth, followed by 3 white slaves to the garden, which they found thick with thickets and railing its rills. When they saw the keeper sitting at the gate, they saluted him with a salam, and he returned their salute. Then the Wazir gave him 100 gold pieces, saying, "Prithee, take this small sum and fetch us somewhat to eat, for we are strangers, and I have with me these 2 lads whom I wish to divert. The gardener took the sequins and said to them, "Enter and amuse yourself in the garden, for it is all yours, and sit down till I bring you what food you require." So he went to the market while the Wazir and Taj al-Muluk and Aziz entered the garden. And shortly after leaving for the bazaar the gardener returned with a roasted lamb and cotton white bread, which he placed before them, and they ate and drank. Thereupon he served up sweetmeats, and they ate of them and washed their hands and sat talking. Presently the Wazir said to the garth keeper, "Tell me about this garden. Is it thine, or dost thou rent it?" The Shaykh replied, "It doth not belong to me, but to our King's daughter, the Princess Dunya." "What be thy monthly wages?" asked the Wazir, and he answered, "1 dinar and no more." Then the Minister looked round about the garden and, seeing in its midst a pavilion tall and grand but old and disused, said to the keeper, "O elder, I am minded to do here a good work, by which thou shalt remember me." Replied the other, "O my lord, what is the good work thou wouldest do?" "Take these 300 dinars," rejoined the Wazir when the keeper had heard speak of the gold. He said, "O my lord, whatso thou wilt, do!" So the Wazir gave him the monies, saying, "Inshallah, we will make a good work in this place." Then they left him and returned to their lodging, where they passed the night, and when it was the next day, the Minister sent for a plasterer and a painter and a skillful goldsmith, and furnishing them all the tools they wanted, carried them to the garden, where he bade them whitewash the walls of the pavilion and decorate it with various kinds of paintings. Moreover, he sent for golden lapis lazuli and said to the painter, "Figure me on the wall, at the upper end of this hall, a man fowler with his nets spread and birds flying into them, and a female pigeon entangled in the meshes by her bill." And when the painter had finished the picture on the side, the Wazir said, "Figure me on the other side a similar figure, and represent the she pigeon alone in the snare and the fowler seizing her and setting the knife to her neck. And draw on the third side wall a great raptor clutching the male pigeon, her mate, and digging talons into him." The artist did his bidding, and when he and the others had finished the designs, they received their hire and went away. Then the Wazir and his companions took leave of the gardener and returned to their place, where they sat down to converse. And Taj al-Muluk said to Aziz, "O my brother, recite me some verses; perchance it may broaden my breast and dispel my dolours and quench the fire flaming in my heart." So Aziz chanted with sweet modulation these couplets: "Whatever they say of grief to lovers came, I, weakling I, can single-handed claim; And seek thou watering spot my streaming eyes, For floods that thirst would quench however it flame. Or wouldst view what ruin love has wrought With ruthless hands, then see this wasted frame." And his eyes ran over with tears and he repeated these couplets also: "Who loves not swan neck and gazelle like eyes, Yet claims to know life's joys, I say he lies. And love is mystery, none avail to learn, Save he who loveth in pure loving wise. Allah my heart ne'er lighten of this love, Nor rob the wakefulness these eyelids prize." Then he changed the mode of song and sang these couplets: "Ibn Sina in his canon cloth opine, Lover's best cure is found in merry song, In meeting lover of a like degree. Dessert in garden, wine draughts long and strong, I choose another who of thee might cure, While force and fortune aided well and long. But ah! I learnt love's mortal ill, Wherein Ibn Sina's recipe is fond and wrong." After hearing them to the end, Taj al-Muluk was pleased with his verses and wondered at his eloquence and the excellence of his recitation, saying, "Indeed, thou hast done away with somewhat of my sorrow." Then quoth the Wazir, "Of a truth, there occurred to those of old what astoundeth those who hear it told." Quoth the Prince, "If thou canst recall aught of this kind, prithee let us hear thy subtle lines and keep up the talk." So the Minister chanted in modulated song these couplets: "Indeed I deemed thy favours might be bought By gifts of gold and things that joy the sprite, And ignorantly thought thee light of love. When can thy love lie low the highest most might, Until I saw thee choosing one, that one, Loved with all favour, crowned with all delight? Then wot I thou by spite canst ne'er be won, And under wing my head I hid from sight, And in this nest of passion made my wone, Wherein I nestle morning, noon and night." So far concerning them, but as regards the old woman she remained shut up from the world in her house, till it befell that the King's daughter was taken with a desire to divert herself in the garden. Now she had never been wont to do so save in company with her nurse. Accordingly she sent for her and made friends with her and soothed her sorrow, saying, "I wish to go forth to the garden, that I may divert myself with the sight of its trees and fruits, and broaden my breast with the scent of its flowers." Replied the old woman, "I hear and obey, but first I would go to my house, and soon I will be with thee." The Princess rejoined, "Go home, but be not long absent from me." So the old woman left her, and, repairing to Taj al Muluk, said to him, "Get thee ready and don thy richest dress, and go to the garden and find out the gardener and salute him and then hide thyself therein." "To hear is to obey," answered he, and she agreed with him upon a signal, after which she returned to the Lady Dunya. As soon as she was gone, the Wazir and Aziz rose and robed Taj al Muluk in a splendid suit of royal raiment worth 5,000 dinars, and girt his middle with a girdle of gold set with gems and precious metals. Then they repaired to the garden and found seated at the gate the keeper, who, as soon as he saw the Prince, sprang to his feet and received him with all respect and reverence, and opening the gate said, "Enter and take thy pleasure in looking at the garden." Now the gardener knew not that the King's daughter was to visit that place that day, but when Taj al Muluk had been a little while there, he heard a hubbub, and ere he could think, out issued the eunuchs and damsels by the private wicket. The gardener seeing this came up to the Prince, informed him of her approach, and said to him, "O my lord, what is to be done? The Princess Dunya, the King's daughter, is here." Replied the Prince, "Fear not, no harm shall befall thee, for I will hide me somewhere about the garden." So the keeper exhorted him to the utmost prudence and went away. Presently the Princess entered the garden with her damsels and with the old woman, who said to herself, "If these eunuchs stay with us, we shall not attain our end." So quoth she to the King's daughter, "O my lady, I have somewhat to tell thee which shall ease thy heart." Quoth the Princess, "Say what thou hast to say." "O my lady," rejoined the old woman, "thou hast no need of these eunuchs at a time like the present, nor wilt thou be able to divert thyself at thine ease, whilst they are with us; so send them away." And the Lady Dunya replied, "Thou speakest sooth." Accordingly she dismissed them and presently began to walk about, whilst Taj al Muluk looked upon her and fed his eyes on her beauty and loveliness; but she knew it not, and every time he gazed at her he fainted by reason of her passing charms. The old woman drew her by converse till they reached the pavilion which the Wazir had bidden be decorated, when the Princess entered and cast a glance round and perceived the picture of the birds, the fowler and the pigeon, whereupon she cried, "Exalted be Allah! This is the very counterfeit presentment of what I saw in my dream." She continued to gaze at the figures of the birds and the fowler with his net, admiring the work, and presently she said, "O my nurse, I have been wont to blame and hate men, but look now at the fowler who hath slaughtered the she bird who set free her mate, who was minded to return to her and aid her to escape when the bird of prey met him and tore him to pieces." Now the old woman feigned ignorance to her and ceased not to occupy her in converse, till they drew near the place where Taj al Muluk lay hidden. Thereupon she signalled to him to come out and walk under the windows of the pavilion; and, as the Lady Dunya stood looking from the casement, behold, her glance fell that way and she saw him and nothing his beauty of face and form, said to the old woman, "O my nurse, whence cometh yonder handsome youth?" Replied the old woman, "I know nothing of him save that I think he must be some great King's son, for he attaineth comeliness and excess and extreme loveliness." And the Lady Dunya fell in love with him to distraction; the spells which bound her were loosed, and her reason was overcome by his beauty and grace, and his fine stature and proportions strongly excited her desires sexual. So she said, "O my nurse, this is indeed a handsome youth." And the old woman replied, "Thou sayest sooth, my lady," and signalled to Taj al Muluk to go home. And now desire and longing flamed in him and he was distraught for love; yet he went away and took leave of the gardener and returned to his place, obeying the old woman and not daring to cross her. When he told the Wazir and Aziz that she had signalled him to depart, they exhorted him to patience, saying, "Did not the ancient dame know that there was an object to be gained by thy departure? She had not signalled thee to return home." Such was the case with Taj al Muluk, the Wazir and Aziz; but as regards the King's daughter, the Lady Dunya, desire and passion redoubled upon her. She was overcome with love and longing and said to her nurse, "I know not how I shall manage a meeting with this youth, but through thee." Exclaimed the old woman, "I take refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. Thou who art averse from men, How come it, then, that thou art thus afflicted with hope and fear of this young man? Yet, by Allah, none is worthy of thy youth but he." Quoth the Lady Dunya, "O my nurse, further my cause and help me to foregather with him, and thou shalt have of me 1,000 dinars, and a dress of honour worth as much more. But if thou aid me not to come at him, I am a dead woman in every sooth." Replied the ancient dame, "Go thy palace and leave me to devise means for bringing you twain together. I will throw away my life to content you both." So the Lady Dunya returned to her palace and the old woman betook herself to Taj al Muluk who, when he saw her, rose to receive her and entreated her with respect and reverence, making her sit by his side. Then she said, "The trick hath succeeded," and told him all that had passed between herself and the Princess. He asked her, "When is our meeting to be?" And she answered, "Tomorrow." So he gave her 1,000 dinars and a dress of like value, and she took them and stinted not walking till she returned to her mistress, who said to her, "O my nurse, what news of the beloved?" Replied she, "I have learnt where he liveth and I will bring him to thee tomorrow." At this the Princess was glad and gave her 1,000 dinars and a dress worth as much more, and she took them and returned to her own place, where she passed the night till morning. Then she went to Taj al Muluk and dressing him in woman's clothes, said to him, "Follow me and sway from side to side as thou steppest, and hasten not thy pace nor take heed of any who speaketh to thee." And after thus charging him she went out, and the Prince followed her in woman's attire, and she continued to charge and encourage him by the way, that he might not be afraid, nor ceased walking till they came to the palace gate. She entered and the Prince after her, and she led him on, passing through doors and vestibules, till they had passed 7 doors. As they approached the 7th, she said to him, "Hearken thy heart, and when I call out to thee and say, 'O damsel, pass on,' do not slacken thy pace, but advance as if about to run. When thou art in the vestibule, look to thy left and thou wilt see a saloon with doors. Count 5 doors and enter the 6th, for therein is thy desire." Asked Taj al Muluk, "And whither wilt thou go?" And she answered, "Nowhere shall I go, except that perhaps I may drop behind thee, and the chief eunuch may detain me to chat with him." She walked on, and he behind her, till she reached the door where the chief eunuch was stationed, and he, seeing Taj al Muluk with her dressed as a slave girl, said to the old woman, "What business hath this girl with thee?" Replied she, "This is a slave of whom the Lady Dunya hath heard that she is skilled in different kinds of work, and she hath a mind to buy her." Rejoined the eunuch, "I know neither slave girls nor any one else, and none shall enter here without my searching according to the King's commands." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 4 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3.
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 5. When it was the 135th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Chamberlain eunuch cried to the old woman, 'I know neither slave girl nor any one else, and none shall enter here without my searching him according to the King's commands.' Then quoth she, feigning to be angry, 'I thought thee a man of sense and good breeding; but if thou be changed, I will let the Princess know of it, and tell her how thou hinderest her slave girl.' And she cried out to Taj al Muluk, saying, 'Pass on, O damsel.' So he passed on into the vestibule as she bade him, whilst the eunuch was silent and said no more. The Prince counted 5 doors and entered the 6th, where he found the Princess Dunya standing and awaiting him. As soon as she saw him, she knew him and clasped him to her breast, and he clasped her to his bosom. Presently the old woman came in to them, having made a pretext to dismiss the princess's slave girls for fear of disgrace. And the Lady Dunya said to her, "Be thou our doorkeeper." So she and Taj al Muluk abode alone together, and ceased not kissing and embracing and twining leg with leg till dawn. When day drew near, she left him, and shutting the door upon him, passed into another chamber, where she sat down as was her wont, whilst her slave women came in to her, and she attended to their affairs, and conversed with them. Then she said to them, go forth from me now, for I wish to amuse myself in privacy." So they withdrew, and she betook herself to Taj al-Muluk, and the old woman brought them food, of which they ate, and returned to amorous dalliance till dawn. Then the door was locked upon him as on the day before, and they ceased not to do thus for a whole month. This is how it fared with Taj al-Muluk and the Lady Dunya. But as regards the Wazir and Aziz, when they found that the prince had gone to the palace of the king's daughter, and there delayed all the while, they concluded that he would never return from it, and that he was lost forever. And Aziz said to the Wazir, "O my father, what shall we do?" He replied, "O my son, this is a difficult matter, and except we return to his sire and tell him, he will blame us therefor." So they made ready at once, and forthright set out for the green land and the country of the two columns, and sought Sulayman Shah's capital. And they traversed the valleys night and day till they went in to the king, and acquainted him with what had befallen his son, and how from the time he entered the princess's palace they had heard no news of him. At this the king was as though the day of doom had dawned for him, and regret was sore upon him, and he proclaimed a holy war throughout his realm. After which he sent forth his host without the town, and pitched tents for them, and took up his abode in his pavilion, whilst the levies came from all parts of the kingdom. For the subjects loved him by reason of his great justice and beneficence. Then he marched with an army walling the horizon, and departed in quest of his son. Thus far concerning them. But as regards Taj al-Muluk and the Lady Dunya, the two remained as they were half a year's time, whilst every day they redoubled in mutual affection, and love and longing and passion and desire so pressed upon Taj al-Muluk that at last he opened his mind and said to her, "Know, O beloved of my heart and vitals, that the longer I abide with thee, the more love and longing and passion and desire increase in me, for that I have not yet fulfilled the whole of my wish." Asked she, "What then wouldst thou have, O light of my eyes and fruit of my vitals, if thou desire aught beside kissing and embracing and entwining of legs with legs? Do what pleaseth thee, for by Allah no partner hath any part in us." But he answered, "It is not that I wish. I would fain acquaint thee with my true story. Know then that I am no merchant, nay, I am a king, the son of a king, and my father's name is the supreme king Sulayman Shah, who sent his Wazir ambassador to thy father, to demand thee in marriage for me. But when the news came to thee, thou wouldst not consent." Then he told her his past from first to last, nor is there any avail in the twice told tale. And he added, "And now I wish to return to my father, that he may send an ambassador to thy sire, to demand thee in wedlock for me, so we may be at ease." When she heard these words, she joyed with great joy, because it suited with her own wishes, and they passed the night on this understanding. But it so befell by the decree of destiny that sleep overcame them that night, above all nights, and they remained till the sun had risen. Now at this hour King Shahriman was sitting on his cushion of estate, with his emirs and grandees before him, when the syndic of the goldsmiths presented himself between his hands, carrying a large box. And he advanced, and opening it in the presence of the king, brought out therefrom a casket of fine work worth 100,000 dinars, for that which was therein of precious stones, rubies, and emeralds beyond the competence of any sovereign on earth to procure. When the king saw this, he marveled at its beauty, and turning to the chief eunuch with whom the old woman had had to do, said to him, "O Kafur, take this casket and wend with it to the Princess Dunya." The castrato took the casket, and repairing to the apartment of the king's daughter, found the door shut and the old woman lying asleep on the threshold. Whereupon said he, "What, sleeping at this hour?" When the old woman heard the eunuch's voice, she started from sleep, and was terrified, and said to him, "Wait till I fetch the key." Then she went forth and fled for her life. Such was her case. But as regards the Epicene, he, seeing her alarm, lifted the door off its hinge pins, and entering, found the Lady Dunya with her arms round the neck of Taj al-Muluk, and both fast asleep. At this sight he was confounded, and was preparing to return to the king, when the princess awoke, and seeing him was terrified, and changed colour and waxed pale, and said to him, "O Kafur, veil thou what Allah hath veiled." But he replied, "I cannot conceal aught from the king," and locking the door on them, returned to Shahriman, who asked him, "Hast thou given the casket to the princess?" Answered the eunuch, "Take the casket, here it is, for I cannot conceal aught from thee. Know that I found a handsome young man by the side of the princess, and they two asleep in one bed and in mutual embrace." The king commanded them to be brought into the presence, and said to them, "What manner of thing is this?" And being violently enraged, seized the dagger, and was about to strike Taj al-Muluk with it, when the Lady Dunya threw herself upon him, and said to her father, "Slay me before thou slayest him." The king reviled her, and commanded her to be taken back to her chamber. Then he turned to Taj al-Muluk, and said to him, "Woe to thee! Whence art thou? Who is thy father, and what hath emboldened thee to debauch my daughter?" Replied the prince, "Know, O king, that if thou put me to death, thou art a lost man, and thou and all in thy dominion will repent the deed." Quoth the king, "How so?" And quoth Taj al-Muluk, "Know that I am the son of King Sulayman Shah, and ere thou knowest it, he will be upon thee with his horse and foot." When King Shahriman heard these words, he would have deferred killing Taj al-Muluk, and would rather have put him in prison, till he should look into the truth of his words. But the Wazir said to him, "O King of the age, it is my opinion that thou make haste to slay this gallows bird who dares debauch the daughters of kings." So the king cried to the headsman, "Strike off his head, for he is a traitor." Accordingly, the herdsman took him and bound him fast, and raised his hand to the emirs, signing to consult them, a first and a second signal, thinking thereby to gain time in this matter. But the king cried in anger to him, "How long wilt thou consult the others? If thou consult them again, I will strike off thine own head." So the headsman raised his hand till the hair of his armpit showed, and was about to smite his neck. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 136th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the headsman raised his hand to smite off his head, when behold, loud cries arose, and the folk closed their shops. Whereupon the king said to the headsman, Wait a while, and dispatched one to learn the news. The messenger fared forth and presently returned and reported, I saw an army like the dashing sea and its clashing surge, and their horses curveting till earth trembleth with the tramp, and I know no more of them. When the king heard this, he was confounded, and feared for his realm lest it should be torn from him. So he turned to his minister and said, Have not any of our army gone forth to meet this army? But ere he had done speaking, his chamberlains entered with messengers from the king who was approaching, and amongst them the wazir who had accompanied Taj al-Muluk. They began by saluting the king, who rose to receive them and bade them draw near, and asked the cause of their coming. Whereupon the minister came forward from amongst them and stood before him and said, Know that he who hath come down upon thy realm is no king like unto the kings of yore and the sultans that went before. And who is he? Asked the Shahriman. And the wazir answered, He is the Lord of justice and loyalty, the brute of whose magnanimity the caravans have blazed abroad, the Sultan Sulayman Shah, Lord of the Green Land, and the 2 columns, and the mountains of Ispahan. He who loveth justice and equity, and hateth oppression and iniquity. And he saith to thee that his son is with thee and in thy city, his son, his heart's very core, and the fruit of his loins. And if he find him in safety, his aim is won, and thou shalt have thanks and praise. But if he have been lost from thy realm, or if aught of evil have befallen him, look thou for ruin and the wasting of thy reign. For this thy city shall become a ward wherein the raven shall croak. Thus have I done my errand to thee, and peace be with thee. Now when King Shahriman heard from the messenger these words, his heart was troubled, and he feared for his kingdom. So he cried out for his grandees and ministers, chamberlains and lieutenants. And when they appeared, he said to them, Woe to you! Go down and search for the youth. Now the prince was still under the headsman's hand, but he was changed by the fright he had undergone. Presently the wazir, chancing to glance around, saw the prince on the rug of blood, and recognized him. So he arose and threw himself upon him, and so did the other envoys. Then they proceeded to loose his bonds, and they kissed his hands and feet. Whereupon Taj al-Muluk opened his eyes, and recognizing his father's wazir and his friend Aziz, fell down a fainting for excess of delight in them. When King Shahriman made sure that the coming of this army was indeed because of this youth, he was confounded and feared with great fear. So he went up to Taj al-Muluk, and kissing his head, said to him, O my son, be not wroth with me, neither blame the sinner for his sin, but have compassion on my grey hairs, and waste not my realm. Whereupon Taj al-Muluk drew near unto him, and kissing his hand, replied, No harm shall come to thee, for indeed thou art to me as my father, but look that naught befall my beloved, the Lady Dunya. Rejoined the king, O my lord, fear not for her, naught but joy shall betide her. And he went on to excuse himself, and made his peace with Sulayman Shah's wazir, to whom he promised much money, if he would conceal from the king what he had seen. Then he bade his chief officers take the prince with them, and repair to the Hammam, and clothe him in one of the best of his own suits, and bring him back speedily. So they obeyed his bidding, and bore him to the bath, and clad him in the clothes which King Shahriman had set apart for him, and brought him back to the presence chamber. When he entered, the king rose to receive him, and made all his grandees stand in attendance on him. Then Taj al-Muluk sat down to converse with his father's wazir and with Aziz, and he acquainted them with what had befallen him. After which they said to him, "During that delay we returned to thy father, and gave him to know that thou didst enter the palace of the princess, and didst not return therefrom, and thy case seemed doubtful to us. But when thy sire heard of this, he mustered his forces. Then we came to this land, and indeed our coming hath brought to thee relief in extreme case, and to us great joy." Quoth he, "Good fortune had attended your every action, first and last." While this was doing, King Shahriman went in to his daughter, Princess Dunya, and found her wailing and weeping for Taj al-Muluk. Moreover, she had taken a sword and fixed the hilt to the ground, and had set the point to the middle of her heart, between her breasts. And she bent over the blade, saying, "Needs must I slay myself, and not survive my beloved." When her father entered and saw her in this case, he cried out to her, saying, "O princess of kings' daughters, hold thy hand, and have ruth on thy sire, and the folk of thy realm." Then he came up to her, and continued, "Let it not be that an ill thing befall thy father for thy sake." And he told her the whole tale, that her lover was a son of King Sulayman Shah, and sought her to wife, and he added, "The marriage waiteth only for thy consent." Thereat she smiled and said, "Did I not tell thee that he was a son of the Sultan? By Allah, there is no help for it but that I let him crucify thee on a bit of wood worth 2 pieces of silver." Replied the king, "O my daughter, have mercy on me." "So Allah have mercy on thee." Rejoined she, "Up with you, and make haste, and go bring him to me without delay." Quoth the king, "On my head and eyes be it." And he left her, and going in hastily to Taj al-Muluk, repeated her words in his ear. So he arose and accompanied the king to the princess, and when she caught sight of her lover, she took hold of him and embraced him in her father's presence, and hung upon him and kissed him, saying, "Thou hast desolated me by thine absence." Then she turned to her father and said, "Sawest thou ever any that could do hurt to the like of this beautiful being, who is moreover a king, the son of a king, and of the free-born, guarded against ignoble deeds?" Thereupon King Shahriman went out, shutting the door on them with his own hand. And he returned to the wazir and to the other envoys of Sulayman Shah, and bade them inform their king that his son was in health and gladness, and enjoying all delight of life with his beloved. So they returned to King Sulayman, and acquainted him with this, whereupon King Shahriman ordered largesse of money and vivers to the troops of King Sulayman Shah. And when they had conveyed all he had commanded, he bade be brought out 100 coursers, and 100 dromedaries, and 100 white slaves, and 100 concubines, and 100 black slaves, and 100 female slaves, all of which he forwarded to the king as a present. Then he took horse with his grandees and chief officers, and rode out of the city in the direction of the king's camp. As soon as Sultan Sulayman Shah knew of his approach, he rose and advanced many paces to meet him. Now the Wazir and Aziz had told him all the tidings, whereat he rejoiced and cried, "Praise be to Allah, who hath granted the dearest wish of my son." Then King Sulayman took King Shahriman in his arms and seated him beside himself on the royal couch, where they conversed a while and had pleasure in each other's conversation. Presently food was set before them, and they ate till they were satisfied, and sweetmeats and dried fruits were brought, and they enjoyed their dessert. And after a while came to them Taj al-Muluk, richly dressed and adorned, and when his father saw him, he stood up and embraced him and kissed him. Then all who were sitting rose to do him honor, and the two kings seated him between them, and they sat conversing a while, after which quoth King Sulayman Shah to King Shahriman, "I desire to have the marriage contract between my son and thy daughter drawn up in the presence of witnesses, that the wedding may be made public, even as is the custom of kings." "I hear and I obey," quoth King Shahriman, and thereon summoned the Kazi and the witnesses, who came and brought out the marriage contract between Taj al-Muluk and the Lady Dunya. Then they gave bakshish of money and sweetmeats, and lavished incense and essences, and indeed it was a day of joy and gladness, and all the grandees and soldiers rejoiced therein. Then King Shahriman proceeded to dower and equip his daughter, and Taj al-Muluk said to his sire, "Of a truth, this young man Aziz is of the generous, and hath done me a notable service, having borne weariness with me, and he hath travelled with me and hath brought me to my desire. He ceased never to show sufferance with me and exhort me to patience till I accomplished my intent, and now he hath abided with us 2 whole years, and he cut off from his native land. So now I purpose to equip him with merchandise, that he may depart hence with a light heart, for his country is near hand." Replied his father, "Right is thy rede." So they made ready 100 loads of the richest stuffs and the most costly, and Taj al-Muluk presented them with great store of money to Aziz, and farewelled him, saying, "O my brother and my true friend, take these loads and accept them from me, by way of gift and token of affection, and go in peace to thine own country." Aziz accepted the presents, and kissing the ground between the hands of the prince and his father, bade them adieu. Moreover, Taj al-Muluk mounted and accompanied him 3 miles on his homeward way as a proof of amity, after which Aziz conjured him to turn back, saying, "By Allah, O my master, were it not for my mother, I never would part from thee. But, good my lord, leave me not without news of thee." Replied Taj al-Muluk, "So be it." Then the prince returned to the city, and Aziz journeyed on till he came to his native town, and he entered it and ceased not faring till he went in to his mother, and found that she had built him a monument in the midst of the house, and used to visit it continually. When he entered, he saw her with hair dishevelled and dispread over the tomb, weeping and repeating these lines: "Indeed I am strong to bear whatever befall, but weak to bear such parting's dire mischance. What heart estrangement of the friend can bear? What strength withstand assault of severance?" Then sobs burst from her breast, and she recited also these couplets: "What's this? I pass by tombs and fondly greet my friends' last homes, but send they no reply. For saith each friend, reply how can I make, when pledged to clay and pawned to stones I lie? Earth has consumed my charms, and I forget thy love, for kith and kin poor banished I. While she was thus, behold, Aziz came in to her, and when she saw him, she fell down, fainting for very joy. He sprinkled water on her face, till she revived, and rising, took him in her arms, and strained him to her breast, whilst he in like manner embraced her. Then he greeted her, and she greeted him, and she asked the reason of his long absence, whereupon he told her all that had befallen him from first to last, and informed her how Taj al-Muluk had given him 100 loads of monies and stuffs. At this she rejoiced, and Aziz abode with his mother in his native town, weeping for what mishaps had befallen to him with the daughter of ﷺ, the Wily One, even her who had castrated him. Such was the case with Aziz. But as regards Taj al-Muluk, he went in unto his beloved, Princess Dunya, and abated her maidenhead. Then King Shahriman proceeded to equip his daughter for her journey with her husband and father-in-law, and bade bring them provaunt and presents and rarities. So they loaded their beasts and set forth, whilst King Shahriman escorted them, by way of farewell, 3 days' journey on their way, till King Shah Sulayman conjured him to return. So he took leave of them and turned back, and Taj al-Muluk and his wife and father fared forwards night and day with their troops, till they drew near their capital. As soon as the news of their coming spread abroad, the folk decorated for them the city, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 6. When it was the 137th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Shah Sulayman drew near his capital, the folk decorated the city for him and for his son. So they entered in state, and the king, sitting on his throne, with his son by his side, gave alms and largesse, and loosed all who were in his jails. Then he held a second bridal for his son, and the sound of the singing women and players upon instruments was never silent for a whole month. And the tired woman stinted not to adorn the Lady Dunya and display her in various dresses, and she tired not of the displaying, nor did the women weary of gazing on her. Then Taj al-Muluk, after having foregathered a while with his father and mother, took up his sojourn with his wife, and they abode in all joyance of life and in fairest fortune, till there came to them the destroyer of all delights. Now when Wazir Dandan had ended the tale of Taj al-Muluk and the Lady Dunya, Zau al-Makan said to him, Of a truth, it is the like of thee who lighten the mourner's heart, and who deserve to be the born companion of kings, and to guide their policy in the right way. All this befell, and they were still besiening Constantinople, where they lay 4 whole years, till they yearned after their native land, and the troops murmured, being weary of vigil and besieging and the endurance of fray and foray by night and by day. Then King Zau al-Makan summoned Rustam and Bahram and Tarkash, and when they were in presence bespoke them thus: Know that we have lain here all these years, and we have not won to our wish. Nay, we have but gained increase of care and concern. For indeed we came, thinking to make our men both for King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and in so doing my brother Sharrkan was slain. So is our sorrow grown to sorrow twain, and our affliction to afflictions twain. All this came of the old woman Zat al-Dawahi, for it was she who slew the Sultan in his kingdom, and carried off his wife, the Queen Sophia. Nor did this suffice her, but she must put another cheat on us, and cut the throat of my brother Sharrkan, and indeed I have bound myself and sworn by the solemnest oaths that there is no help but I take blood wit from her. What say ye? Ponder my address and answer me. Then they bowed their heads and answered, It is for the Wazir Dandan to opine. So the minister came forward and said, Know, O King of the age, it booteth us not to tarry here, and 'tis my counsel that we strike camp and return to our own country, there to abide for a certain time, and after that we should return for a razzia upon the worshippers of idols. Replied the king, This rede is right, for indeed this folk is weary for a sight of their families, and I am another who is also troubled with yearning after my son Kanmakan and my brother's daughter Kuzia Fakan. For she is in Damascus, and I know not how is her case. When the troops heard this report, they rejoiced and blessed the Wazir Dandan. Then the king bade the crier call the retreat after 3 days. They fell to preparing for the march, and on the 4th day they beat the big drums and unfurled the banners, and the army set forth, the Wazir Dandan in the van, and the king riding in the mid-battle, with the Grand Chamberlain by his side. And all journeyed without ceasing, night and day, till they reached Baghdad city. The folk rejoiced in their return, and care and fear ceased from them whilst they stayed at homes, met the absentees, and each emir betook him to his own house. As for Zau al-Makan, he marched up to the palace and went in to his son Kanmakan, who had now reached the age of 7, and who used to go down to the weapon plain and ride. As soon as the king was rested of his journey, he entered the hammam with his son, and returning, seated himself on his sofa of state, whilst the Wazir Dandan took up his station before him, and the emirs and lords of the realm presented themselves and stood in attendance upon him. Then Zau al-Makan called for his comrade, the fireman, who had befriended him in his wanderings. And when he came into presence, the king rose to do him honor, and seated him by his side. Now he had acquainted the Wazir with all the kindness and good turns which the stalker had done him, and he found that the wight had waxed fat and burly with rest and good fare, so that his neck was like an elephant's throat, and his face like a dolphin's belly. Moreover, he was grown dull of wit, for that he had never stirred from his palace. So at first he knew not the king by his aspect. But Zau al-Makan came up to him smiling in his face, and greeted him after the friendliest fashion, saying, How soon hast thou forgotten me? With this the fireman roused himself, and looking steadfastly at Zau al-Makan, made sure that he knew him, whereupon he sprang hastily to his feet and exclaimed, O my friend, who hath made thee Sultan? Then Zau al-Makan laughed at him, and the Wazir, coming up to him, expounded the whole story to him, and said, In good sooth he was thy brother and thy friend, and now he is king of the land, and needs must thou get great good of him. So I charge thee, if he say, Ask a boon of me, ask not but for some great thing, for thou art very dear to him. Quoth the fireman, I fear lest, if I ask of him aught, he may not choose to give it, or may not be able to grant it. Quoth the Wazir, Have no care, whatsoever thou askest he will give thee. Rejoined the stoker, By Allah, I must at once ask of him a thing that is in my thought. Every night I dream of it, and implore Almighty Allah to vouchsafe it to me. Said the Wazir, Take heart. By Allah, if thou ask of him the government of Damascus in place of his brother, he would surely give it thee, and make thee governor. With this the stoker rose to his feet, and Zau al-Makan signed to him to sit. But he refused, saying, Allah forfend! The days are gone by of my sitting in thy presence. Answered the Sultan, Not so, they endure even now. Thou wast in very deed the cause that I am at present alive, and by Allah, whatever thing most desired thou requirest of me, I will give that same to thee. But ask thou first of Allah, and then of me. He said, O my lord, I fear. Fear not, quoth the Sultan. He continued, I fear to ask aught, and that thou shouldst refuse it to me, and it is only. At this the king laughed, and replied, If thou require of me the half of my kingdom, I would share it with thee. So ask what thou wilt, and leave talking. Repeated the fireman. I fear. Don't fear, quoth the king. He went on, I fear lest I ask a thing, and thou be not able to grant it. Upon this the Sultan waxed wroth, and cried, Ask what thou wilt. Then said he, I ask, first of Allah, and then of thee, that thou write me a patent of syndicate over all the firemen of the baths in the holy city, Jerusalem. The Sultan and all present laughed, and Zau al-Makan said, Ask something more than this. He replied, O my lord, said I not I fear that thou wouldst not choose to give me what I should ask, or that thou be not able to grant it? Therewith the Wazir signed him with his foot once and twice and thrice, and every time he began, I ask of thee. Quoth the Sultan, Ask and be speedy. So he said, I ask thee to make me chief of the scavengers in the holy city of Jerusalem, or in Damascus town. Then all those who were present fell on their backs with laughter, and the Wazir bade him. Whereupon he turned to the minister and said to him, What art thou that thou shouldest meet me? 'Tis no fault of mine. Didst thou not thyself bid me ask some important thing? And he added, Let me go to my own land. With this the Sultan knew that he was jesting, and took patience with him a while. Then turned to him and said, O my brother, ask of me some important thing, befitting our dignity. So the stoker said, O King of the age, I ask first of Allah, and then of thee, that thou make me viceroy of Damascus in the place of thy brother. And the king replied, Allah granteth thee this. Thereupon the fireman kissed ground before him, and he bade set him a chair in his rank, and vested him with the viceroy's habit. Then he wrote him a patent, and sealed it with his own seal, and said to the Wazir Dandan, None shall go with you but thou, and when thou makest the return journey, do thou bring with thee my brother's daughter, Kuzia Fakan. Hearkening and obedience, answered the minister, and taking the fireman, went down with him and made ready for the march. Then the king appointed for the stalker servants and suite, and gave him a new litter and a princely equipage, and said to the emirs, "Whoso loveth me, let him honor this man and offer him a handsome present." So each and every of the emirs brought him his gift according to his competence, and the king named him Zibl Khan, and conferred on him the honorable surname of Al-Mujahid. As soon as the gear was ready, he went up with the Wazir Dandan to the king, that he might take leave of him and ask his permission to depart. The king rose to him and embraced him, and charged him to do justice between his subjects, and bade him make ready for fight against the infidels after 2 years. Then they took leave of each other, and the king, the fighter for the faith, highs Zibl Khan, having been again exhorted by Zau al-Makan to deal fairly with his subjects, set out on his journey, after the emirs had brought him Mamelukes and eunuchs, even to 5,000 in number, who rode after him. The Grand Chamberlain also took horse, as did Bahram, the captain of the Delamites, and Rustam, captain of the Persians, and Tarkash, captain of the Arabs, who attended to do him service. And they ceased not riding with him 3 days' journey by way of honor. Then, taking their leave of him, they returned to Baghdad, and the Sultan Zibl Khan and the Wazir Dandan fared on with their suite and troops, till they drew near Damascus. Now news was come, upon the wings of birds, to the notables of Damascus, that King Zau al-Makan had made Sultan over Damascus a king named Zibl Khan, and surnamed Al-Mujahid. So when he reached the city, he found it dressed in his honor, and every one in the place came out to gaze on him. The new Sultan entered Damascus in a splendid progress, and went up to the citadel, where he sat down upon his chair of state, whilst the Wazir Dandan stood in attendance on him, to acquaint him with the ranks of the emirs and their stations. Then the grandees came in to him and kissed hands, and called down blessings on him. The new king, Zibl Khan, received them graciously, and bestowed on them dresses of honor and various presents and bounties, after which he opened the treasuries, and gave largesse to the troops, great and small. Then he governed and did justice, and proceeded to equip the Lady Kuzia Fakan, daughter of King Sharkan, appointing her a litter of silken stuff. Moreover, he furnished the Wazir Dandan equally well for the return journey, and offered him a gift of coin, but he refused, saying, "Thou art near the time appointed by the king, and haply thou wilt have need of money, or after this he may send to seek of thee funds for the holy war, or what not." Now when the Wazir was ready to march, Sultan Al-Mujahid mounted to bid the minister farewell, and brought Kuzia Fakan to him, and made her enter the litter, and sent with her 10 damsels to do her service. Thereupon they set forward, whilst King, fighter for the faith, returned to his government, that he might order affairs and get ready his munitions of war, awaiting such time as King Zau al-Makan should send a requisition to him. Such was the case with Sultan Zibl Khan. But as regards the Wazir Dandan, he ceased not faring forward and finishing off the stages, in company with Kuzia Fakan, till they came to Ruba, after a month's travel, and thence pushed on, till they drew near Baghdad. Then he sent to announce his arrival to King Zau al-Makan, who, when he heard this, took horse and rode out to meet him. The Wazir Dandan would have dismounted, but the king conjured him not to do so, and urged his steed till he came up to his side. Then he questioned him of Zibl Khan Hais al-Mujahid, whereto the Wazir replied that he was well, and that he had brought with him Kuzia Fakan, the daughter of his brother. At this the king rejoiced, and said to Dandan, "Down with thee, and rest thee from the fatigue of the journey for 3 days, after which come to me again." Replied the Wazir, with joy and gratitude, and betook himself to his own house, whilst the king rode up to his palace, and went in to his brother's daughter, Kuzia Fakan, a girl of 8 years old. When he saw her, he rejoiced in her and sorrowed for her sire. Then he bade make for her clothes, and gave her splendid jewelry and ornaments, and ordered she be lodged with his son Kanmakan in one place. So they both grew up the brightest of the people of their time and the bravest. But Kuzia Fakan became a maiden of good sense and understanding and knowledge of the issues of events, whilst Kanmakan approved him a generous youth and free-handed, taking no care in the issue of aught. And so they continued till each of them attained the age of 12. Now Kuzia Fakan used to ride a horseback, and fare forth with her cousin into the open plain, and push forward and range at large with him in the world. And they both learned to smite with swords and spike with spears. But when they had reached the age of 12, King Zau al-Makan, having completed his preparations and provisions and munitions for holy war, summoned the Wazir Dandan and said to him, "Know that I have set mind on a thing which I will discover to thee, and I want thine opinion thereon. So do thou with speed return me a reply." Asked the Wazir, "What is that, O King of the Age?" And the other answered, "I am resolved to make my son Kanmakan Sultan, and rejoice in him in my lifetime, and do battle before him till death overtake me. What reckest thou of this?" The Wazir kissed the ground before the king and replied, "Know, O King and Sultan mine, Lord of the age and the time, that which is in thy mind is indeed good, save that it is now no tide to carry it out, for 2 reasons. The first, that thy son Kanmakan is yet of tender age, and the second, that it often befalleth him who maketh his son king in his lifetime to live but a little while thereafterward. And this is my reply." Rejoined the king, "Know, O Wazir, that we will make the Grand Chamberlain guardian over him, for he is now one of the family, and he married my sister, so that he is to me as a brother." Quoth the Wazir, "Do what seemeth good to thee, we have only to obey thine orders." Then the king sent for the Grand Chamberlain, whom they brought into the presence, together with the lords of the realm, and he said to them, "Ye know that this my son Kanmakan is the first cavalier of the age, and that he hath no peer in striking with the sword and lunging with the lance. And now I appoint him to be Sultan over you, and I make the Grand Chamberlain, his uncle, guardian over him." Replied the Chamberlain, "I am but a tree which thy bounty hath planted." And Zau al-Makan said, "O Chamberlain, verily this my son Kanmakan and my niece Kuzia Fakan are brothers' children. So I hereby marry her to him, and I call those present to witness thereof." Then he made over to his son such treasures as no tongue can describe, and going in to his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman, told her what he had done, whereat she was a glad woman and said, "Verily the twain are my children. Allah preserve thee to them, and keep thy life for them many a year." Replied he, "O my sister, I have accomplished in this world all my heart desired, and I have no fear for my son. Yet it were well thou have an eye on him, and an eye on his mother. As he charged the chamberlain and Nuzhat al-Zaman with the care of his son and niece and wife, and this he continued to do nights and days till he fell sick, and deemed surely that he was about to drink the cup of death. So he took to his bed, while his chamberlain busied himself with ordering the folk and realm. At the end of the year the king summoned his son Kanmakan and the Wazir Dandan, and said, O my son, after my death this Wazir is thy sire. For know that I am about to leave this house of life transitory for the house of eternity, and indeed I have fulfilled my will of this world. Yet there remaineth in my heart one regret, which may Allah dispel through and by thy hands. Asked his son, What regret is that, O my father? Answered Zau al-Makan, O my son, the sole regret of me is that I die without having avenged thy grandfather, Omar bin al-Nu'man, and thine uncle, Sharkan, on an old woman whom they call Zat al-Dawahi. But if Allah grant thee aid, sleep not till thou take thy wreak on her, and so wipe out of shame we have suffered at the infidels' hands. And beware of the old hag's wile, and do what the Wazir Dandan shall advise thee, because he from all time hath been the pillar of our realm. And his son assented to what he said. Then the king's eyes ran over with tears, and his sickness redoubled on him. Whereupon his brother-in-law, the chamberlain, took charge over the country, and being a capable man, he judged and bade and forbade for the whole of that year, while Zau al-Makan was occupied with his malady. And his sickness was sore upon him for 4 years, during which the chief chamberlain sat in his stead, and gave full satisfaction to the commons and the nobles, and all the country blessed his rule. Such was the case with Zau al-Makan and the chamberlain. But as regards the king's son, he busied himself only with riding and longing with lance and shooting with shaft, and thus also did the daughter of his uncle, Kuzia Fakan, for he and she were wont to fare forth at the first of the day and return at nightfall, when she would go in to her mother, and he would go in to his mother, whom he ever found sitting in tears by the head of his father's couch. Then he would tend his father all night long till daybreak, when he would go forth again with his cousin according to their wont. Now Zau al-Makan's pains and sufferings were lonesome upon him, and he wept and began versifying with these couplets: Gone is my strength, told is my tale of days, and look ye, I am left as thou dost see, in honour's day most honoured wont to be, and win the race from all my company. Would heaven before my death I might behold my son his seat of empire sit for me, and rush upon his foes to take his wreak, with sway of swords and lance slunged gallantly. In this world and the next I am undone, except the Lord vouchsafe me clemency. When he had ended repeating these verses, he laid his head on his pillow and closed his eyes and slept. Then saw he in his sleep one who said to him, Rejoice, for thy son shall fill the land with justest sway, and he shall rule them, and him shall the lieges obey. Then he awoke from his dream, gladdened by the good tidings he had seen, and after a few days death smote him, and because of his dying great grief fell on the people of Baghdad, and simple and gentle mourned for him. But time passed over him as though he had never been, and Kanmakan's estate was changed, for the people of Baghdad set him aside and put him and his family in a place apart. Now when his mother saw this, she fell into the sorriest of plights, and said, "There is no help but that I go to the Grand Chamberlain, and I must hope for the aidance of the subtle, the all-wise." Then she rose from her place and betook herself to the house of the Chamberlain, who was now become Sultan, and she found him sitting upon his carpet. So she went in to his wife Nuzhat al-Zaman, and wept with sore weeping, and said unto her, "Verily, the dead hath no friend. May Allah never bring you to what, as long as your age, the years endure, and may you cease not to rule justly over rich and poor. Thine ears have heard, and thine eyes have seen all that was ours of kinship, and honor, and dignity, and wealth, and fair fortune of life and condition. And now time hath turned upon us, and fate and the world have betrayed us, and wrought in hostile way with us. Wherefore I come to thee, craving thy favors, I from whom favors were craved. For when a man dieth, women and maidens are brought to disposal." And she repeated these couplets: "Suffice thee, death, such marvels can enhance, and severed lives make lasting severance. Men's days are marvels, and their stations are but water pits of misery and mischance. Naught wrings my heart, save loss of noble friends, girt round my rings of heart, harsh circumstance." When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard these words, she remembered her brother Zau al-Makan and his son Kanmakan, and making her draw near to her and showing her honor, she said, "Verily, at this moment, by Allah, I am grown rich, and thou art poor. Now, by the Lord, we did not cease to seek thee out, but we feared to wound thy heart, lest thou shouldest fancy our gifts to thee an alms gift. Withal, whatso weal we now enjoy is from thee and thy husband. So our house is thy house, and our place thy place, and thine is all our wealth, and what goods we have belong to thee." Then she robed her in sumptuous robes, and set apart for her a place in the palace adjoining her own, and they abode therein, she and her son, in all delight of life. And Nuzhat al-Zaman clothed him also in king's raiment, and gave to them both especial handmaids for their service. After a little she related to her husband the sad case of the widow of her brother Zau al-Makan, whereat his eyes filled with tears, and he said, "Wouldest thou see the world after thee, look thou upon the world after other than thyself. Then entreat her honorably, and enrich her poverty." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 6 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 7. When it was the 138th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman related to her husband the sad case of the widow of her brother Zau al-Makan, the Chamberlain said, 'Entreat her honorably, and enrich her poverty.' Thus far concerning Nuzhat al-Zaman and her consort and the relict of Zau al-Makan. But as regards Kanmakan and his cousin Kuzia Fakan, they grew up and flourished till they waxed like unto two fruit-laden boughs, or two shining moons, and they reached the age of 15. And she was indeed the fairest of maids who are modestly veiled, loosely faced, with smooth cheeks graced, and slender waist on heavy hips based. And her shape was the shaft's thin line, and her lips were sweeter than old wine, and the nectar of her mouth as it were the fountain Salsabil. Even as saith the poet in these two couplets, describing one like her: as though tisane of wine on her lips honey dew dropped from the ripened grapes, her mouth in cluster grew. And when her frame thou doublest, and low bends her vine, praise their Creator's might no creature ever knew. Of a truth Allah had united in her every charm, her shape would shame the branch of waving tree, and the rose before her cheeks craved lenity, and the honey dew of her lips of wine made jeer, however old and clear, and she gladdened heart and beholder with joyous cheer, even as saith of her the poet: goodly of gifts is she, and charm those perfect eyes, with lashes shaming kohl, and all the fair one kohl'd, and from those eyne the glances pierce the lover's heart, like sword in Mir al-Mu'minina Ali's hold. And, the relator continueth, as for Kanmakan, he became unique in loveliness, and excelling in perfection no less. None could even him in qualities, as in seemliness, and in the sheen of valour between his eyes was espied, testifying for him, while against him it never testified. The hardest hearts inclined to his side, his eyelids bore lashes, black as by coal, and he was of surpassing worth in body and soul. And when the down of lips and cheeks began to sprout bards, and poets sang for him far and near, appeared not my excuse till hair had clothed his cheek, and gloom o'ercrept that side face, sighed to stagger, a fawn, when eyes would batten on his charms, each glance deals thrusts like point of Khanjar dagger. And saith another, his lover's soul hath drawn upon his cheek an ant that perfected its rosy light. I marvel at such martyrs lies a pent, who yet with greeny robes of heaven are dight. Now it chanced one holiday that Kuzia Fakan fared forth to make festival with certain kindred of the court, and she went surrounded by her handmaids, and indeed beauty encompassed her. The roses of her cheeks dealt envy to their mole, from out her smiling lips Levi flashed white, gleaming like the chamomile, and Kanmakan began to turn about her and devour her with his sight, for she was the moon of resplendent light. Then he took heart, and giving his tongue a start, began to improvise. When shall the disappointed heart be healed of severance, and lips of union smile at ceasing of our hard mischance? Would heaven I knew shall come some night, and with it surely bring meeting with friend who like myself endureth sufferance. When Kuzia Fakan heard these couplets, she showed vexation and disapproval, and putting on a haughty and angry air, said to him, dost thou name me in thy verse to shame me amongst folk? By Allah, if thou turn not from this talk, I will assuredly complain of thee to the Grand Chamberlain, Sultan of Khorasan and Baghdad, and Lord of Justice and Equity, that disgrace and punishment may befall thee. Kanmakan made no reply for anger, but he returned to Baghdad. And Kuzia Fakan also returned to her palace, and complained of her cousin to her mother, who said to her, O my daughter, haply he meant thee no harm, and is he aught but an orphan? Withal, he said naught of reproach to thee, so beware thou tell none of this, lest perchance it come to the Sultan's ears, and he cut short his life, and blot out his name, and make it even as yesterday, whose memory hath passed away. However, Kanmakan's love for Kuzia Fakan spread abroad in Baghdad, so that the women talked of it. Moreover, his breast became straitened, and his patience waned, and he knew not what to do. Yet he could not hide his condition from the world. Then longed he to give vent to the pangs he endured, by reason of the lowe of separation, but he feared her rebuke and her wrath, so he began improvising. Now is my dread to incur reproaches which disturb her temper and her mind obscure. Patient I'll bear them, even a generous youth his case to cure, beareth the burn of brand his case to cure. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 139th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Grand Chamberlain became Sultan, they named him King Sasan, and after he had assumed the throne, he governed the people in righteous way. Now, as he was giving audience one day, Kanmakan's verses came to his knowledge. Thereupon he repented him of the past, and going in to his wife Nuzhat al-Zaman, said to her, Verily, to joy halfa grass and fire is the greatest of risks, and man may not be trusted with woman, so long as eye glanceth and eyelid quivereth. Now thy brother's son Kanmakan is come to man's estate, and it beloveth us to forbid him access to the room where anklets trickle. And it is yet more needful to forbid thy daughter the company of men, for the like of her should be kept in a harem. Replied she, Thou sayest sooth, O wise king. Next day came Kanmakan according to his wont, and going in to his aunt saluted her. She returned his salutation, and said to him, O my son, I have somewhat to say to thee, which I would fain leave unsaid, yet I must tell it thee, despite my inclination. Quoth he, Speak. And quoth she, Know then that thy sire the Chamberlain, the father of Kuzia Fakan, hath heard of the verses thou madest anent here, and hath ordered that she be kept in the harem, and out of thy reach. If therefore, O my son, thou want anything from us, I will send it to thee from behind the door, and thou shalt not look upon Kuzia Fakan, nor shalt thou return hither from this day forth. When he heard this, he arose and withdrew without speaking a single word, and betaking himself to his mother, related what his aunt had said. She observed, This all cometh of thine over-talking. Thou knowest that the news of thy passion for Kuzia Fakan is noised abroad, and the tattle hath spread everywhere, how thou eatest their food, and thereafter thou courtest their daughter. Rejoined he, And who should have her but I? She is the daughter of my father's brother, and I have the best of rights to her. Retorted his mother, These are idle words. Be silent, lest haply thy talk come to the King Sasan's ears, and it prove the cause of thy losing her, and the reason of thy ruin and increase of thine affliction. They have not sent us any supper to-night, and we shall die an-hungered. And were we in any land but this, we were already dead of famine, or of shame for begging our bread. When Kanmakan heard these words from his mother, his regrets redoubled, his eyes ran over with tears, and he complained and began improvising. Meanish this blame I ever bear from you. My heart loves her to whom all love is due. Ask not from me of patience jot or little. Divorce of patience by God's house I rue. What blamers preach of patience I unheed. Here am I, love path firmly to pursue. Indeed they bar me access to my love. Here am I, by God's truth no ill I sue. Good soothe my bones, whenas they hear thy name. Quail as birds quailed, when Nisus o'er them flew. Ah, say to them, who blame my love, that I will love that face fair cousin, till I die. And when he had ended his verses, he said to his mother, I have no longer a place in my aunt's house, nor among these people, but I will go forth from the palace, and abide in the corners of the city. So he and his mother left the court, and having sought an abode in the neighborhood of the poorer sort, there settled. But she used to go from time to time to King Sasan's palace, and thence take daily bread for herself and her son. As this went on, Kuzia Fakan took her aside one day, and said to her, Alas, O my Nonti, how is it with thy son? Replied she, O my daughter, sooth to say, he is tearful-eyed and heavy-hearted, being fallen into the net of thy love. And she repeated to her the couplets he had made, whereupon Kuzia Fakan wept and said, By Allah, I rebuked him not for his words, nor for ill will to him, but because I feared for him the malice of foes. Indeed, my passion for him is double that he feeleth for me. My tongue may not describe my yearning for him, and were it not for the extravagant wilfulness of his words and the wanderings of his wit, my father had not cut off from him favours that besit, nor had decreed unto him exclusion and prohibition as fit. However, men's days bring naught but change, and patience in all case is most becoming. Peradventure he who ordained our severance will vouchsafe us reunion. And she began versifying in these two couplets. O son of mine uncle, same sorrow I bear, and suffer the like of thy cark and thy care. Yet hide I from men that I suffer for pine, hide it too, and such secret to man never bear. When his mother heard this from her, she thanked her and blessed her. Then she left her and acquainted his son with what she had said, whereupon his desire for her increased, and he took heart, being eased of his despair and the turmoil of his love and care. And he said, By Allah, I desire none but her. And he began improvising. Leave this blame, I will list to no flout of my foe. I divulged my secret, was told to me keep. He is lost to my sight, for whose union I yearn, and I watch all the while he can slumber and sleep. So the days and nights went by, whilst Kanmakan lay tossing upon coals of fire, till he reached the age of 17, and his beauty had waxed perfect, and his wits were at their brightest. One night, as he lay awake, he communed with himself and said, Why should I keep silence till I waste away and see not my lover? Fault have I none save poverty, so by Allah, I am resolved to remove me from this region and wander over the wild of the world. For my position in this city is a torture, and I have no friend nor lover therein to comfort me. Wherefore I am determined to distract myself by absence from my native land, till I die, and take my rest after this shame and tribulation. And he began to improvise and recite these couplets. Albeit my vitals quiver 'neath this ban, before the foe myself I'll never unman. So pardon me, my vitals are a writ, whose superscription are my tears that ran. Hey ho, my cousin seemeth hoary way, came down to earth by reason of Rizwan. Scraped not the dreadful sword lung overlook, who dares the glancing of those eyne to scan. Over Allah's widespread world I'll roam and roam, and from such exile win what bread I can. Yes, over broad earth I'll roam and save my soul, all but her absence bearing like a man. With gladsome heart I'll haunt the field of fight, and meet the bravest brave in battle van. So Kanmakan fared forth from the palace barefoot, and he walked in a short-sleeved gown, wearing on his head a skull-cap of felt, 7 years old, and carrying a scone 3 days stale, and in the deep gloom of night betook himself to the portal of Al-Arish of Baghdad. Here he waited for the gate being opened, and when it was opened, he was the first to pass through it, and he went out at random, and wandered about the wastes, night and day. When the dark hours came, his mother sought him, but found him not, whereupon the world waxed strait upon her for all that it was great and wide, and she took no delight in aught of weal it supplied. She looked for him a first day, and a second day, and a third day, till 10 days were past, but no news of him reached her. Then her breast became contracted, and she shrieked and shrilled, saying, O my son, O my darling, thou hast revived my regrets. Sufficed not what I endured, but thou must depart from my home? After thee I care not for food, nor joy in sleep, and naught but tears and mourning are left me. O my son, from what land shall I call thee, and what town hath given thee refuge? Then her sobs burst out, and she began repeating these couplets. Well learnt we, since you left, our grief and sorrow to sustain, while bows of severance shot their shafts in many a railing rain. They left me, after girding on their cells of corduane, to fight the very pangs of death, while spanned their sandy plain. Mysterious through the nightly gloom there came the moan of dove, a ring-dove, and replied I, Cease thy plaint, how durst complain? If by my life her heart, like mine, were full of pain and pine, she had not taxed her neck with ring, nor soul with ruddy stain. Fled is mine own familiar friend, bequeathing me a store of parting pang and absence ache to suffer evermore. Then she abstained from food and drink, and gave herself up to excessive tear shedding and lamentation. Her grief became public property far and wide, and all the people of the town and countryside wept with her and cried, Where is thine eye, O Zau al-Makan? And they bewailed the rigours of time, saying, Would heaven we knew what hath befallen Kanmakan, that he fled his native town, and chased himself from the place where his father used to fill all in hungry case, and do justice and grace. And his mother redoubled her weeping and wailing, till the news of Kanmakan's departure came to King Sasan. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 7 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 8. When it was the 140th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that came to King Sasan the tidings of the departure of Kanmakan, through the chief emirs, who said to him, Verily, he is the son of our sovereign, and the seed of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and it hath reached us that he hath exiled himself from the land. When King Sasan heard these words, he was wroth with them, and ordered one of them to be hanged by way of silencing him, whereat the fear of him fell upon the hearts of all the other grandees, and they dared not speak one word. Then he called to mind all the kindness that Zau al-Makan had done him, and how he had charged him with the care of his son. Wherefore he grieved for Kanmakan and said, Needs must I have search made for him in all countries. So he summoned Tarkash and bade him choose 100 horse and wend with them in quest of the prince. Accordingly he went out and was absent 10 days. After which he returned and said, I can learn no tidings of him, and have hit on no trace of him, nor can any tell me aught of him. Upon this King Sasan repented him of that which he had done by the prince, whilst his mother abode in unrest continual, nor would patience come at her call, and thus passed over her 20 days in heaviness all. This is how it fared with these. But as regards Kanmakan, when he left Baghdad, he went forth perplexed about his case, and knowing not whither he should go. So he fared on alone through the desert for 3 days, and saw neither footman nor horseman. Withal his sleep fled, and his wakefulness redoubled, for he pined after his people and his homestead. He ate of the herbs of the earth, and drank of its flowing waters, and siested under its trees at hours of noontide heat, till he turned from that road to another way, and following it other 3 days, came on the 4th to a land of green leas, dyed with the hues of plants and trees, and with sloping valley sides made to please, abounding with the fruits of the earth. It had drunken of the cups of the cloud, to the sound of thunders rolling loud, and the song of the turtle dove gently sought, till its hills sloped were brightly verdant, and its fields were sweetly fragrant. Then Kanmakan recalled his father's city Baghdad, and for excess of emotion he broke out into verse. I roam, and roam in hope I to return, yet of returning see not how or when. I went for love of one I could not win, nor way of 'scaping ills that pressed could ken. When he ended his recital, he wept, but presently he wiped away his tears, and ate of the fruits of the earth enough for his present need. Then he made the wuzu ablution, and prayed the ordained prayers, which he had neglected all this time, and he sat resting in that place through the livelong day. When night came he slept, and ceased not sleeping till midnight, when he awoke and heard a human voice declaiming these couplets: What's life to me unless I see the pearly sheen of teeth I love, and sight that glorious mien? Pray for our bishops who in convent train Vying to bow before that heavenly queen, and death is lighter than the loved one's wrath, whose phantom haunts me, seen in every scene. O joy of cup companions, when they meet, and loved and lovers over each other lean. Even more in time of spring, the lord of flowers, when fragrant is the world with bloom and green. Drainer of vine juice, up with thee, for now earth is a heaven where sweet waters flow. When Kanmakan heard these stitch, his sorrows surged up, his tears ran down his cheeks like freshets, and flames of fire darted into his heart. So he rose to see who it was that spake these words, but saw none for the thickness of the gloom. Whereupon passion increased on him, and he was frightened, and restlessness possessed him. He descended from his place to the soul of the valley, and walked along the banks of the stream, till he heard the same voice, sighing heavy sighs, and reciting these couplets: Though 'tis thy wont to hide thy love perforce, yet weep on day of parting and divorce. 'Twixt me and my dear love were plighted vows, pledge of reunion, fonder intercourse. With joy inspires my heart, and deals it rest, Zephyr, whose coolness doth desire enforce. O Sada, thinks of me that anklet wearer, or parting broke she thought without remorse? And say, shall night foregather us, and we of suffered hardships tell in soft discourse? Quoth she, thou'rt daft for us and fey. Quoth I, saying thee how many a friend has turned to course. If taste mine eyes sweet sleep while she's away, Allah will loss of her thine eyes a curse. O wounds in vital mine, for cure they lack union and dewy lips, sweet Theriac. When Kanmakan heard this verse, again spoken by the same voice, yet saw no one, he knew that the speaker was a lover like unto himself, debarred from union with her who loved him. And he said to himself, 'Twere fitting that this man should lay his head to my head, and become my comrade in this my strangerhood. Then he hailed the speaker, and cried out to him, saying, O thou who farest in sombre night, draw near to me, and tell me thy tale. Haply thou shalt find me one who will succour thee in thy sufferings. And when the owner of the voice heard these words, he cried out, O thou that respondest to my complaint, and wouldest hear my story, who art thou amongst the nights? Art thou human or Jinni? Answer me speedily, ere thy death draw near, for I have wandered in this desert some 20 days, and have seen no one, nor heard any voice but thy voice. At these words Kanmakan said to himself, This one's case is like my case, for I, even I, have wandered 20 days, nor during my wayfare have I seen man or heard voice. And he added, I will make him no answer till day arise. So he was silent, and the voice again called out to him, saying, O thou that callest, if thou be of the Jinn, fare in peace, and if thou be man, stay a while, till the day break stark, and the night flee with the dark. The speaker abode in his place, and Kanmakan did likewise, and the twain in reciting verses never failed, and wept tears that railed till the light of day began loom, and the night departed with its gloom. Then Kanmakan looked at the other, and found him to be of the Badawi Arabs, a youth in the flower of his age, clad in worn clothes, and bearing in baldric a rusty sword which he kept sheathed, and the signs of love longing were apparent on him. he went up to him and accosted him and saluted him. And the Badawi returned the salute and greeted him with courteous wishes for his long life, but somewhat despised him, seeing his tender years and his condition, which was that of a pauper. So he said to him, O youth, of what tribe art thou, and to whom art thou kin among the Arabs? And what is thy history that thou goest by night after the fashion of knights? Indeed thou spakest to me in the dark words such as are spoken of none but doughty cavaliers and lion-like warriors. And now I hold thy life in hand, but I have compassion on thee by reason of thy green years. So I will make thee my companion, and thou shalt go with me to do me service. When Kanmakan heard him speak these unseemly words, after showing him such skill in verse, he knew that he despised him and would presume with him. Therefore he answered him with soft and well-chosen speech, saying, O chief of the Arabs, leave my tenderness of age, and tell me why thou wanderest by night in the desert reciting verses. Thou talkest, I see, of my serving thee. Who then art thou, and what moved thee to talk this wise? Answered he, Hark ye, boy, I am Sabah, son of Rama bin Humam. My people are of the Arabs of Syria, and I have a cousin, Nijma Hais, who to all that look on her brings delight. And when my father died, I was brought up in the house of his brother, the father of Najma. But as soon as I grew up and my uncle's daughter became a woman, they secluded her from me, and me from her, seeing that I was poor and without money in pouch. Then the chief of the Arabs and the heads of the tribes rebuked her sire, and he was abashed before them, and consented to give me my cousin, but upon condition that I should bring him as her dower 50 head of horses and 50 dromedaries which travel 10 days without a halt, and 50 camels laden with wheat, and a like number laden with barley, together with 10 black slaves and 10 handmaids. Thus the weight he set upon me was beyond my power to bear, for he exacted more than the marriage settlement as by law established. So here am I, traveling from Syria to Iraq, and I have passed 20 days without seeing other than myself. Yet I mean to go to Baghdad, that I may ascertain what merchantmen of wealth and importance start thence. Then will I fare forth in their track and loot their goods, and I will slay their escort and drive off their camels with their loads. But what manner of man art thou? Replied Kanmakan, Thy case is like unto my case, save that my evil is more grievous than thine ill. For my cousin is a king's daughter, and the dowry of which thou hast spoken would not content her people, nor would they be satisfied with the like of that from me. Quoth Saba, Surely thou art a fool, or thy wits for excess of passion are gathering wool. How can thy cousin be a king's daughter? Thou hast no sign of royal rank on thee, for thou art but a mendicant. Rejoined Kanmakan, O chief of the Arabs, let not this my case seem strange to thee, for what happened, happened. And if thou desire proof of me, I am Kanmakan, son of King Zaw al-Makan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of Baghdad and the realm Khorasan, and fortune band me with her tyrant man. For my father died, and my sultanate was taken by King Sasan. So I fled forth from Baghdad secretly, lest I be seen of any man, and have wandered 20 days without any but thyself to scan. So now I have discovered to thee my case, and my story is as thy story, and my need as thy need. When Saba heard this, he cried out, O my joy, I have attained my desire. I will have no loot this day but thyself, for since thou art of the seed of kings, and hast come out in beggar's garb, there is no help but thy people will seek thee. And if they find thee in any one's power, they will ransom thee with monies galore. So show me thy back, O my lad, and walk before me. Answered Kanmakan, O brother of the Arabs, act not on this wise, for my people will not buy me with silver nor with gold, not even with a copper dirham, and I am a poor man, having with me neither much nor little. So cease then to be upon this track, and take me to thy comrade. Fare we forth for the land of Iraq, and wander over the world, so haply we may win dower and marriage portion, and we may seek and enjoy our cousins' kisses and embraces when we come back. Hearing this, Saba waxed angry. His arrogance and fury redoubled, and he said, Woe to thee! Dost thou bandy words with me, O vilest of dogs that be? Turn thee thy back, or I will come down on thee with clack. Kanmakan smiled and answered, Why should I turn my back for thee? Is there no justice in thee? Dost thou not fear to bring blame upon the Arab man by driving a man like myself captive, in shame and disdain, before thou hast proved him on the plain, to know if he be a warrior or of cowardly strain? Upon this Saba laughed and replied, By Allah, a wonder! Thou art a boy in years told, but in talk thou art old. These words should come from none but a champion doughty and bold. What wantest thou of justice? Quoth Kanmakan, If thou wilt have me thy captive, to wend with thee and serve thee, throw down thine arms, and put off thine outer gear, and come on and wrestle with me, and whichever of us throw his opponent shall have his will of him, and make him his boy. Then Saba laughed and said, I think this waste of breath denoteth the nearness of thy death. Then he arose and threw down his weapon, and tucking up his skirt, drew near unto Kanmakan, who also drew near, and they gripped each other. But the Badawi found that the other had the better of him, and weighed him down as the quintal down weighs the diner. And he looked at his legs firmly planted on the ground, and saw that they were as two minarets strongly based, or two tent poles in earth encased, or two mountains which may not be displaced. So he acknowledged himself to be a failure, and repented of having come to wrestle with him, saying to himself, Would I had slain him with my weapon. Then Kanmakan took hold of him, and mastering him, shook him till the Badawi thought his bowels would burst in his belly, and he broke out, Hold thy hand, O boy! He heeded not his words, but shook him again, and lifting him from the ground, made with him towards the stream, that he might throw him therein. Whereupon the Badawi roared out, saying, O thou valiant man, what wilt thou do with me? Quoth he, I mean to throw thee into this stream. It will bear thee to the Tigris. The Tigris will bring thee to the river Isa, and the Isa will carry thee to the Euphrates, and the Euphrates will land thee in thine own country. So thy tribe shall see thee, and know thy manly cheer, and how thy passion be sincere. Then Saba cried aloud and said, O champion of the desert lair, do not with me what did the wicked dare, but let me go, by the life of thy cousin, the jewel of the fair. Hearing this, Kanmakan set him on the ground. But when he found himself at liberty, he ran to his sword and targe, and taking them up, stood plotting in himself treachery and sudden assault on his adversary. The prince kenned his intent in his eye, and said to him, I con what is in thy heart. Now thou hast hold of thy sword and thy targe. Thou hast neither length of hand, nor trick of wrestling, but thou thinkest that, were thou on thy mare, and couldst wheel about the plain, and ply me with thy skein, I had long ago been slain. But I will give thee thy requite, so there may be left in thy heart no despite, nor give me the targe and fall on me with thy whinger. Either thou shalt kill me, or I shall kill thee. Here it is, answered Saba, and throwing him the targe, bared his brand, and rushed at him sword in hand. Kanmakan hent the buckler in his right, and began to fend himself with it, while Saba struck at him, saying at each stroke, This is the finishing blow. But he fell harmless enow, for Kanmakan took all of his buckler, and it was waste work, though he did not reply, lacking the wherewithal to strike, and Saba ceased not to smite at him with the sabre, till his arm was weary. When his opponent saw this, he rushed upon him, and hugging him in his arm, shook him and threw him to the ground. Then he turned him over on his face, and pinioned his elbows behind him with the baldric of his sword, and began to drag him by the feet, and to make for the river. Thereupon cried Saba, What wilt thou do with me, O youth, and cavalier of the age, and brave of the plain where battle rage? Answered he, Did I not tell thee that it was my intent to send thee by the river to thy kin and to thy tribe, that thy heart be not troubled for them, nor their hearts be troubled for thee, and lest thou miss thy cousin's bride feast? At this Saba shrieked aloud, and wept, and screaming said, Do not thus, O champion of the times brave, let me go, and make me one of thy slaves. And he wept, and wailed, and began reciting these verses, I'm estranged fro' my folk, and estrangement's long. Shall I die amid strangers? Ah, would that I kenned. I die, nor my kinsmen shall know where I am slain, die in exile, nor see the dear face of my friend. Thereupon Kanmakan had compassion on him, and said, Make with me a covenant true, and swear me an oath to be a comrade as due, and to bear me company wheresoever I may go. 'Tis well, replied Saba, and swore accordingly. Then Kanmakan loosed him, and he rose, and would have kissed the prince's hand, but he forbade him that. Then the Badawi opened his scrip, and taking out 3 barley scones, laid them before Kanmakan, and they both sat down on the bank of the stream to eat. When they had done eating together, they made the lesser ablution, and prayed. After which they sat talking of what had befallen each of them, from his people and from the shifts of time. Presently said Kanmakan, Whither dost thou now intend? Replied Saba, I purpose to repair to Baghdad, thy native town, and abide there until Allah vouchsafe me the marriage portion." Rejoined the other, "Up then, and to the road, I tarry here." So the Badawi farewelled him, and took the way for Baghdad, whilst Kanmakan remained behind, saying to himself, "O my soul, with what face shall I return pauper, poor? Now, by Allah, I will not go back empty-handed, and if the Almighty please, I will assuredly work my deliverance." Then he went to the stream and made the wuzu washing, and when prostrating, he laid his brow in the dust and prayed to the Lord, saying, "O Allah, thou who sendest down the dew, and feedest the worm that homes in the stone, I beseech thee vouchsafe me my livelihood of thine omnipotence and the grace of thy benevolence." Then he pronounced the salutation which closes prayer. Yet every road appeared closed to him, and while he sat turning right and left, behold, he espied a horseman making towards him with bent back and reins slack. He sat upright, and after a time reached the prince. And the stranger was at the last gasp, and made sure of death, for he was grievously wounded when he came up. The tears streamed down his cheeks like water from the mouth of skins, and he said to Kanmakan, "O chief of the Arabs, take me to thy friendship as long as I live, for thou wilt not find my like, and give me a little water, though the drinking of water be harmful to one wounded, especially whilst the blood is flowing and the life with it. And if I live, I will give thee what shall heal thy penury and thy poverty, and if I die, mayst thou be blessed for thy good intent." Now under that horseman was a stallion, so noble a rabbit, the tongue fails to describe him. And as Kanmakan looked at his legs like marble shafts, he was seized with a longing, and said to himself, "Verily, the one of this stallion is not to be found in our time." Then he helped the rider to alight, and entreated him in friendly guise, and gave him a little water to swallow, after which he waited till he had taken rest, and addressed him, saying, "Who hath dealt thus with thee?" Quoth the rider, "I will tell thee the truth of the case. I am a horse thief, and I have busied myself with lifting and snatching horses all my life, night and day, and my name is Ghassan, the plague of every stable and stallion. I heard tell of this horse, that he was in the land of Rome with King Afridun, where they had named him Al-Katul, and surnamed him Al-Majnun. So I journeyed to Constantinople for his sake, and watched my opportunity, and whilst I was thus waiting, there came out an old woman, one highly honoured among the Greeks, and whose word with them is law, by name Zat al-Dawahi, a past mistress in all manner of trickery. She had with her this steed and 10 slaves, no more, to attend on her and the horse. And she was bound for Baghdad and Khorasan, there to seek King Sasan, and to sue for peace and pardon from ban. So I went out in their track, longing to get at the horse, and ceased not to follow them, but was unable to come by the stallion, because of the strict guard kept by the slaves, till they reached this country, and I feared lest they enter the city of Baghdad. As I was casting about to steal the stallion, lo, a great cloud of dust arose on them and walled the horizon. Presently it opened and disclosed 50 horsemen, gathered together to waylay merchants on the highway, and their captain, by name Kardash, was a lion in daring and dash, a furious lion who layeth knights flat as carpets in battle crash. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 8 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3.
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 9. When it was the 141st Night, she said, It has reached me, O auspicious King, that the wounded rider spake thus to Kanmakan. Then came out the same Kahrdash, and fell on the old woman and her men, and bore down upon them, bashing them. Nor was it long before they bound her, and the 10 slaves bore off their captives and the horse rejoicing. When I saw this, I said to myself, My pains were in vain, nor did I attain my gain. However, I waited to see how the affair would fare. And when the old woman found herself in bonds, she wept and said to the captain, Kahrdash, O thou doughty champion and furious knight, what wilt thou do with an old woman and slaves, now that thou hast thy will of the horse? And she beguiled him with soft words, and she sware that she would send him horses and cattle till he released her and her slaves. Then he went his way, he and his comrades, and I followed them till they reached his country, and I watched them, till at last I found an opportunity of stealing the horse, whereupon I mounted him and, drawing a whip from my wallet, struck him with it. When the robbers heard this, they came out on me and surrounded me on all sides and shot arrows and cast spears at me, whilst I stuck fast on his back and he fended me with hoofs and forehand, till at last he bolted out with me from amongst them like an unerring shaft or shooting star. But in the stress I got sundry grievous wounds and sore, and since that time I have passed on his back 3 days without tasting food or sleeping aught, so that my strength is down brought, and the world is become to me as naught. But thou hast dealt kindly with me, and hast shown ruth on me, and I see thee naked stark, and sorrow hath set on thee its mark, yet are signs of wealth and gentle breeding manifest on thee. So tell me, what and whence art thou, and whither art thou bound? Answered the Prince, My name is Kanmakan, son of Zau al Makan, son of King Omar bin al Nu'uman. When my father died and an orphan lot was my fate, a base man seized the throne and became king over small and great. Then he told him all his past from first to last, and the horse thief said to him, for he pitied him, By Allah, thou art one of high degree and exceeding nobility, and thou shalt surely attain estate sublime and become the first cavalier of thy time, if thou can lift me on horseback and mount thee behind me and bring me to my own land. Thou shalt have honour in this world and a reward on the day of band calling to band, for I have no strength left to steady myself. And if this be my last day, the steed is thine alway, for thou art worthier of him than any other. Quoth Kanmakan, By Allah, if I could carry thee on my shoulders or share my days with thee, I would do this deed without the steed. For I am of a breed that loveth to do good and to succour those in need, and one kindly action in Almighty Allah's honour averteth 70 calamities from his doer. So make ready to set out and put thy trust in the subtle, the all-wise. And he would have lifted him on to the horse and fared forward trusting in Allah, aider of those who seek aid. But the horse thief said, Wait for me a while. Then he closed his eyes and opening his hands, said, I testify that there is no God but the God, and I testify that Mohammed is the apostle of God. And he added, O glorious one, pardon me my mortal sin, for none can pardon mortal sins save the Immortal. And he made ready for death and recited these couplets. I have wronged mankind and have ranged like wind over the world, and in the wine cups my life has passed. I have swum torrent course to bear off the horse, and my guiles high places on plain have cast. Much I've tried to win, and overmuch my sin, and catul of my winnings is most and last. I had hoped of this steed to gain wish and need, but vain was the end of this journey's vast. I have stolen through life, and my death in strife, and was doomed by the Lord who does all forecast. And I have told these tales to their fatal end, for an orphan, a pauper, saw kiss and friend. And when he finished these verses he closed his eyes and opened his mouth. Then with a single death rattling he left this world. Thereupon Kanmakan rose and dug a grave and laid him in the dust, after which he went up to the steed and kissed him and wiped his face and joyed with exceeding joy, saying, None has the fellow of this stallion, no, not even King Sasan. But such was the case with Kanmakan. As regards King Sasan, presently news came to him that Wazir Dandan had thrown off his allegiance, and with him half the army, who swore that they would have no king but Kanmakan. And the Minister had bound the troops by a solemn covenant, and had gone with them to the islands of India, and to Berber Island, and to Black Island, where he had levied armies from far and near, like unto the swollen sea from fear, and none could tell the host's van from its rear. And the Minister was resolved to make for Baghdad, and take the kingdom in ward, and slay every soul who dare retard, having sworn not to return the sword of war to its sheath, till he had made Kanmakan king. When these news came to Sasan, he was drowned in the sea of appeal, knowing that the whole state would turn against him, great and small, and his trouble redoubled and his care became despair. So he opened his treasuries and distributed his monies among his officers. And he prayed for Kanmakan's return, that he might draw his heart to him with fair usage and bounty, and make him commander of those troops which ceased not being faithful to him. So might he quench the sparks ere they became a flame. Now when the news of this reached Kanmakan by the merchants, he returned in haste to Baghdad, on the back of aforesaid stallion, and as King Sasan sat perplexed upon his throne, he heard of the coming of Kanmakan. Whereupon he dispatched all the troops and headmen of the city to meet him. So all who were in Baghdad fared forth and met the Prince and escorted him to the palace and kissed the thresholds, whilst the damsels and eunuchs went on to his mother and gave her the fair tidings of his return. She came to him and kissed him between the eyes, but he said to her, "O mother mine, let me go to my uncle King Sasan, who has overwhelmed me with weal and boon." And while he so did, all the palace people and headmen marvelled at the beauty of the stallion and said, "No king is like unto this man." So Kanmakan went in to the King Sasan and saluted him as he rose to receive him, and kissing his hands and feet, offered him the horse as a present. The King greeted him, saying, "Welcome, and welcome to my son Kanmakan. By Allah, the world hath been straitened on me by reason of thine absence, but praised be Allah for thy safety." And Kanmakan called down blessings on him. Then the King looked at the stallion, Al Katul highs, and knew him for the very horse he had seen in such and such a year, whilst beleaguering the gross worshippers of Constantinople with Kanmakan's sire, Zu al Makan, that time they slew his uncle Sharrkan. So he said to the Prince, "If thy father could have come by this courser, he would have bought it with 1,000 blood horses. But now let the honour return to the honourable. We accept the steed and we give him back to thee as a gift, for to him thou hast more right than any wit, being knightliest of knightliest." Then King Sasan bade bring forth for him dresses of honour and led horses and appointed to him the chief of lodging in the palace, and showed him the utmost affection and honour, because he feared the issue of the Wazir Dandan's doings. At this Kanmakan rejoiced, and shame and humiliation ceased from him. Then he went to his horse and, going to his mother, asked, "O my mother, how is it with the daughter of my uncle?" Answered she, "By Allah, O my son, my concern for thine absence hath distracted me from any other, even from thy beloved, especially as she was the cause of thy strangerhood and thy separation from me." Then he complained to her of his case, saying, "O my mother, go to her and speak with her. Haply she will vouchsafe me her sight to see and dispel from me this despondency." Replied his mother, "Idle desires abase men's necks, so put away from thee this thought that can only vex, for I will not wend to her nor go in to her with such message." Now when he heard his mother's words, he told her what said the horse thief concerning Zat al Dawahi, how the old woman was then in the land purposing to make Baghdad, and added, "It was she who slew my uncle and my grandfather, and needs must I avenge them by man both, that our reproach be wiped out." Then he left her and repaired to an old woman, a wicked whorish pernicious beldam by name of Sadana, and complained to her of his case and of what he suffered for love of his cousin Kuzia Fakan, and begged her to go unto her and win her favour for him. "I hear and I obey," answered the old hag, and leaving him betook herself to Kuzia Fakan's palace, that she might intercede with her in his behalf. Then she returned to him and said, "Of the truth Kuzia Fakan salutes thee and promises to visit thee this night about midnight." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 9 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 3.
The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 10. When it was the 142nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the old woman came to Kanmakan and said, "Of a truth the daughter of thine uncle saluteth thee, and she will visit thee this night about midnight," he rejoiced and sat down to await the fulfilment of his cousin's promise. But before the hour of night she came to him, wrapped in a veil of black silk, and she went in to him and aroused him from sleep, saying, "How canst thou pretend to love me, when thou art sleeping heart free and in complete content?" So he awoke and said, "By Allah, O desire of my heart, I slept not but in the hope that thine image might visit my dreams." Then she chid him with soft words and began versifying in these couplets, "Hadst thou been lief in love's loyalty, ne'er haddest suffered sleep to seal those eyne. O thou who claimest lover loyalty, treading the lover's path of pain and pine, by Allah, O my cousin, never yet did eyes of lover sleep such sleep in thine." Now when he heard his cousin's words he was abashed before her and rose and excused himself. Then they embraced and complained to each other of the anguish of separation, and they ceased not thus till dawn broke and day dispersed itself over the horizon, when she rose preparing to depart. Upon this Kanmakan wept and sighed and began improvising these couplets, "O thou who deignest come at sorest sink, whose lips those teeth like necklaced pearls enshrine, I kissed him 1,000 times and clipped his waist, and spent the night with cheek to cheek close line, till to depart us twain came dawning day, like sword edge drawn from sheath in radiant line." And when he ended his poetry, Kuzia Fakan took leave of him and returned to her palace. Now certain of her damsels became aware of her secret, and one of these slave girls disclosed it to King Sasan, who went in to Kuzia Fakan and drawing his sabre upon her, would have slain her. But her mother, Nuzhat al Zaman, entered and said to him, "By Allah, do her no harm, for if thou hurt her, the report will be noised among the folk and thou shalt become a reproach amongst the kings of the age. Know thou that Kanmakan is no son of adultery, but a man of honour and nobility, who would not do aught that could shame him, and she was reared with him. So be not hasty, for verily the report is spread abroad among all the palace people and all the folk of Baghdad, how the Wazir Dandan hath levied armies from all countries and is on his way hither to make Kanmakan king." Quoth Sasan, "By Allah, needs must I cast him into such calamity that neither earth shall support him nor sky shall shadow him. I did but speak him fair and show him favour because of my lieges and my lords, lest they incline to him; but right soon shalt thou see what shall betide." Then he left her and went out to order the affairs of the realm. Such then was the case with King Sasan; but as regards Kanmakan, on the next day he came in to his mother and said, "O my mother, I am resolved to ride forth a raiding and a looting, and I will cut the road of caravans and lift horses and flocks, negroes and white slaves, and as soon as I have collected great store and my case is bettered galore, I will demand my cousin Kuzia Fakan in marriage of my uncle Sasan." Replied she, "O my son, of a truth the goods of men are not ready to hand like a scape camel; for on this side of them are sword strokes and lance lungings and men that eat the wild beast and lay countries waste and chase lynxes and hunt lions." Quoth he, "Heaven forfend that I turn back from my resolve, till I have won to my will." Then he despatched the old woman to Kuzia Fakan to tell her that he was about to set out in quest of a marriage settlement befitting her, saying to the beldam, "Thou needs must pray her to send me an answer." "I hear and I obey," replied the old woman, and going forth, presently returned with Kuzia Fakan's reply, which was, "She will come to thee at midnight." So he abode awake till one half of the night was past, when restlessness got hold of him and before he was aware she came in to him, saying, My life be thy ransom from wakefulness." And he sprang up to receive her, exclaiming, "O desire of my heart, my life be thy redemption from all ills and evils." Then he acquainted her with his intent and she wept, but he said, "Weep not, O daughter of my uncle, for I beseech Him who decreed our separation to vouchsafe us reunion and fair understanding." Then Kanmakan, having fixed a day for departure, went in to his mother and took leave of her, after which came he down from his palace and threw the baldrick of his sword over his shoulder and donned turband and face veil; and mounting his horse Al Katul, and looking like the moon at its full, he threaded the streets of Baghdad till he reached the city gate. And behold, here he found Sabbah bin Rammah coming out of town, and his comrade seeing him, ran to his stirrup and saluted him. He returned his salutation and Sabbah asked him, "O my brother, how camest thou by this good steed and this sword and clothes, whilst I up to present time have gotten nothing but my sword and target?" Answered Kanmakan, "The hunter returneth not but with quarry after the measure of his intention. A little after thy departure fortune came to me; so now say, wilt thou go with me and work thine intent in my company and journey with me in this desert?" Replied Sabbah, "By the Lord of the Ka'abah, from this time forth I will call thee naught but my lord." Then he ran on before the horse, with his sword hanging from his neck and his budget between his shoulder blades, and Kanmakan rode a little behind him, and they plunged into the desert for a space of 4 days, eating of the gazelles and drinking water of the springs. On the 5th day they drew near a high hill, at whose foot was a spring encampment and a deep running stream, and the knolls and hollows were filled with camels and cattle and sheep and horses, and little children played about the pens and folds. When Kanmakan saw this, he rejoiced at the sight and his breast was filled with delight; so he addressed himself to fight, that he might take the camels and the cattle, and said to Sabbah, "Come, fall with us upon this loot, whose owners have left it unguarded here, and do we battle for it with near and far, so haply may fall to our lot of goods some share." Replied Sabbah, "O my lord, verily they to whom these herds belong be many in number, and among them are doughty horsemen and fighting footmen, and if we venture lives in this daring do, we shall fall into danger great, and neither of us will return safe from this bait; but we shall both be cut off by fate and leave our cousins desolate." Then Kanmakan laughed and knew that he was a coward; so he left him and rode down the rise intent on rapine, with loud cries and chanting these couplets, "Oh, a valiant race are the sons of Nu'uman, braves whose blades shred heads of the foeman clan; a tribe who, when tried in the tussle of war, taketh prowess stand in the battle van. In their tents safe close Gabalunzis eyne, nor his poverty's ugly features scan, and I for their aidance sue of Him, who is King of Kings and made soul of man." Then he rushed upon the she camels like a he camel in rut, and drove all before him, sheep and cattle, horses and dromedaries. Therewith the slaves ran at him with their blades so bright and their lances so long, and at their head rode a Turkish horseman who was indeed a stout champion, doughty in fray and in battle chance, and skilled to wield the nut brown lance and the blade with bright glance. He drove at Kanmakan, saying, "Woe to thee! Knewest thou to whom these herds belong, thou hadst not done this deed. Know that they are the goods of the band Grecian, the champions of the ocean and the troop Circassian; and this troop containeth none but valiant wights, numbering 100 knights, who have cast off the allegiance of every Sultan. But there hath been stolen from them a noble stallion, and they have vowed not to return hence without him." Now when Kanmakan heard these words, he cried out, saying, "O villain, this I bestride is the steed whereof ye speak and after which ye seek. and ye would do battle with me for his sake. So come out against me, all of you at once, and do you dourest for the nonce." Then he shouted between the ears of Al Katul, who ran at them like a Ghul, whereupon Kanmakan let drive at the Turk and ran him through the body and threw him from his horse and let out his life; after which he turned upon a second and a third and a fourth, and also of life bereft them. When the slaves saw this, they were afraid of him, and he cried out and said to them, "Ho, sons of whores! Drive out the cattle and the stud, or I will dye my spear in your blood." So they untethered the beasts and began to drive them out, and Sabbah came down to Kanmakan with loud voicing and hugely rejoicing, when lo! there arose a cloud of dust and grew till it walled the view, and there appeared under of it riders an hundred, like lions an hungered. Upon this Sabbah took flight and fled to the hill's topmost height, leaving the assailable site, and enjoyed sight of the fight, saying, "I am no warrior, but in sport and jest I delight." Then the 100 cavaliers made towards Kanmakan and surrounded him on all sides, and one of them accosted him, saying, "Whither goest thou with this loot?" Quoth he, "I have made it my prize and am carrying it away, and I forbid you from it, or come on to the combat, for know ye that he who is before you is a terrible lion and an honourable champion and a sword that cutteth wherever it turneth." When the horseman heard these words, he looked at Kanmakan and saw that he was a knight like a mane clad lion in might, whilst his face was as the full moon rising on its 14th night, and velour shone from between his eyes. Now that horseman was the captain of the 100 horse, and his name was Kahrdash. And when he saw in Kanmakan the perfection of cavalarice, with surpassing gifts of comeliness, his beauty reminded him of a beautiful mistress of his, whose name was Fatin. Now she was one of the fairest of women in face, for Allah had given her charms and grace and noble qualities of all kind, such as tongue faileth to explain and which ravish the hearts of men. Moreover, the cavaliers of the tribe feared her prowess, and all the champions of that land stood in awe of her high spirit. And she had sworn that she would not marry nor let any possess her except he should conquer her in combat, Kahrdash being one of her suitors. And she said to her father, "None shall approach me, save he be able to deal me overthrow in the field and stead of war thrust and blow." Now when this news reached Kahrdash, he scorned to fight with a girl, fearing reproach, and one of his intimates said to him, "Thou art complete in all conditions of beauty and goodliness; so if thou contend with her, even though she be stronger than thou must needs overcome her, for, when she seeth thy beauty and grace, she will be discomfited before thee and yield thee the victory. For verily women have a need of men, even as thou heedest full plain." Nevertheless Kahrdash refused and would not contend with her, and he ceased not to abstain from her thus, till he met from Kanmakan that which hath been set down. Now he took the Prince for his beloved Fatin and was afraid; albeit indeed she loved him for what she had heard of his beauty and velour. So he went up to him and said, "Woe to thee, O Fatin! Thou comest here to show me thy prowess, but now alight from thy steed, that I may talk with thee, for I have lifted these cattle and have foiled my friends and waylaid many a brave and man of knightly race, all for the sake of thy beauty of form and face, which are without peer. So marry me now that kings' daughters may serve thee, and thou shalt become queen of these countries." When Kanmakan heard these words, the fires of wrath flamed up in him and he cried out, "Woe to thee, O Persian dog! Leave Fatin and thy trust and mistrust and come to cut and thrust, for eftsoon thou shalt lie in the dust." And so saying he began to wheel about him and assail him and feel the way to prevail. But when Kahrdash observed him closely, he knew him for a doughty knight and a stalwart in fight, and the error of his thought became manifest to him, whenas he saw the green down on his cheeks dispread like myrtles springing from the heart of a rose bright red. And he feared his onslaught and quoth he to those with him, "Woe to you! Let one of you charge down upon him and show him the keen sword and the quivering spear; for know that when many do battle with one man, it is a foul shame, even though he be a Kemperly wight and an invincible knight." Upon this there ran at Kanmakan a horseman like a lion in fight, mounted on a black horse with hoofs snow white, and a star on his forehead the bigness of a dirham, astounding wit and sight, as he were Abjar, which was Antar's destroyer, even as saith of him the poet, "The courser chargeth on battling foe, mixing heaven on high with the earth down low, as though the morning had blazed his brow, and he rends her vitals as quid pro quo." He rushed upon Kanmakan and they wheeled about a while, giving blows and taking blows such as confound the sprite and dim the sight. But Kanmakan was the first to smite the foe a swashing blow that rove through turband and iron skull cap and reached his head, and he fell from his steed with the fall of a camel when he rolleth over. Then a second came out to him and offered battle, and in like guise a third, a fourth and a fifth, and he did with them all as he had done with the first. Thereupon the rest at once rushed upon him, for indeed they were roused by rage and wild with wrath; but it was not long before he had pierced them all with the point of his spear. When Kahrdash saw these feats of arms, he feared death, for he knew that the youth was stoutest of heart, and concluded that he was unique among knights and braves. And he said to Kanmakan, "I waive my claim to thy blood, and I pardon thee the blood of my comrades: so take what thou wilt of the cattle and wend thy ways; for thy firmness in fight moveth my ruth, and life is better for thee than death." Replied Kanmakan, "Thou lackest not of the generosity of the noble; but leave this talk and run for thy life, and reck not of blame, nor think to get back the booty, but take the straight path for thine own safety." Thereupon Kahrdash waxed exceeding wroth, and rage moved him to the cause of his death. So he said to Kanmakan, "Woe to thee! An thou knew who I be, thou wouldst not wield these words in the open field. I am the lion to bash, known as Kahrdash, he who spoileth great kings and waylayeth all travellings and seizeth the merchants' preciousest things. And the steed under thee is that I am seeking, and I call upon thee to tell me how thou camest by him and hast him in thy keeping." Replied Kanmakan, "Know thou that this steed was being carried to my uncle, King Sasan, under the escort of an ancient dame high in rank, attended by 10 slaves, when thou fellest upon her and tookest the horse from her; and I have a debt of blood against this old woman for the sake of my grandfather, King Omar bin al Nu'uman, and my uncle, King Sharrkan." "Woe to thee," quoth Kahrdash. "Who is thy father, O thou that hast no lawful mother?" Quoth he, "Know that I am Kanmakan bin Zau al Makan, son of Omar bin al Nu'uman." But when Kahrdash heard this address, he said, "Thy perfection cannot be denied, nor yet the union in thee of knightly virtue and seemlihead." And he added, "Fare in peace, for thy father showed us favour." Rejoined Kanmakan, "By Allah, I will not deign to honour thee, O wretch I disdain, so far as to overcome thee in battle plain." Upon this the Badawi waxed wroth and they drove at each other, shouting aloud, whilst their horses pricked their ears and raised their tails; and they ceased not clashing together with such a crash that it seemed to each as if the firmament were split in sunder; and they continued to strive like two rams which butt, smiting and exchanging with their spears thrust and cut. Presently Kahrdash foined at Kanmakan, but he evaded it, and so pierced him through the breast that the spear head issued from his back. Then he collected the horses and the plunder, and he cried out to the slaves, saying, "Up and be driving as hard as ye may." Hearing this, down came Sabbah and accosting Kanmakan, said to him, "Right well hast thou dight, O Knight of the Age! Verily I prayed Allah for thee, and the Lord heard my prayer." Then he cut off Kahrdash's head, and Kanmakan laughed and said, "Woe to thee, O Sabbah! I thought thee a rider fain of fight." Quoth the Badawi, "Forget not thy slave in the division of the spoil, so haply therewith I may marry my cousin Najmah." Answered Kanmakan, "Thou shalt assuredly share in it; but now keep watch over the booty and the slaves." Then he set out for his home and he ceased not journeying night and day till he drew near Baghdad city, and all the troops heard of Kanmakan and saw what was his of loot and cattle and the horse thief's head on the point of Sabbah's spear. Also, for he was a noted highwayman, the merchants knew Kahrdash's head and rejoiced, saying, "Allah hath rid mankind of him!" And they marvelled at his being slain and blessed his slayer. Thereupon all the people of Baghdad came to Kanmakan, seeking to know what adventures had befallen him, and he told them what had passed, whereupon all men were taken with awe of him, and the knights and champions feared him. Then he drove his spoil under the palace walls, and planting the spear heel, on whose point was Kahrdash's head, over against the royal gate, gave largesse to the people of Baghdad, distributing horses and camels, so that all loved him and their hearts inclined to him. Presently he took Sabbah and lodged him in a spacious dwelling and gave him a share of the loot, after which he went in to his mother and told her all that had befallen him in his last journey. Meanwhile the news of him reached the King, who rose from his levee and shutting himself up with his chief officers, said to them, "Know ye that I desire to reveal to you my secret and acquaint you with the hidden facts of my case; and further know that Kanmakan will be the cause of our being uprooted from this kingdom, our birthplace, for he hath slain Kahrdash, albeit he had with him the tribes of the Kurds and the Turks, and our affair with him will end in our destruction, seeing that the most part of our troops are his kinsmen, and ye weet what the Wazir Dandan hath done, how he disowneth me, after all I have shown him of favours, and after being faithful he hath turned traitor. Indeed, it hath reached me that he hath levied an army in the provinces and hath planned to make Kanmakan Sultan, for that the Sultanate was his father's and his grandfather's, and assuredly he will slay me without mercy." Now when the lords of the realm heard from him these words, they replied, "O King, verily this man is unequal to this, and did we not know him to have been reared by thee, not one of us would approve of him. And know thou that we are at thy commandment. If thou desire his death, we will do him die; and if thou wilt remove him, we will remove him." Now when King Sasan heard this, he said, "Verily to slay him were wise, but needs must ye swear an oath to it." So all sware to slay Kanmakan without giving him a chance, to the end that, when the Wazir Dandan should come and hear of his death, his force might be weakened and he fail of his design. When they had made this compact and covenant with Trim, the King honoured them with the highest honours and presently retired to his own apartments. But the officers deserted him and the troops refused their service and would neither mount nor dismount until they should espy what might befall, for they saw that most of the army was with the Wazir Dandan. Presently the news of these things came to Kuzia Fakan and caused her much concern, so that she sent for the old woman who was wont to carry messages between her and her cousin, and when she came, bade her go to him and warn him of the plot. Whereto he replied, "Bear my salutation to the daughter of my uncle and say to her, Verily the earth is of Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, and he giveth it as heritage to whomsoever of his servants he willeth. How excellent is the saying of the sayer, Allah holds kingship; whoso seeks without him victory, shall be cast out with soul condemned to hell of low degree. Had I or any other man a finger breadth of land, the rule were changed, and men a twain of partner gods would see." Then the old woman returned to Kuzia Fakan and told her his reply and acquainted her that he abode in the city. Meanwhile King Sasan awaited his faring forth from Baghdad, that he might send after him some who would slay him, till it befell one morning that Kanmakan went out to course and chase, accompanied by Sabbah, who would not leave him night or day. He caught 10 gazelles and among them one that had tender black eyes and turned right and left: so he let her go, and Sabbah said to him, "Why didst thou free this gazelle?" Kanmakan laughed and set the others free also, saying, "It is only humane to release gazelles that have young, and this one turned not from side to side, save to look for her fawns. So I let her go and released the others in her honour." Quoth Sabbah, "Do thou release me, that I may go to my people." At this Kanmakan laughed and smote him with the spear butt on the breast, and he fell to the ground squirming like a snake. Whilst they were thus doing, behold, they saw a dust cloud spiring high and heard the tramp of horses, and presently there appeared under it a plump of knights and braves. Now the cause of their coming was this: some of his followers had acquainted King Sasan with Kanmakan's going out to the chase; so he sent for an Emir of the Daylamites called Jamí' and 20 of his horsemen, and gave them money and bade them slay Kanmakan. So when they drew near the Prince, they charged upon him and he met them in mid charge and killed them all, to the last man. And behold, King Sasan took horse and riding out to meet his people, found them all slain, whereat he wondered and turned back, when lo! the people of the city laid hands upon him and bound him straitly. As for Kanmakan, after that adventure he left the place behind him and rode onward with Sabbah the Badawi, and while he went, lo! he saw a youth sitting at the door of a house on his road and saluted him. The youth returned his greeting and going into the house brought out 2 platters, one full of soured milk and the other of brewis swimming in clarified butter. And he set the platter before Kanmakan, saying, "Favour us by eating of our victual." But he refused, and quoth the young man to him, "What aileth thee, O man, that thou wilt not eat?" Quoth Kanmakan, "I have a vow upon me." The youth asked, "What is the cause of thy vow?" And Kanmakan answered, "Know that King Sasan seized my kingdom like a tyrant and an enemy, although it was my father's and my grandfather's before me. Yet he became master of it by force after my father's death, and took no count of me, by reason of my tender years. So I have bound myself by a vow to eat no man's victual, till I have eased my heart of my foe." Rejoined the youth, "Rejoice, for Allah hath fulfilled thy vow. Know that he hath been prisoned in a certain place, and methinks he will soon die." Asked Kanmakan, "In what house is he confined?" "Under yon high dome," answered the other. The Prince looked and saw the folk entering and buffeting Sasan, who was suffering the agonies of the dying. So he arose and went up to the pavilion and noted what was therein, after which he returned to his place and sitting down to the proffered victual, ate what sufficed him and put the rest in his wallet. Then he took seat in his own place and ceased not sitting till it was dark night, and the youth, whose guest he was, slept; when he rose and repaired to the pavilion wherein Sasan was confined. Now about it were dogs guarding it, and one of them sprang at him; so he took out of his budget a bit of meat and threw it to him. He ceased not casting flesh to the dogs till he came to the pavilion and, making his way to where King Sasan was, laid his hand upon his head; whereupon he said in a loud voice, "Who art thou?" He replied, "I am Kanmakan whom thou stravest to kill, but Allah made thee fall into thine evil device. Did it not suffice thee to take my kingdom and the kingdom of my father, but thou must purpose to slay me?" And Sasan swore a false oath that he had not plotted his death and that the brute was untrue. So Kanmakan forgave him and said to him, "Follow me." Quoth he, "I cannot walk a single step for weakness." Quoth Kanmakan, "If the case be thus, we will get us 2 horses and ride forth, I and thou, and seek the open." So he did as he said, and he took horse with Sasan and rode till daybreak, when they prayed the dawn prayer and fared on and ceased not faring till they came to a garden, where they sat down and talked. Then Kanmakan rose to Sasan and said, "Is aught left to set thy heart against me?" "No, by Allah," replied Sasan. So they agreed to return to Baghdad, and Sabbah the Badawi said, "I will go before you, to give folk the fair tidings of your coming." Then he rode on in advance, acquainting women and men with the good news. So all the people came out to meet Kanmakan with tabrets and pipes, and Kuzia Fakan also came out, like the full moon shining in all her splendour of light through the thick darkness of the night. So Kanmakan met her, and soul yearned to soul and body longed for body. There was no talk among the people of the time but of Kanmakan, for the Knights bore witness of him that he was the most valiant of the folk of the age, and said, "It is not right that other than Kanmakan should be our Sultan, but the throne of his grandfather shall revert to him as it began." Meanwhile Sasan went in to his wife Nuzhat al Zaman, who said to him, "I hear that the folk talk of nothing but Kanmakan and attribute to him such qualities as tongue never can." He replied, "Hearing of a man is not like seeing a man. I have seen him, but have noted in him none of the attributes of perfection. Not all that is heard is said, but folk ape one another in extolling and cherishing him, and Allah maketh his praises to run on the lips of men, so that there incline to him the hearts of the people of Baghdad and of the Wazir Dandan, that perfidious and treacherous man, who hath levied troops from all the lands and taketh to himself the right of naming a king of the country, and who chooseth that it shall be under the hand of an orphan ruler whose worth is naught." Asked Nuzhat al Zaman, "What then is it that thou purposest to do?" And the King answered, "I mean to kill him, that the Wazir may be balked of his intent and return to his allegiance, seeing nothing for it but my service." Quoth she, "In good sooth perfidy with strangers is a foul thing, and how much more with kith and kin! The righteous deed to do would be to marry him to thy daughter Kuzia Fakan and give heed to what was said of old time. An fate some person stablish o'er thy head, and thou, being worthier, her choice upbraid, yet do him honour due to his estate, he'll bring thee weal though far or near thou vade. Nor speak thy thought of him, else shalt thou be of those who self degrade from honour's grade. Many Harims are lovelier than the bride, but time and fortune lent the bride their aid." When Sasan heard these her words and comprehended what her verse intended, he rose from her in anger and said, "Were it not that thy death would bring on me dishonour and disgrace, I would take off thy head with my blade and make an end of thy breath." Quoth she, "Why art thou wroth with me? I did but jest with thee." Then she rose to him and bussed his head and hands, saying, "Right is thy foresight, and I and thou will cast about for some means to kill him forthright." When he heard this he was glad and said, "Make haste and contrive some deceit to relieve me of my grieving, for in my sooth the door of device is straitened upon me." Replied she, "At once I will devise for thee to do away his life." "How so?" asked he, and she answered, "By means of our female slave, the so called Bakun." Now this Bakun was past mistress in all kinds of knavery, and was one of the most pestilent of old women, in whose religion to abstain from wickedness was not lawful. She had brought up Kuzia Fakan and Kanmakan, who had her in so great affection that he used to sleep at her feet. So when King Sasan heard his wife name her, he said, "Right is this recking," and sent for the old woman, told her what had passed, and bade her cast about to kill Kanmakan, promising her all good. Replied she, "Thy bidding shall be obeyed, but I would have thee, O my lord, give me a dagger which hath been tempered in water of death, that I may dispatch him the speedilier for thee." Quoth Sasan, "And welcome to thee," and gave her a hanger that would devance man's destiny. Now this slave woman had heard stories and verses and had learnt by rote great store of strange sayings and anecdotes. So she took the dagger and went out of the room, considering how she could compass his doom. Then she repaired to Kanmakan, who was sitting and awaiting news of tryst with the daughter of his uncle Kuzia Fakan. So that night his thought was taken up with her and the fires of love for her raged in his heart. And while he was thus, behold, the slave woman, Bakun, went in to him and said, "Union time is at hand and the days of disunion are over and gone." Now when he heard this he asked, "How is it with Kuzia Fakan?" And Bakun answered, "Know that her time is wholly taken up with love of thee." At this he rose and doffing his outer clothes, put them on her and promised her all good. Then said she, "Know that I mean to pass this night with thee, that I may tell thee what talk I have heard and console thee with stories of many passion distraughts whom love hath made sick." "Nay," quoth he, "rather tell me a tale that will gladden my heart and gar my cares depart." "With joy and good will," answered she. Then she took seat by his side and that poniard under her dress and began to say, "Know thou that the pleasantest thing my ears ever heard was the tale of the Hashish eater. A certain man loved fair women and spent his substance on them, till he became so poor that nothing remained to him. The world was straitened upon him and he used to go about the market streets begging his daily bread. Once upon a time, as he went along, behold, a bit of iron nail pierced his finger and drew blood. So he sat down and wiping away the blood, bound up his finger. Then he arose crying out and fared forwards till he came to a Hammam and entering took off his clothes, and when he looked about him he found it clean and empty. So he sat him down by the fountain basin and ceased not pouring water on his head till he was tired.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 10 of The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 11. When it was the 143rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the man sat down by the fountain basin and ceased not pouring water on his head till he was tired. Then he went out to the room in which was the cistern of cold water, and seeing no one there he found a quiet corner and taking out a piece of hashish, swallowed it. Presently the fumes mounted to his brain and he rolled over on to the marble floor. Then the hashish made him fancy that a great lord was shampooing him and that two slaves stood at his head, one bearing a bowl and the other washing gear and all the requisites of the Hammam. When he saw this, he said in himself, "Meseemeth these here be mistaken in me, or else they are of the company of us Hashish eaters." Then he stretched out his legs and he imagined that the bath man said to him, "O my master, the time of thy going up to the palace draweth near, and it is to day thy turn of service." At this he laughed and said to himself, "As Allah willeth, O Hashish!" Then he sat and said nothing, whilst the bath man arose and took him by the hand and girt his middle with a waist cloth of black silk; after which the two slaves followed him with the bowls and gear, and they ceased not escorting him till they brought him into a cabinet, wherein they set incense and perfumes a burning. He found the place full of various kinds of fruits and sweet scented flowers, and they sliced him a water melon and seated him on a stool of ebony, whilst the bath man stood to wash him and the slaves poured water on him. After which they rubbed him down well and said, "O our lord, Sir Wazir, health to thee for ever!" Then they went out and shut the door on him, and in the vanity of fantasy he arose and removed the waistcloth from his middle and laughed till he well nigh fainted. He gave not over laughing for some time, and at last quoth he to himself, "What aileth them to address me as if I were a Minister and style me master and sir? Haply they are now blundering; but after an hour they will know me and say, 'This fellow is a beggar,' and take their fill of cuffing me on the neck." Presently, feeling hot, he opened the door, whereupon it seemed to him that a little white slave and an eunuch came in to him carrying a parcel. Then the slave opened it and brought out 3 kerchiefs of silk, one of which he threw over his head, a second over his shoulders, and a third he tied round his waist. Moreover, the eunuch gave him a pair of bath clogs, and he put them on; after which in came white slaves and eunuchs and supported him, and he laughing the while, to the outer hall, which he found hung and spread with magnificent furniture, such as beseemeth none but kings; and the pages hastened up to him and seated him on the divan. Then they fell to kneading him till sleep overcame him, and he dreamt that he had a girl in his arms. So he kissed her and set her between his thighs; then, sitting to her as a man sitteth to a woman, he took yard in hand and drew her towards him and weighed down upon her, when lo! he heard one saying to him, "Awake, thou ne'er do well! The noon hour is come and thou art still asleep." He opened his eyes and found himself lying on the merge of the cold water tank, amongst a crowd of people all laughing at him, for his prickle was at point and the napkin had slipped from his middle. So he knew that all this was but a confusion of dreams and an illusion of Hashish, and he was vexed and said to him who had aroused him, "Would thou hadst waited till I had put it in!" Then said the folk, "Art thou not ashamed, O Hashish eater, to be sleeping stark naked with stiff standing tool?" And they cuffed him till his neck was red. Now he was starving, yet forsooth had he savoured the flavour of pleasure in his dream. When Kanmakan heard the bondwoman's tale, he laughed till he fell backward and said to Bakun, "O my nurse, this is indeed a rare story and a delectable. I never heard the like of this anecdote. Say me, hast more?" "Yes," replied she, and she ceased not to tell him merry adventures and laughable absurdities, till sleep overcame him. Then she sat by his head till the most part of the night was past, when she said to herself, "It is time to profit by the occasion." So she sprang to her feet and unsheathed the hanger and rushing up to Kanmakan was about to cut his throat, when behold, his mother came in upon the twain. As soon as Bakun saw her, she rose in respect and advanced to meet her, and fear got hold of her and she fell a trembling, as if she had the ague. When his mother looked at her, she marvelled to see her thus and aroused her son, who awoke and found her sitting at his head. Now the cause of her coming was that Kuzia Fakan overheard the conversation and the concert to kill Kanmakan, and she said to his mother, "O wife of my uncle, go to thy son, ere that wicked whore Bakun murther him." And she told her what had passed from first to last. So she fared forth at once, and she thought of naught and stayed not for aught till she went in to her son at the very moment when Bakun was about to slay him in his sleep. When he awoke, he said to his mother, "O my mother, indeed thou comest at a good time, for nurse Bakun hath been with me this night." Then he turned to Bakun and asked her, "By my life, knowest thou any story better than those thou hast told me?" She answered, "And where is what I have told thee compared with what I will tell thee? But however better it be, it must be told at another time." Then she rose to depart, hardly believing in her escape, albeit he said, "Go in peace," for she perceived by her cunning that his mother knew what had occurred. So she went her way, whereupon his mother said to him, "O my son, blessed be this night, for that Almighty Allah hath delivered thee from this accursed woman." "And how so?" enquired he, and she told him the story from beginning to end. Quoth he, O my mother, of a truth the live man findeth no slayer, and though slain he shall not die. But now it were wiser that we depart from amongst these enemies, and let Allah work what He will." So when day dawned he left the city and joined the Wazir Dandan, and after his departure certain things befell between King Sasan and Nuzhat al Zaman, which compelled her also to quit the city and join herself to them. And presently they were met by all the high officers of King Sasan, who inclined to their party. Then they sat in council together devising what they should do, and at last all agreed upon a razzia into the land of Roum, there to take their revenge for the death of King Omar bin al Nu'man and his son Sharrkan. So they set out with this intent, and after sundry adventures, which it were tedious to tell, as will appear from what follows, they fell into the hands of Rumzan, King of the Greeks. Next morning King Rumzan caused Kanmakan and the Wazir Dandan and their company to be brought before him, and when they came he seated them at his side and bade spread the tables of food. So they ate and drank and took heart of grace, after having made sure of death, when they were summoned to the King's presence, and they had said to one another, "He hath not sent for us but to slay us." And when they were comforted, the King said, "In truth I have had a dream, which I related to the monks, and they said, 'None can expound it to thee save the Wazir Dandan.'" Quoth the Minister, "Weal it was thou didst see in thy dream, O King of the age." Quoth the King, "O Wazir, I dreamt that I was in a pit which seemed a black well where multitudes were tormenting me, and I would have risen, but when springing up I fell on my feet and could not get out of that same pit. Then I turned and saw therein a girdle of gold, and I stretched out my hand to take it, but when I raised it from the ground, I saw it was two girdles. So I girt my middle with them both, and behold, the girdles became one girdle. And this, O Wazir, is my dream, and what I saw when my sleep was deepest." Said Dandan, "O our lord the Sultan, know that this thy dream denoteth thou hast a brother or a brother's son or an uncle's son or other near kinsman of thy flesh and blood, whom thou knowest not, withal he is of the noblest of you all." Now when the King heard these words he looked at Kanmakan and Nuzhat al Zaman and Kuzia Fakan and the Wazir Dandan and the rest of the captives, and said to himself, "If I smite these people's necks, their troops will lose heart for the destruction of their chiefs, and I shall be able to return speedily to my realm, lest the kingship pass out of my hands." So having determined upon this, he called to the sworder and bade him strike off Kanmakan's head upon the spot and forthright, when lo! up came Rumzan's nurse and said to him, "O auspicious King, what purposest thou?" Quoth he, "I purpose slaughtering these prisoners who are in my power, and after that I will throw their heads upon their men; then will I fall upon them, I and all my army in one body, and kill all we can kill and rout the rest. So will this be the decisive action of the war, and I shall return speedily to my kingdom ere aught of accident befal among my subjects." When the nurse heard these words, she came up to him and said in the Frankish tongue, "How canst thou prevail upon thyself to slay thine own brother's son and thy sister and thy sister's daughter?" When he heard this language, he was wroth with exceeding wrath and said to her, "O accursed woman, didst thou not tell me that my mother was murthered and that my father died by poison? Didst thou not give me a jewel and say to me, 'Of a truth this jewel was thy father's'? Why didst thou not tell me the truth?" Replied she, "All that I told thee is true, but my case and thy case are wonderful, and my history and thy history are marvellous. My name is Marjanah and thy mother's name was Abrizah, and she was gifted with such beauty and loveliness and velour that proverbs were made of her and her prowess was renowned among men of war. And thy father was King Omar bin al Nu'man, Lord of Baghdad and Khorasan, without doubt or double dealings or denial. He sent his son Sharrkan on a razzia in company with this very Wazir Dandan, and they did all that men can. But Sharrkan, thy brother, who had preceded the force, separated himself from the troops and fell in with thy mother, Queen Abrizah, in her palace; and we happened to have sought a place apart in order to wrestle, she and I and her other damsels. He came upon us by chance while we were in such case, and wrestled with thy mother, who overcame him by the power of her splendid beauty and by her prowess. Then she entertained him 5 days in her palace, till the news of this came to her father by the old woman Shawahi, surnamed Zat al Dawahi, whereupon she embraced Al Islam at the hands of Sharrkan, and he took her and carried her by stealth to Baghdad, and with her myself and Rayhanab and 20 other damsels, all of us having, like her, followed the true faith. When we came into the presence of thy father, the King Omar bin al Nu'uman, and he saw thy mother, Queen Abrizah, he fell in love with her and going in unto her one night, had connection with her, and she conceived by him and became with child of thee. Now thy mother had 3 jewels which she presented to thy father, and he gave one of them to his daughter Nuzhat al Zaman, another to thy brother Zau al Makan, and the third to thy brother Sharrkan. This last thy mother took from Sharrkan and kept it for thee. But as the time of her delivery drew near, she yearned after her own people and disclosed to me her secret. So I went to a black slave called Al Ghazban and, privily telling him our case, bribed him to go with us. Accordingly the negro took us and fled the city with us, thy mother being near her time. But as we approached a desert place on the borders of our own country, the pangs of labour came upon thy mother. Then the slave proved himself a lustful villain and approaching her sought of her a shameful thing; whereupon she cried out at him with a loud cry and was sore affrighted at him. In the excess of her fright she gave birth to thee at once, and at that moment there arose, in the direction of our country, a dust cloud which towered and flew till it walled the view. Thereupon the slave feared for his life, so he smote Queen Abrizah with his sword and slew her in his fury. Then mounting his horse he went his way. Soon after his going, the dust lifted and discovered thy grandfather, King Hardub, lord of Grecia land, who, seeing thy mother and his daughter lying slain on the plain, was sorely troubled with a distress that redoubled, and questioned me of the manner of her death and the cause of her secretly quitting her father's realm. So I told him all that had passed, first and last, and this is the cause of the feud between the people of the land of the Greeks and the people of the city of Baghdad. Then we bore off thy murthered mother and buried her, and I took thee and reared thee and hung about thy neck the jewel which was with Queen Abrizah. But when, being grown up, thou camest to man's estate, I dared not acquaint thee with the truth of the matter, lest such information stir up a war of blood revenge between you. Moreover, thy grandfather had enjoined me to secrecy, and I could not gainsay the commandment of thy mother's father Hardub, King of the Greeks. This then is the cause of my concealment, and the reason why I forbore to inform thee that thy father was King Omar bin al Nu'uman. But when thou camest to the throne I told thee what thou knowest, and I durst not reveal to thee the rest till this moment, O King of the age. So now I have discovered to thee my secret and my proof, and I have acquainted thee with all I know, and thou reckest best what is in thy mind." Now all the captives had heard the slave woman Marjanah, nurse to King Rumzan, speaking as she spake, when Nuzhat al Zaman, without stay or delay, cried out, saying, "This King Rumzan is my brother by my father, King Omar bin al Nu'uman, and his mother was Queen Abrizah, daughter of King Hardub, lord of the Greeks; and I know this slave woman Marjanah right well." With this, trouble and perplexity got hold upon Rumzan, and he caused Nuzhat al Zaman to be brought up to him forthright. When he looked upon her, blood yearned to blood and he questioned her of his history. She told him the tale, and her story tallied with that of Marjanah his nurse. Whereupon the King was assured that he was, indeed and without a doubt, of the people of Irak, and that King Omar bin al-Nu'man was his father. So without losing time he caused his sister to be unpinioned, and Nuzhat al-Zaman came up to him and kissed his hands, whilst her eyes ran over with tears. The King wept also to see her weeping, and brotherly love possessed him, and his heart yearned to his brother's son, Sultan Kanmakan. So he sprang to his feet and taking the sword from the sworder's hands, whereat the captives made sure of death, he caused them to be set close to him and he cut their bonds with the blades, and said to his nurse Marjanah, "Explain the matter to this company even as thou hast explained it to me." Replied she, "O King, know that this Shaykh is the Wazir Dandan, and he is the best of witnesses to my story, seeing that he knoweth the facts of the case." Then she turned to the captives and repeated the whole story to them on the spot and forthright, and in presence of the Kings of the Greeks and the Kings of the Franks; whereupon Queen Nuzhat al-Zaman and the Wazir Dandan and all who were prisoners with them confirmed her words. When Marjanah the bondwoman had finished, chancing to look at Sultan Kanmakan, she saw on his neck the third jewel, fellow to the two which were with Queen Abrizah, and recognising it she cried so loud a cry that the palace re echoed it, and said to the King, "O my son, know that now my certainty is still more assured, for this jewel that is about the neck of yonder captive is the fellow to that I hung to thy neck; and these being the two, this captive is indeed thy brother's son Kanmakan." Then the slave woman Marjanah turned to Kanmakan and said to him, "Let me see that jewel, O King of the age." So he took it from his neck and handed it to her. Then she asked Nuzhat al-Zaman of the third jewel, and she gave it to her. And when the two were in her hand, she delivered them to King Rumzan, and the truth and proof were made manifest to him, and he was assured that he was indeed Sultan Kanmakan's uncle, and that his father was King Omar bin al-Nu'man. So he arose at once and on the spot and going up to the Wazir Dandan, threw his arms round his neck. Then he embraced King Kanmakan, and the twain cried a loud cry for excess of joy. The glad news was blazed abroad without delay, and they beat the tabrets and cymbals, whilst the shawms sounded and the people held high festival. The armies of Irak and Syria heard the clamour of rejoicing among the Greeks; so they mounted to the last man, and King Zibl Khan also took horse, saying to himself, "Would I knew what can be the cause of this clamour and rejoicing in the army of the Franks and the Greeks." Then the army of Irak dight itself for fight and advanced into the plain and place of cut and foin. Presently King Rumzan turned him round and saw the army deployed and in preparing for battle employed; so he asked the cause thereof and was told the state of the case. Thereupon he bade his niece and brother's daughter, Kuzia Fakan, return at once and forthright to the troops of Syria and Irak, and acquaint them with the plight that had betided and how it was come to light that King Rumzan was uncle to Sultan Kanmakan. She set out, putting away from her sorrows and troubles, and, coming to King Zibl Khan, saluted him and told him all that had passed of the good accord, and how King Rumzan had proved to be her uncle and uncle of Kanmakan. And when she went in to him she found him tearful eyed, in fear for the captive Emirs and Princes. But when he heard what had passed, from first to last, the Moslem's sadness was abated, and they joyed with the more gladness. Then King Zibl Khan and all his officers and his retinue took horse and followed Princess Kuzia Fakan till they reached the pavilion of King Rumzan, and when entering they found him sitting with his nephew Sultan Kanmakan. Now he had taken counsel with the Wazir Dandan concerning King Zibl Khan, and had agreed to commit to his charge the city of Damascus of Sham, and leave him king over it, as he before had been, while they themselves entered Irak. Accordingly they confirmed him in the viceroyalty of Damascus of Syria, and bade him set out at once for his government. So he fared forth with his troops, and they rode with him a part of the way to bid him farewell. Then they returned to their own places, whereupon the two armies foregathered and gave orders for the march upon Irak. But the Kings said one to other, "Our hearts will never be at rest, nor our wrath cease to rage, till we have taken our wreak of the old woman Shawahi, surnamed Zat al Dawahi, and wiped away our shame and blot upon our honour." Thereupon King Rumzan and his nephew set out, surrounded by their nobles and grandees. And indeed Kanmakan rejoiced in his uncle King Rumzan, and called down blessings on nurse Marjanah, who had made them known to each other. They fared on and ceased not faring till they drew near their home Baghdad, and when the Chief Chamberlain Sasan heard of their approach, he came out to meet them and kissed the hand of King Rumzan, who bestowed on him a dress of honour. Then the King of Roum sat down on the throne and seated by his side his nephew Sultan Kanmakan, who said to him, "O my uncle, this kingdom befitteth none but thee." Replied Rumzan, "Allah be my refuge and the Lord forbid that I should supplant thee in thy kingdom." Upon this the Wazir Dandan counselled them to share the throne between the two, ruling each one day in turn, and with this they were well satisfied.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 11 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 12. When it was the 144th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the two Kings agreed each to rule one day in turn. Then made they feasts and offered sacrifices of clean beasts and held high festival. And they abode thus awhile, whilst Sultan Kanmakan spent his nights with his cousin Kuzia Fakan. And after that period, as the two Kings sat rejoicing in their condition and in the happy ending of their troubles, behold, they saw a cloud of dust arise and tower till it walled the world from their eyes, and out of it came a merchant shrieking and crying aloud for succour and saying, "O Kings of the age, how cometh it that I woned safely in the land of the Infidels and I am plundered in your realm, though it be the biding place of justice and peace?" Then King Rumzan went up to him and questioned him of his case, and he replied, "I am a merchant and like other merchants I have been long absent from my native land, travelling in far countries for some 20 years; and I have a patent of exemption from the city of Damascus, which the Viceroy, King Sharrkan, who hath found mercy, wrote me, for the cause that I had made him gift of a slave girl. Now as I was drawing near my home, having with me 100 loads of rarities of Hind, when I brought them near Baghdad, which be the seat of your sovereignty and the place of your peace and your justice, out there came upon me wild Arabs and Kurds, in band gathered together from every land, and they slew my many and they robbed my money, and this is what they have done me." Then the trader wept in presence of King Rumzan, saying that he was an old man and infirm, and he bemoaned himself till the King felt for him and had compassion on him; and likewise did King Kanmakan, and they swore that they would sally forth upon the thieves. So they set out amid 100 horse, each reckoned worth thousands of men, and the merchant went before them to guide them in the right way. And they ceased not faring on all that day and the livelong night, till dawn break, when they came to a valley abounding in rills and shady with trees. Here they found the foray dispersed about the valley, having divided that merchant's bales among them; but there was yet some of the goods left. So the 100 horsemen fell upon them and surrounded them on all sides, and King Rumzan shouted his war cry, and thus also did his nephew Kanmakan, and ere long they made prize of them all, to the number of near 300 horsemen, banded together of the refuse of rascality. They took what they could find of the merchant's goods, and binding them tightly, brought them to Baghdad, where King Rumzan and his nephew King Kanmakan sat down together on one throne, and passing the prisoners in review before them, questioned them of their case and their chiefs. They said, "We have no chiefs but these 3 men, and it was they who gathered us together from all corners and countries." The kings said to them, "Point out to us your headmen." And when this was done, they bade lay hands on the leaders and set their comrades free, after taking from them all the goods in their possession and restoring them to the merchant, who examined his stuffs and monies and found that 1/4 of his stock was missing. The kings engaged to make good the whole of his loss, whereupon the trader pulled out 2 letters, one in the handwriting of Sharrkan and the other in that of Nuzhat al-Zaman, for this was the very merchant who had bought Nuzhat al-Zaman of the Badawi when she was a virgin, and had forwarded her to her brother Sharrkan, and that happened between them which happened. Hereupon King Kanmakan examined the letters and recognised the handwriting of his uncle Sharrkan, and having heard the history of his aunt Nuzhat al-Zaman, he went in to her with the 2nd letter written by her to the merchant who had lost through her his monies. Kanmakan also told her what had befallen the trader from first to last. She knew her own handwriting and, recognising the merchant, dispatched to him guest gifts and commended him to her brother and nephew, who ordered him largesse of money and black slaves and pages to wait on him. Besides which Nuzhat al-Zaman sent him 100,000 dirhams in cash and 50 loads of merchandise, and presented to him other rich presents. Then she sent for him, and when he came, she went up to him and saluted him, and told him that she was the daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and that her brother was King Rumzan, and that King Kanmakan was her nephew. Thereupon the merchant rejoiced with great joy and congratulated her on her safety and on her reunion with her brother, and kissed her hands, thanking her for her bounty, and said to her, "By Allah, a good deed is not lost upon thee." Then she withdrew to her own apartment, and the trader sojourned with them 3 days, after which he took leave of them and set out on his return march to the land of Syria. Thereupon the 2 kings sent for the 3 robber chiefs who were of the highwaymen, and questioned them of their case, when one of them came forward and said, "Know ye that I am a Badawi, who am wont to lie in wait by the way to snatch small children and virgin girls, and sell them to merchants; and this I did for many a year, until these latter days, when Satan incited me to join yon 2 gallows birds in gathering together all the riff-raff of the Arabs and other peoples, that we might plunder merchandise and waylay merchants." Said the kings, "Tell us the rarest of the adventures that have befallen thee in kidnapping children and maidens." Replied he, "O kings of the age, the strangest thing that happened to me was that one day, 22 years ago, I snatched a girl who belonged to the Holy City. She was gifted with beauty and comeliness, despite that she was but a servant and was clad in threadbare clothes, with a piece of camlet cloth on her head. So I entrapped her by guile as she came out of the caravanserai, and at that very hour, mounting her on a camel, made off with her, thinking to carry her to my own people in the desert, and there set her to pasture the camels and gather their droppings in the valley. But she wept with so sore weeping that after coming down upon her with blows, I took her and carried her to Damascus city, where a merchant saw her with me and, being astounded at her beauty and marvelling at her accomplishments, wished to buy her of me and kept on bidding me more and more for her, till at last I sold her to him for 100,000 dirhams. After selling her I heard her display prodigious eloquence, and it reached me that the merchant clothed her in handsome gear and presented her to the Viceroy of Damascus, who gave him 3 times the price which he had paid to me, and this price, by my life, was but little for such a damsel. This, O Kings of the age, is the strangest thing that ever befell me." When the two Kings heard her story they wondered thereat, but when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard what the Badawi related, the light became darkness before her face and she cried out and said to her brother Rumzan, "Sure and sans doubt this is the very Badawi who kidnapped me in the holy city Jerusalem." Then she told them all that she had endured from him in her strangerhood, of hardship, blows, hunger, humiliation, contempt, adding, "And now it is lawful for me to slay him." So saying, she seized a sword and made at him to smite him, and behold, he cried out and said, "O Kings of the age, suffer her not to slay me, till I have told you the rare adventures that have betided me." And her nephew Kanmakan said to her, "O my aunt, let him tell us his tale, and after that do with him as thou wilt." So she held her hand and the King said to him, "Now let us hear thy history." Quoth he, "O Kings of the age, if I tell you a rare tale, will ye pardon me?" "Yes," answered they. Then the Badawi robber chief began, The Tale of Hamad the Badawi. And he said, "Know ye that a short while ago I was sore wakeful one night and thought the morn would never dawn. So, as soon as it was break of day I rose, without stay or delay, and slinging over my shoulder my sword, mounted horse and set my lance in rest. Then I rode out to sport and hunt, and as I went along, a company of men accosted me and asked me whither I was bound. I told them and they said, 'We will keep thee company.' So we all fared on together, and whilst we were faring, lo and behold, up started an ostrich and we gave her chase; but she escaped our pursuit and spreading wings ceased not to fly before us, and we following by sight, till she lost us in a desert wherein there was neither grass nor water, nor heard we aught therein save hiss of snake and wail of Jinn and howl of Ghul. And when we reached that place the ostrich disappeared, nor could we tell whether she had flown up into the sky or into the ground had gone down. Then we turned our horses' heads and thought to return, but found that to retrace our steps at that time of burning heat would be toilsome and dangerous, for the sultry air was grievous to us, so that we thirsted with sore thirst and our steeds stood still. We made sure of death. But while we were in this case we suddenly espied from afar a spacious mead where gazelles were frisking. Therein was a tent pitched, and by the tent side a horse tethered, and a spear was planted with head glittering in the sun. Upon this our hearts revived after we had despaired, and we turned our horses' heads towards that tent, making for the meadow and the water which irrigated it; and all my comrades fared for it, and I at their head, and we ceased not faring till we reached the mead. Then we alighted at the spring and watered our beasts. But I was seized with a fever of foolish curiosity and went up to the door of that tent, wherein I saw a young man, without hair on his cheeks, who fellowed the new moon, and on his right hand was a slender waisted maid, as she were a willow wand. No sooner did I set my eyes on her than love got hold of my heart and I saluted the youth, who returned my greeting. Then said I, "O my brother, tell me who thou art and what to thee is this damsel sitting by thy side?" Thereupon the youth bent his head groundwards awhile, then raised it and replied, "Tell me first who thou art and what are these horsemen with thee?" Answered I am Hammad son of Al Fazari, the renowned knight, who is reckoned among the Arabs as 500 horse. We went forth from our place this morning to sport and chase, and were overcome by thirst. So I came to the door of this tent, thinking haply to get of thee a draught of water." When he heard these my words, he turned to the fair maiden and said, "Bring this man water and what food there is ready." So she arose, trailing her skirts, whilst the golden bangles tinkled on her ankles and her feet stumbled in her long locks, and she disappeared for a little while. Presently she returned, bearing in her right hand a silver vessel full of cold water, and in her left hand a bowl brimming with milk and dates, together with some flesh of wild cattle. But I could take of her nor meat nor drink for the excess of my passion, and I applied to her these two couplets, saying, "It was as though the sable dye upon her palms were raven perching on a swathe of freshest snow. Thou seest sun and moon conjoined in her face, while sun fear dimmed and moon fright pallid show." After I had eaten and drunk, I said to the youth, "Know thou, O chief of the Arabs, that I have told thee in all truth who and what I am, and now I would fain have thee do the like by me and tell me the truth of thy case." Replied the young man, "As for this damsel, she is my sister." Quoth I, "It is my desire that thou give me her to wife of thy free will, else I will slay thee and take her by force." Upon this he bowed his head groundwards awhile; then he raised his eyes to me and answered, "Thou sayest sooth in avouching thyself a renowned knight and famed in fight, and verily thou art the lion of the desert. But if ye all attack me treacherously and slay me in your wrath and take my sister by force, it will be a stain upon your honour. An you be, as ye aver, cavaliers who are counted among the champions and reck not the shock of foray and fray, give me a little time to don my armour and sling on my sword and set lance in rest and mount war steed. Then will we go forth into the field of fight, I and you; and if I conquer you, I will kill you to the last man; but if you overcome me and slay me, this damsel my sister is yours." Hearing such words I replied, "This is only just and we oppose it not." Then I turned back my horse's head, for my love for the damsel waxed hotter and hotter, and returned to my companions, to whom I set forth her beauty and loveliness as also the comeliness of the young man who was with her, together with his valour and strength of soul, and how he had avouched himself a match for 1,000 horse. Moreover, I described to my company the tent and all the riches and rarities therein, and said to them, "Know ye that this youth would not have cut himself off from society and have taken up his abode alone in this place, were he not a man of great prowess? So I proposed that whoso slayeth the younker shall take his sister." And they said, "This contenteth us." Then my company armed themselves and mounting, rode to the tent, where we found that the young man had donned his gear and backed his steed; but his sister ran up to him, her veil being drenched with tears, and took hold of his stirrup and cried out, saying, "Alas!" and "Woe worth the day!" in her fear for her brother, and recited these couplets, "To Allah will I make my moan of travail and of woe; maybe Ilah of Arsh will smite their faces with affright: Fain would they slay thee, brother mine, with purpose fell and fell, albe no cause of vengeance was, nor fault forewent the fight. Yet for a rider art thou known to those who back the steed, and 'twixt the east and west of nights thou art the prowess knight. Thy sister's honour thou shalt guard, though little might be hers, for thou'rt her brother, and for thee she sueth Allah's might. Then let not enemy possess my soul nor thrall my frame, and work on me their will and treat thy sister with despite. I'll ne'er abide, by Allah's truth, in any land or home where thou art not, though dight it be with joyance and delight. For love and yearning after thee myself I fain will slay, and in the gloomy darksome tomb spread bed upon the clay. But when her brother heard her verse, he wept with sore weeping and turned his horse's head towards his sister and made this answer to her poetry: Stand by and see the daring do which I to day will show, when meet we and I deal them blows that rend and cleave and split. E'en though rush out to seek about the lion of the war, the stoutest hearted brave of all, and eke the best in wit, to him I'll deal without delay a Sa'alabian blow, and dye my cane spear's joint in blood by wound of foe bespit. If all I beat not off from thee, O sister, may this frame be slain, and cast my corpse to birds, for so it would befit. Yes, for thy dearest sake I'll strike my blows with might and main, and when we're gone shall this event in many a book be writ. And when he had ended his verse, he said, O my sister, give ear to what I shall enjoin on thee. Whereto she replied, Hearkening and obedience. Quoth he, If I fall, let none possess thy person. And thereupon she buffeted her face and said, Allah forbid, O my brother, that I should see thee laid low and yield myself to the foe. With this the youth put out his hand to her and withdrew her veil from her face, whereupon it shone forth as the sun shineth out from the white clouds. Then he kissed her between the eyes and bade her farewell, after which he turned to us and said, Holla, knights! Come ye as guests, or crave ye cuts and thrusts? If ye come to us as your hosts, rejoice ye in the guest right, and if ye covet the shining moon, come ye out against me, night by night, into this plain and place of fight. Thereupon rushed out to him a doughty rider, and the young man said to him, Tell me thy name and thy father's name, for I am under an oath not to slay any whose name tallies with mine, and whose father's name is that of my father. And if this be the case with thee, I will give thee up the maid. Quoth the horseman, My name is Bilal. And the young man answered him, saying, Thou liest when speaking of benefits, while thou comest to front with thine evilest will, and of prowess thou'rt prow, to my words give ear. I'm he who makes champions in battle field reel, with keen blade like the horn of the cusped moon, so where thrust thee shall drill through the duress hill. Then they charged down, each at each, and the youth thrust his adversary in the breast, so that the lance head issued from his back. With tints another came out, and the youth cried, Ho, thou hound, who art rotten with foulness in grain! What high meed is there easy for warrior to gain? 'Tis none save the lion of strain purest pure, who uncareth for life in the battle plain. Nor was it long before the youth left him drowned in his blood, and cried out, Who will come forth to me? So a third horseman rushed out upon the youth and began saying, To thee come I forth with my heart aflame, and summon my friends and my comrades by name. When thou slewest the chief of the Arabs this day thou remainest the pledge of my claim. Now when the youth heard this, he answered him in these words, Thou liest, O foulest of Satans that are, and with easings calumnious thou comest to war. This day thou shalt fall by a death dealing point, where the lances lunge and the scimitars jar. Then he so foined him in the breast that the spear point issued from his back, and he cried out, saying, Ho, will none come out? So a fourth fared forwards, and the youth asked him his name, and he answered, My name is Hilal, the new moon. And the youth began repeating, Thou hast failed who would sink me in ruined sea, thou who camest in malice with perfidy, I whose verses hast heard from the mouth of me, will ravish thy soul, though unknown to thee. Then they drave at each other and delivered 2 cuts, but the youth's stroke devanced that of the rider his adversary and slew him, and thus he went on to kill all who sallied out against him. Now when I saw my comrade slain, I said to myself, if I go down to fight with him, I shall not be able to prevail against him, and if I flee, I shall become a byword of shame among the Arabs. But the youth gave me no time to think, for he ran at me and dragged me from my saddle and hurled me to the ground. I fainted at the fall, and he raised his sword designing to cut off my head, but I clung to his skirts, and he lifted me in his hand as though I were a sparrow. When the maiden saw this, she rejoiced in her brother's prowess, and coming up to him, kissed him between the eyes. Then he delivered me to her, saying, Take him and look to him and entreat him hospitably, for he is come under our rule. So she took hold of the collar of my hauberk, and led me away by it as one would lead a dog. Then she did off her brother's coat of mail and clad him in a robe, and set for him a stool of ivory, on which he sat down. And she said to him, Allah whiten thy honour and prevent from thee the shifts of fortune. And he answered her with these couplets. My sister said, as saw she how I stood in fight when sun rays lit my knightly hood, Allah assain thee for a brave of braves, to whom in vale bow lions, howso would. Quoth I, Go ask the champions of my case, when feared the lords of war my warrior mood. My name is famed for fortune and for force, and soared my spirit to such altitude. Ho thou, Hamad, a lion hast upstirred, shall show thee speedy death like viper brood. Now when I heard his verse, I was perplexed as to my case, and considering my condition and how I was become a captive, I was lowered in my own esteem. Then I looked at the damsel his sister, and seeing her beauty, I said to myself, "'Tis she who caused all this trouble." And I fell a marvelling at her loveliness, till the tears streamed from my eyes, and I recited these couplets. Dear friend, I'll leave thy loud reproach and blame. Such blame but irks me, yet may not alarm. I'm clean distraught for one whom saw I not, without her winning me by winsome charm. Yestreen her brother crossed me in her love, a brave stout hearted and right long of arm. Then the maiden set food before her brother, and he bade me eat with him, whereat I rejoiced and felt assured that I should not be slain. And when he had ended eating, she brought him a flagon of pure wine, and he applied him to it till the fumes of the drink mounted to his head and his face flushed red. Then he turned to me and said, Woe to thee, O Hamad! Dost thou know me or not? Replied I, By thy life, I am rich in naught save ignorance. Quoth he, O Hamad, I am Abad bin Tamim bin Sa'labah. And indeed Allah giveth thee thy liberty and leadeth thee to a happy bride and spareth thee confusion. Then he drank to my long life and gave me a cup of wine, and I drank it off, and presently he filled me a second and a third and a fourth, and I drained them all, while he made merry with me and swore me never to betray him. So I sware to him 1,500 oaths that I would never deal perfidiously with him at any time, but that I would be a friend and a helper to him. Thereupon he bade his sister bring me 10 suits of silk, so she brought them and laid them on my person, and this dress I have on my body is one of them. Moreover, he made bring one of the best of his she dromedaries, carrying stuffs and provaunt. He bade her also bring a sorrel horse, and when they were brought he gave the whole of them to me. I abode with them 3 days, eating and drinking, and what he gave me of gifts is with me to this present. At the end of the 3 days he said to me, O Hamad, O my brother, I would sleep a while and take my rest, and verily I trust my life to thee. But if thou see horsemen making hither, fear not, for know that they are of the Banu Sa'labah, seeking to wage war on me. Then he laid his sword under his head pillow and slept. And when he was drowned in slumber, Iblis tempted me to slay him. So I arose in haste, and drawing the sword from under his head, dealt him a blow that made his head fall from his body. But his sister knew what I had done, and rushing out from within the tent, threw herself on his corpse, rending her raiment and repeating these couplets. To kith and kin bear thou sad tidings of our plight, from doom th' all-wise decreed shall none of men take flight. Lo, art thou laid, O brother, strewn upon the stones, with face that mirrors moon when shining brightest bright. Good sooth it is a day accursed, thy slaughter day, shivering thy spear that won the day in many a fight. Now thou be slain, no rider shall delight in steed, nor man child shall the breeding woman bring to light. This morn Hamad uprose and foully murthered thee, falsing his oath and troth with foulest perjury. When she had ended her verse, she said to me, O thou of accursed forefathers, wherefore didst thou play my brother false and slay him when he purposed returning thee to thy native land with provisions, and it was his intent also to marry thee to me at the first of the month? Then she drew a sword she had with her, and planting the hilt in the earth with the point set to her breast, she bent over it and threw herself thereon till the blade issued from her back and she fell to the ground dead. I mourned for her and wept and repented when repentance availed me naught. Then I arose in haste and went to the tent and taking whatever was light of load and weighty of worth, went my way. But in my haste and horror I took no heed of my dead comrades, nor did I bury the maiden and the youth. And this my tale is still more wondrous than the story of the serving girl I kidnapped from the holy city Jerusalem. But when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard these words from the Badawi, the light was changed in her eyes to night.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 12 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 13. When it was the 145th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard these words from the Badawi, the light was changed in her eyes to night, and she rose and drawing the sword smote Hamad the Arab between the shoulder blades, so that the point issued from the apple of his throat. And when all present asked her, Why hast thou made haste to slay him? she answered, Praised be Allah who hath granted me in my life tide to avenge myself with mine own hand. And she bade the slaves drag the body out by the feet and cast it to the dogs. Thereupon they turned to the two prisoners who remained of the three, and one of them was a black slave, so they said to him, What is thy name, fellow? Tell us the truth of thy case. He replied, As for me, my name is Al-Ghazban, and acquainted them what had passed between himself and Queen Abrizah, daughter of King Hardub, lord of Greece, and how he had slain her and fled. Hardly had the negro made an end of his story when King Rumzan struck off his head with a scimitar, saying, Praise to Allah who gave me life! I have avenged my mother with my own hand. Then he repeated to them what his nurse Marjanah had told him of this same slave whose name was Al-Ghazban. After which they turned to the third prisoner. Now this was the very camel driver whom the people of the holy city Jerusalem hired to carry Zau al-Makan and lodge him in the hospital at Damascus of Syria. But he threw him down on the ashes midden and went his way. And they said to him, Acquaint us with thy case and tell the truth. So he related to them all that had happened to him with Sultan Zau al-Makan, how he had been carried from the holy city at the time when he was sick till they made Damascus and he had been thrown into the hospital; how also the Jerusalem folk had paid the cameleer money to transport the stranger to Damascus, and he had taken it and fled after casting his charge upon the midden by the side of the ash heap of the Hammam. But when he ended his words, Sultan Kanmakan took his sword forthright and cut off his head, saying, Praised be Allah who hath given me life! that I might requite this traitor what he did with my father, for I have heard this very story from King Zau al Makan himself." Then the Kings said each to other, "It remaineth only for us to wreak our revenge upon the old woman Shawahi, yclept Zat al Dawahi, because she is the prime cause of all these calamities and cast us into adversity on this wise. Who will deliver her into our hands, that we may avenge ourselves upon her and wipe out our dishonour?" And King Rumzan said, "Needs must we bring her hither." So without stay or delay he wrote a letter to his grandmother, the aforesaid ancient woman, giving her to know therein that he had subdued the kingdoms of Damascus and Mosul and Irak, and had broken up the host of the Moslems and captured their princes, adding, "I desire thee of all urgency to come to me, bringing with thee Queen Sophia, daughter of King Afridun, and whom thou wilt of the Nazarene chiefs, but no armies, for the country is quiet and wholly under our hands." And when she read the letter and recognised the handwriting of King Rumzan, she rejoiced with great joy and forthright equipping herself and Queen Sophia, set out with their attendants and journeyed, without stopping, till they drew near Baghdad. Then she foresent a messenger to acquaint the King of her arrival, whereupon quoth Rumzan, "We should do well to don the habit of the Franks and fare forth to meet the old woman, to the intent that we may be assured against her craft and perfidy." Whereto Kanmakan replied, "Hearing is consenting." So they clad themselves in Frankish clothes and, when Kuzia Fakan saw them, she exclaimed, "By the truth of the Lord of Worship, did I not know you, I should take you to be indeed Franks." Then they sallied forth with 1,000 horse, King Rumzan riding on before them, to meet the old woman. As soon as his eyes fell on hers, he dismounted and walked towards her and she, recognising him, dismounted also and embraced him; but he pressed her ribs with his hands, till he well nigh broke them. Quoth she, "What is this, O my son?" But before she had done speaking, up came Kanmakan and Dandan, and the horsemen with them cried out at the women and slaves and took them all prisoners. Then the two Kings returned to Baghdad with their captives, and Rumzan bade them decorate the city, which they did for 3 days, at the end of which they brought out the old woman Shawahi, hight Zat al Dawahi, with a peaked red turband of palm leaves on her head, diademed with asses' dung, and proceeded by a herald proclaiming aloud, "This is the reward of those who presume to lay hands on kings and the sons of kings." Then they crucified her on one of the gates of Baghdad, and when her companions saw what befell her, all embraced in a body the faith of Al Islam. As for Kanmakan and his uncle Rumzan and his aunt Nuzhat al Zaman and the Wazir Dandan, they marvelled at the wonderful events that had betided them, and bade the scribes chronicle them in books, that those who came after might read. Then they all abode for the remainder of their days in the enjoyment of every solace and comfort of life, till there overtook them the Destroyer of all delights and the Sunderer of all societies. And this is the whole that hath come down to us of the dealings of fortune with King Omar bin al Nu'uman and his sons Sharrkan and Zau al Makan and his son's son Kanmakan and his daughter Nuzhat al Zaman and her daughter Kuzia Fakan. Thereupon quoth Shahryar to Shahrazad, "I desire that thou tell somewhat about birds." And hearing this, Dunyazad said to her sister, "I have never seen the Sultan light at heart all this while till the present night, and his pleasure giveth me hope that the issue for thee with him may be a happy issue." Then drowsiness overcame the Sultan, so he slept, and Shahrazad perceived the approach of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 146th Night, Shahrazad began to relate in these words, the tale of The Birds and Beasts and the Carpenter. Quoth she, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that in times of yore, and in ages long gone before, a peacock abode with his wife on the sea shore. Now the place was infested with lions and all manner wild beasts, withal it abounded in trees and streams. So cock and hen were wont to roost by night upon one of the trees, being in fear of the beasts, and went forth by day questing food. And they ceased not thus to do till their fear increased on them, and they searched for some place wherein to dwell other than their old dwelling place. And in the course of their search, behold, they happened on an island abounding in streams and trees. So they alighted there and ate of its fruits and drank of its waters. But whilst they were thus engaged, lo! up came to them a duck in a state of extreme terror, and stayed not faring forwards till she reached the tree whereon were perched the two peafowl, when she seemed reassured in mind. The peacock doubted not but that she had some rare story, so he asked her of her case and the cause of her concern, whereto she answered, "I am sick for sorrow and my horror of the son of Adam: so beware, and again I say beware, of the sons of Adam." Rejoined the peacock, "Fear not, now that thou hast won our protection." Cried the duck, "Alhamdolillah! Glory to God who hath done away my cark and care by means of you being near. For indeed I come of friendship fain with you twain." And when she had ended her speech, the peacock's wife came down to her and said, "Well come and welcome and fair cheer! No harm shall hurt thee. How can son of Adam come to us, and we in this isle which lieth amiddlemost of the sea? From the land he cannot reach us, neither can he come against us from the water. So be of good cheer and tell us what hath betided thee from the child of Adam." Answered the duck, "Know then, O thou peahen, that of a truth I have dwelt all my life in this island safely and peacefully, nor have I seen any disquieting thing, till one night, as I was asleep, I sighted in my dream the semblance of a son of Adam, who talked with me and I with him. Then I heard a voice say to me, 'O thou duck, beware of the son of Adam, and be not imposed on by his words nor by that he may suggest to thee, for he aboundeth in wiles and guiles. So beware with all wariness of his perfidy, for again I say, he is crafty and right cunning, even as singeth of him the poet, "He'll offer sweetmeats with his edged tongue, and fox thee with the foxy guile of fox." And know thou that the son of Adam circumventeth the fishes and draweth them forth of the seas, and he shooteth the birds with a pellet of clay and trappeth the elephant with his craft. None is safe from his mischief, and neither bird nor beast escapeth him. And on this wise have I told thee what I have heard concerning the son of Adam. So I awoke fearful and trembling, and from that hour to this my heart hath not known gladness, for dread of the son of Adam, lest he surprise me unawares by his wile or trap me in his snares. By the time the end of the day overtook me, my strength was grown weak and my spunk failed me; so, desiring to eat and drink, I went forth walking, troubled in spirit and with a heart ill at ease. Now when I reached yonder mountain, I saw a tawny lion whelp at the door of a cave, and sighting me he joyed in me with great joy, for my colour pleased him and my gracious shape. So he cried out to me, saying, "Draw nigh unto me." I went up to him and he asked me, "What is thy name and what is thy nature?" Answered I, "My name is Duck and I am of the bird kind," and I added, "But thou, why tarriest thou in this place till this time?" Answered the whelp, "My father the lion hath for many a day warned me against the son of Adam, and it came to pass this night that I saw in my sleep the semblance of a son of Adam." And he went on to tell me the like of that I have told you. When I heard these words I said to him, "O lion, I take asylum with thee, that thou mayest kill the son of Adam, and be steadfast in resolve to his slaughter. Verily I fear him for myself with extreme fear, and to my fright a fright is added, for that thou also dreadest the son of Adam, albeit thou art Sultan of savage beasts." Then I ceased not, O my sister, to bid the young lion beware of the son of Adam and urge him to slay him, till he rose of a sudden and at once from his stead and went out, and he fared on, and I after him, and I noted him lashing flanks with tail. We advanced in the same order till we came to a place where the roads forked, and saw a cloud of dust arise which presently clearing away, discovered below it a runaway naked ass, now galloping and running at speed and now rolling in the dust. When the lion saw the ass, he cried out to him, and he came up to him in all humility. Then said the lion, "Harkye, crack-brained brute! What is thy kind, and what be the cause of thy coming hither?" He replied, "O son of the Sultan, I am by kind an ass, Asinus caballus, and the cause of my coming to this place is that I am fleeing from the son of Adam." Asked the lion whelp, "Dost thou fear then that he will kill thee?" Answered the ass, "Not so, O son of the Sultan, but I dread lest he put a cheat on me and mount upon me, for he hath a thing called pack saddle, which he setteth on my back; also a thing called girths, which he bindeth about my belly, and a thing called crupper, which he putteth under my tail, and a thing called bit, which he placeth in my mouth, and he fashioneth me a goad, and goadeth me with it, and maketh me run more than my strength. If I stumble he curseth me, and if I bray he revileth me, and at last when I grow old and can no longer run, he putteth on me a panel of wood, and delivereth me to the water carriers, who load my back with water from the river in skins and other vessels, such as jars, and I cease not to wone in misery and abasement and fatigue till I die, when they cast me on the rubbish heaps to the dogs. So what grief can surpass this grief, and what calamities can be greater than these calamities?" Now when I heard, O peahen, the ass's words, my skin shuddered and became as goose flesh at the son of Adam; and I said to the lion whelp, "O my lord, the ass of a verity hath excuse, and his words add terror to my terror." Then quoth the young lion to the ass, "Whither goest thou?" Quoth he, "Before sunrise I espied the son of Adam afar off and fled from him; and now I am minded to flee forth and run without ceasing for the greatness of my fear of him, so haply I may find me a place of shelter from the perfidious son of Adam." Whilst the ass was thus discoursing with the lion whelp, seeking the while to take leave of us and go away, behold, appeared to us another cloud of dust, whereat the ass brayed and cried out and looked hard and let fly a loud fart. After a while the dust lifted and discovered a black steed finely dight, with a blaze on the forehead like a dirham round and bright, handsomely marked about the hoof with white, and with firm strong legs pleasing to sight, and he neighed with affright. This horse ceased not running till he stood before the whelp, the son of the lion, who, when he saw him, marvelled and made much of him and said, "What is thy kind, O majestic wild beast, and wherefore fleest thou into this desert wide and vast?" He replied, "O lord of wild beasts, I am a steed of the horse kind, and the cause of my running is that I am fleeing from the son of Adam." The lion whelp wondered at the horse's speech and cried to him, "Speak not such words, for it is shame to thee, seeing that thou art tall and stout. And how cometh it that thou fearest the son of Adam, thou with thy bulk of body and thy swiftness of running, when I, for all my littleness of stature, am resolved to encounter the son of Adam and, rushing on him, eat his flesh, that I may allay the affright of this poor duck, and make her dwell in peace in her own place? But now thou hast come here and thou hast wrung my heart with thy talk and turned me back from what I had resolved to do, seeing that, for all thy bulk, the son of Adam hath mastered thee, and hath feared neither thy height nor thy breadth, albeit, wert thou to kick him with one hoof, thou wouldst kill him, nor could he prevail against thee, but thou wouldst make him drink the cup of death. The horse laughed when he heard the whelp's words and replied, Far, far is it from my power to overcome him, O Prince. Let not my length and my breadth, nor yet my bulk, delude thee with respect to the son of Adam; for that he, of the excess of his guile and his wiles, fashioneth me a thing called hobble, and applieth to my four legs a pair of ropes made of palm fibres bound with felt, and gibbeteth me by the head to a high peg, so that I being tied up remain standing, and can neither sit nor lie down. And when he is minded to ride me, he bindeth on his feet a thing of iron called stirrup, and layeth on my back another thing called saddle, which he fasteneth by two girths passed under my armpits. Then he setteth in my mouth a thing of iron he calleth bit, to which he tieth a thing of leather called rein. And when he sitteth in the saddle of my back, he taketh the rein in his hand, and guideth me with it, goading my flanks the while with the shovel stirrups, till he maketh them bleed. So do not ask, O son of our Sultan, the hardships I endure from the son of Adam. And when I grow old and lean, and can no longer run swiftly, he selleth me to the miller, who maketh me turn in the mill, and I cease not from turning night and day till I grow decrepit. Then he in turn vendeth me to the knacker, who cutteth my throat and flayeth off my hide, and plucketh out my tail, which he selleth to the sieve maker, and he melteth down my fat for tallow candles. When the young lion heard the horse's words, his rage and vexation redoubled, and he said, When didst thou leave the son of Adam? Replied the horse, At midday, and he is upon my track. Whilst the whelp was thus conversing with the horse, lo! there rose a cloud of dust, and presently opening out, discovered beneath it a furious camel, gurgling and pawing the earth with his feet, and never ceasing so to do till he came up with us. Now when the lion whelp saw how big and buxom he was, he took him to be the son of Adam, and was about to spring upon him, when I said to him, O Prince, of a truth this is not the son of Adam, this be a camel, and he seemeth to be fleeing from the son of Adam. As I was thus conversing, O my sister, with the lion whelp, the camel came up and saluted him, whereupon he returned the greeting and said, What bringeth thee hither? Replied he, I came here fleeing from the son of Adam. Quoth the whelp, And thou with thy huge frame and length and breadth, how cometh it that thou fearest the son of Adam, seeing that with one kick of thy foot thou wouldst kill him? Quoth the camel, O son of the Sultan, know that the son of Adam hath subtleties and wiles which none can withstand, nor can any prevail against him, save only death. For he putteth into my nostrils a twine of goat's hair he calleth nose ring, and over my head a thing he calleth halter. Then he delivereth me to the least of his little children, and the youngling draweth me along by the nose ring, my size and strength notwithstanding. Then they load me with the heaviest of burdens, and go long journeys with me, and put me to hard labour through the hours of the night and the day. When I grow old and stricken in years, and disabled from working, my master keepeth me not with him, but selleth me to the knacker, who cutteth my throat, and vendeth my hide to the tanners, and my flesh to the cooks. So do not ask the hardships I suffer from the son of Adam. When didst thou leave the son of Adam? Asked the young lion, and he answered, At sundown, and I suppose that coming to my place after my departure, and not finding me there, he is now in search of me. Wherefore let me go, O son of the Sultan, that I may flee into the wolds and the wilds. Said the whelp, Wait a while, O camel, till thou see how I will tear him, and give thee to eat of his flesh, whilst I craunch his bones and drink his blood. Replied the camel, O King's son, I fear for thee from the child of Adam, for he is wily and guileful." And he began repeating these verses: "When the tyrant enters the lieges' land, naught remains for the lieges but quick remove." Now whilst the camel was speaking with the lion whelp, behold, there rose a cloud of dust which, after a time, opened and showed an old man, scanty of stature and lean of limb, and he bore on his shoulder a basket of carpenter's tools, and on his head a branch of a tree and 8 planks. He led little children by the hand and came on at a trotting pace, never stopping till he drew near the whelp. When I saw him, O my sister, I fell down for excess of fear; but the young lion rose and walked forward to meet the carpenter, and when he came up to him, the man smiled in his face and said to him, with a glib tongue and in courtly terms, "O King who defendeth from harm, and Lord of the long arm, Allah prosper thine evening and thine endeavouring, and increase thy valiancy and strengthen thee. Protect me from that which hath distressed me and with its mischief hath oppressed me, for I have found no helper save only thyself." And the carpenter stood in his presence weeping and wailing and complaining. When the whelp heard his sighing and his crying, he said, "I will succour thee from that thou fearest. Who hath done thee wrong, and what art thou, O wild beast, whose like in my life I never saw, nor ever espied one goodlier of form or more eloquent of tongue than thou? What is thy case?" Replied the man, "O Lord of wild beasts, as to myself I am a carpenter, but as to hath wronged me, verily he is a son of Adam, and by break of dawn after this coming night he will be with thee in this place." When the lion whelp heard these words of the carpenter, the light was changed to night before his sight, and he snorted and roared with ire, and his eyes cast forth sparks of fire. Then he cried out, saying, "By Allah, I will assuredly watch through this coming night till dawn, nor will I return to my father till I have won my will." Then he returned to the carpenter and asked, "Of a truth I see thou art short of step, and I would not hurt thy feelings, for that I am generous of heart. Yet do I deem thee unable to keep pace with the wild beasts. Tell me then whither thou goest." Answered the carpenter, "Know that I am on my way to thy father's Wazir, the lynx; for when he heard that the son of Adam had set foot in this country, he feared greatly for himself and sent one of the wild beasts on a message for me, to make him a house wherein he should dwell, that it might shelter him and fend off his enemy from him, so not one of the sons of Adam should come at him. Accordingly I took up these planks and set forth to find him." Now when the young lion heard these words, he envied the lynx and said to the carpenter, "By my life, there is no help for it but thou make me a house with these planks, ere thou make one for Sir Lynx. When thou hast done my work, go to him and make him whatso he wisheth." The carpenter replied, "O Lord of wild beasts, I cannot make thee aught till I have made the lynx what he desireth; then will I return to thy service and build thee a house as a fort to ward thee from thy foe." Exclaimed the lion whelp, "By Allah, I will not let thee leave this place till thou build me a house of planks." So saying, he made for the carpenter and sprang upon him, thinking to jest with him, and cuffed him with his paw, knocking the basket off his shoulder, and threw him down in a fainting fit; whereupon the young lion laughed at him and said, "Woe to thee, O carpenter! Of a truth thou art feeble and hast no force; so it is excusable in thee to fear the son of Adam." Now when the carpenter fell on his back, he waxed exceeding wroth, but he dissembled his wrath for fear of the whelp, and sat up and smiled in his face, saying, "Well, I will make for thee the house." With this he took the planks he had brought and nailed together the house, which he made in the form of a chest after the measure of the young lion; and he left the door open, for he had cut in the box a large aperture, to which he made a stout cover and bored many holes therein. Then he took out some newly wrought nails and a hammer, and said to the young lion, "Enter the house through this opening, that I may fit it to thy measure." Thereat the whelp rejoiced and went up to the opening, but saw that it was strait, and the carpenter said to him, "Enter and crouch down on thy legs and arms." So the whelp did thus and entered the chest, but his tail remained outside. Then he would have drawn back and come out, but the carpenter said to him, "Wait patiently a while till I see if there be room for thy tail with thee." The young lion did as he was bid, when the carpenter twisted up his tail and stuffing it into the chest, whipped the lid on to the opening and nailed it down. Whereat the whelp cried out and said, "O carpenter, what is this narrow house thou hast made me? Let me out, sirrah." But the carpenter answered, far be it from thy thought. Repentance for past avails naught, and indeed of this place thou shalt not come out." He then laughed and resumed, "Verily thou art fallen into the trap, and from thy duress there is no escape, O vilest of wild beasts." Rejoined the whelp, "O my brother, what manner of words are these thou addressest to me?" The carpenter replied, "Know, O dog of the desert, that thou hast fallen into that which thou fearedst. Fate hath upset thee, nor shall caution set thee up." When the whelp heard these words, O my sister, he knew that this was indeed the very son of Adam, against whom he had been warned by his sire in waking state, and by the mysterious voice in sleeping while. And I also was certified that this was indeed he without doubt, wherefore great fear of him for myself seized me, and I withdrew a little apart from him and waited to see what he would do with the young lion. Then I saw, O my sister, the son of Adam dig a pit in that place hard by the chest which held the whelp, and throwing the box into the hole, heap dry wood upon it and burn the young lion with fire. At this sight, O sister mine, my fear of the son of Adam redoubled, and in my affright I have been these 2 days fleeing from him. But when the peahen heard from the duck this story,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 13 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 14. When it was the 147th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the peahen heard from the duck this story, she wondered with exceeding wonder and said to her, "O my sister, here thou art safe from the son of Adam, for we are in one of the islands of the sea, whither there is no way for the son of Adam. So do thou take up thine abode with us, till Allah make easy thy case and our case." Quoth the duck, "I fear lest some calamity come upon me by night, for no runaway can rid him of fate by flight." Rejoined the peahen, "Abide with us and be like unto us," and ceased not to persuade her till she yielded, saying, "O my sister, thou knowest how weak is my resistance; but verily had I not seen thee here, I had not remained." Said the peahen, "That which is on our foreheads we must indeed fulfil; and when our doomed day draweth near, who shall deliver us? But not a soul departeth except it have accomplished its predestined livelihood and term." Now the while they talked thus, a cloud of dust appeared and approached them, at sight of which the duck shrieked aloud and ran down into the sea, crying out, "Beware! beware! though flight there is not from fate and lot." After a while the dust opened out and discovered under it an antelope, whereat the duck and the peahen were reassured, and the peacock's wife said to her companion, "This thou seest and wouldst have me beware of is an antelope, and here he is making for us. He will do us no hurt, for the antelope feedeth upon the herbs of the earth, and even as thou art of the bird kind, so is he of the beast kind. Be therefore of good cheer and cease care taking, for caretaking wasteth the body." Hardly had the peahen done speaking, when the antelope came up to them, thinking to shelter him under the shade of the tree, and sighting the peahen and the duck, saluted them and said, "I came to this island to day, and I have seen none richer in herbage nor pleasanter for habitation." Then he besought them for company and amity, and when they saw his friendly behaviour to them, they welcomed him and gladly accepted his offer. So they struck up a sincere friendship and sware thereto, and they slept in one place and they ate and drank together, nor did they cease dwelling in safety, eating and drinking their fill, till one day there came thither a ship which had strayed from her course in the sea. She cast anchor near them, and the crew came forth and dispersed about the island. They soon caught sight of the three friends, antelope, peahen and duck, and made for them, whereupon the peahen flew up into the tree and thence winged her way through the air, and the antelope fled into the desert, but the duck abode paralysed by fear. So they chased her till they caught her, and she cried out and said, "Caution availed me naught against fate and lot," and they bore her off to the ship. Now when the peahen saw what had betided the duck, she removed from the island, saying, "I see that misfortunes lie in ambush for all. But for yonder ship, parting had not befallen between me and this duck, because she was one of the truest of friends." Then she flew off and rejoined the antelope, who saluted her and gave her joy of her safety, and asked for the duck, to which she replied, "The enemy hath taken her, and I loathe the sojourn of this island after her." Then she wept for the loss of the duck and began repeating, "The day of parting cut my heart in twain may Allah cut the parting day." And she spake also this couplet, "I pray some day that we reunion gain, so I may tell him parting's ugly way." The antelope sorrowed with great sorrow, but dissuaded the peahen from her resolve to remove from the island. So they abode there together with him, eating and drinking in peace and safety, except that they ceased not to mourn for the loss of the duck. And the antelope said to the peahen, "O my sister, thou seest how the folk who came forth of the ship were the cause of our severance from the duck, and of her destruction. So do thou beware of them and guard thyself from them and from the wile of the son of Adam and his guile." But the peahen replied, "I am assured that naught caused her death save her neglecting to say Subhanallah, glory to God! Indeed, I often said to her, Exclaim thou, praised be Allah! And verily I fear for thee because thou neglectest to laud the Almighty. For all things created by Allah glorify Him on this wise, and whoso neglecteth the formula of praise, him destruction waylays." When the antelope heard the peahen's words, he exclaimed, "Allah make fair thy face!" and betook himself to repeating the formula of praise, and ceased not therefrom a single hour. And it is said that his form of adoration was as follows: "Praise be to the Requiter of every good and evil thing, the Lord of Majesty and of Kings the King." And a tale is also told on this wise of the Hermits. A certain hermit worshipped on a certain mountain, whither resorted a pair of pigeons, and the worshipper was wont to make two parts of his daily bread.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 148th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the worshipper was wont to make two parts of his daily bread, eating one half himself and giving the other to the pigeon pair. He also prayed for them both that they might be blessed with issue, so they increased and multiplied greatly. Now they resorted only to that mountain where the hermit was, and the reason of their foregathering with the holy man was their assiduity in repeating "Praised be Allah!" For it is recounted that the pigeon said in praise, "Praised be the Creator of all creatures, the distributor of daily bread, the builder of the heavens and dispreader of the earths. And that couple ceased not to dwell together in the happiest of life, they and their brood, till the holy man died, when the company of the pigeons was broken up and they dispersed among the towns and villages and mountains. Now it is told that on a certain other mountain there dwelt a shepherd, a man of piety and good sense and chastity, and he had flocks of sheep which he tended, and he made his living by their milk and wool. The mountain which gave him a home abounded in trees and pasturage, and also in wild beasts, but these had no power over his flocks. So he ceased not to dwell upon that highland in full security, taking no thought to the things of the world, by reason of his beatitude and his assiduity in prayer and devotion, till Allah ordained that he should fall sick with exceeding sickness. Thereupon he betook himself to a cavern in the mountain, and his sheep used to go out in the morning to the pasturage, and take refuge at night in the cave. But Allah Almighty, being minded to try him and prove his patience and his obedience, sent him one of his angels, who came in to him in the semblance of a fair woman, and sat down before him. When the shepherd saw that woman seated before him, his flesh shuddered at her with horripilation, and he said to her, O thou woman, what was it invited thee to this my retreat? I have no need of thee, nor is there aught betwixt me and thee which calleth for thy coming in to me. Quoth she, O man, dost thou not behold my beauty and loveliness and the fragrance of my breath? And knowest thou not the need women have of men and men of women? So who shall forbid thee from me, when I have chosen to be near thee and desire to enjoy thy company? Indeed, I come to thee willingly and do not withhold myself from thee, and near us there is none whom we need fear, and I wish to abide with thee as long as thou sojournest in this mountain, and be thy companion and true friend. I offer myself to thee, for thou needest the service of woman, and if thou have carnal connection with me and know me, thy sickness shall be turned from thee and health returned to thee, and thou wilt repent thee of the past for having forsworn the company of women during the days that are now no more. In very sooth I give thee good advice, so incline to my counsel and approach me. Quoth the shepherd, Go out from me, O woman deceitful and perfidious! I will not incline to thee nor approach thee. I want not thy company nor wish for union with thee. He who coveteth the coming life renounceth thee, for thou seducest mankind, those of past time and those of present time. Allah the Most High lieth in wait for his servants, and woe unto him who is cursed with thy company. Answered she, O thou that errest from truth and wanderest from the way of reason, turn thy face to me and look upon my charms and take thy full of my nearness, as did the wise who have gone before thee. Indeed, they were richer than thou in experience and sharper of wit; withal they rejected not, as thou rejectest, the enjoyment of women. Nay, they took their pleasure of them and their company, even as thou renouncest them, and it did them no hurt in things temporal or things spiritual. Wherefore do thou recede from thy resolve, and thou shalt praise the issue of thy case. Rejoined the shepherd, All thou sayest I deny and abhor, and all thou offerest I reject, for thou art cunning and perfidious, and there is no honesty in thee, nor is there honour. How much of foulness hidest thou under thy beauty, and how many a pious man hast thou seduced from his duty and made his end penitence and perdition. Avaunt from me, O thou who devotest thyself to corrupt others. Thereupon he threw his goat's hair cloak over his head, that he might not see her face, and betook himself to calling upon the name of his Lord. And when the angel saw the excellence of his submission to the divine will, he went out from him and ascended to heaven. Now hard by the hermit's hill was a village wherein dwelt a pious man, who knew not the other's station, till one night he heard in a dream a voice saying to him, in such a place near to thee is a devout man. Go thou to him and be at his command." So when morning dawned he set out to wend thither, and what time the heat was grievous upon him, he came to a tree which grew beside a spring of running water. So he sat down to rest in the shadow of that tree, and behold, he saw beasts and birds coming to that fount to drink. And when they caught sight of the devotee sitting there, they took fright and fled from before his face. Then said he, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. I rest not here but to hurt of these beasts and fowls." So he arose blaming himself and saying, "Verily my tarrying here this day hath wronged these animals, and what excuse have I towards my Creator and the Creator of these birds and beasts, for that I was the cause of their flight from their drink and their daily food and their place of pasturage. Alas for my shame before my Lord on the day when he shall avenge the hornless sheep on the sheep with horns." And he wept and began repeating these couplets. Now an, by Allah, unto man were fully known Why he is made, in careless sleep he ne'er would wone. First death, then cometh wake, and dreadful day of doom, Reproof with threats, sore terror, frightful malison. Bid we, or else forbid we, all of us alike, the cave companions, when at length their sleep was done. Then he again wept for that he had driven the birds and beasts from the spring by sitting down under the tree; and he fared on till he came to the shepherd's dwelling and going in saluted him. The shepherd returned his salutation and embraced him, weeping and saying, "What hath brought thee to this place where no man hath ever yet come to me?" Quoth the other devotee, "I saw in my sleep one who described to me this thy stead and bade me repair to thee and salute thee: so I came in obedience to the commandment." The shepherd welcomed him, rejoicing in his company, and the twain abode upon that mountain, worshipping Allah with the best of worship, and they ceased not serving their Lord in the cavern and living upon the flesh and milk of their sheep, having clean put away from them riches and children and what not, till the certain, the inevitable, became their lot. And this is the end of their story. Then said King Shahryar, "O Shahrazad, thou wouldst cause me to renounce my kingdom and thou makest me repent of having slain so many women and maidens. Hast thou any bird stories?" "Yes," replied she, and began to tell the Tale of the Waterfowl and the Tortoise. It is related by truthful men, O King, that a certain bird flew high up firmamentwards, and presently lit on a rock in the midst of water which was running. And as he sat there, behold, the current carried to him the carcass of a man and lodged it against the rock, for being swollen it floated. The bird, which was a waterfowl, drew near and examining it, found that it was the dead body of a son of Adam, and saw in it sign of spear and stroke of sword. So he said to himself, I presume that this man who hath been slain was some evil doer, and that a company banded themselves together against him, and put him to death, and were at peace from him and his evil doing. And as he continued marvelling at this, suddenly the vultures and kites came down upon the carcass from all sides, and got round it; which when the waterfowl saw, he feared with sore affright and said, I cannot abide here any longer. So he flew away in quest of a place where he might wone, till that carcass should come to an end and the birds of prey leave it. And he stayed not in his flight till he found a river with a tree in its midst. So he alighted on the tree, troubled and distraught and sore grieved for departing from his birthplace, and said to himself, Verily sorrows cease not to follow me. I was at my ease when I saw that carcass, and rejoiced therein with much joy, saying, This is a gift of daily bread which Allah hath dealt to me. But my joy became annoy and my gladness turned to sadness, for the ravenous birds, which are like lions, seized upon it and tear it to pieces and came between me and my prize. So how can I hope to be secure from misfortune in this world, or put any trust therein? Indeed the proverb saith, the world is the dwelling of him who hath no dwelling. He who hath no wits is cozened by it, and entrusteth it with his wealth and his child and his family and his folk, and whoso is cozened ceaseth not to rely upon it, pacing proudly upon earth until he is laid under earth, and the dust is cast over his corpse by him who of all men was dearest to him and nearest. But naught is better for generous youth than patience under its cares and miseries. I have left my native place, and it is abhorrent to me to quit my brethren and friends and loved ones. Now whilst he was thus musing, lo! a male tortoise descended into the river and approaching the waterfowl saluted him, saying, O my lord, what hath exiled thee and driven thee so far from thy place? Replied the waterfowl, the descent of enemies thereon, for the wise brooketh not the neighbourhood of his foe. And how well saith the poet, whenas on any land the oppressor doth alight, there's nothing left for those that dwell therein but flight. Quoth the tortoise, if the matter be as thou sayest, and the case as thou describest, I will not leave thee nor cease to stand before thee, that I may do thy need and fulfil thy service. For it is said that there is no sorer desolation than that of him who is an exile, cut off from friends and home, and it is also said that no calamity equaleth that of severance from the good. But the best solace for men of understanding is to seek companionship in strangerhood, and be patient under sorrows and adversity. Wherefore I hope that thou wilt approve of my company, for I will be to thee a servant and a helper. Now when the waterfowl heard the tortoise's words, he answered, verily thou art right in what thou sayest, for, by my life, I have found grief and pain in separation, that while I have been parted from my place and sundered from my brethren and friends, seeing that in severance is an admonition to him who will be admonished, and matter of thought for him who will take thought. If the generous youth find not a companion to console him, weal is for ever cut off from him, and ill is eternally established with him. And there is nothing for the sage but to solace himself in every event with brethren, and be constant in patience and endurance. Indeed, these two are praiseworthy qualities, and both uphold one under calamities and vicissitudes of the world, and ward off startling sorrows and harrowing cares, come what will. Rejoined the tortoise, beware of sorrow, for it will spoil thy life and waste thy manliness. And the two gave not over conversing till the bird said, never shall I cease fearing the shifts of time and vicissitudes of events. When the tortoise heard this, he came up to him and kissing him between the eyes, said to him, never may the company of the birds cease to be blessed in thee and through thee, and find wisdom in thy good counsel. How shalt thou be burdened with care and harm? And he went on to comfort the waterfowl and soothe his terrors till he became reassured. Then he flew to the place where the carcass was, and found on arriving there the birds of prey gone, and they had left nothing of the body but bones. Whereupon he returned to the tortoise and acquainted him with the fact that the foe had disappeared from his place, saying, know that of a truth I long for return homewards to enjoy the society of my friends, for the sage cannot endure separation from his native place. So they both went thither and found naught to affright them. Whereupon the waterfowl began repeating, and haply when as straight descends on lot of generous youth, right sore with Allah only lies his issue from annoy. He's straitened but full oft when rings and meshes straitest clip, he scapes his strait and joyance finds, albe I see no joy. So the twain abode in that island, and while the waterfowl was enjoying a life of peace and gladness, suddenly fate led thither a hungry falcon, which drove its talons into the bird's belly and killed him. Nor did caution avail him when his term of life was ended. Now the cause of his death was that he neglected to use the formula of praise, and it is said that his form of adoration was as follows: Praised be our Lord in that he ordereth and ordaineth, and praised be our Lord in that he enricheth and impoverisheth. Such was the waterfowl's end and the tale of the ravenous birds. And when it was finished, quoth the Sultan, O Shahrazad, verily thou overwhelmest me with admonitions and salutary instances. Hast thou any stories of beasts? Yes, answered she, and began to tell the Tale of the Wolf and the Fox. Know, O King, that a fox and a wolf once cohabited in the same den, harbouring therein together by day, and resorting thither by night. But the wolf was cruel and oppressive to the fox. They abode thus a while, till it so befell that the fox exhorted the wolf to use gentle dealing, and leave off his ill deeds, saying, If thou persist in thine arrogance, belike Allah will give the son of Adam power over thee, for he is past master in guile and wile, and by his artifice he bringeth down the birds from the firmament, and he haleth the mighty fish forth of the flood waters, and he cutteth the mountain, and transporteth it from place to place. All this is of his craft and wiliness. Wherefore do thou betake thyself to equity and fair dealing, and leave frowardness and tyranny, and thou shalt fare all the better for it. But the wolf would not accept his counsel, and answered him roughly, saying, What right hast thou to speak of matters of weight and importance? And he dealt the fox a cuff that laid him senseless. But when he revived, he smiled in the wolf's face, and excusing himself for his unseemly speech, repeated these two couplets: If any sin I sinned, or I did aught in love of you, which hateful mischief wrought, my sin I sore repent and pardon sue, so give the sinner gift of pardon sought. The wolf accepted his excuse and held his hand from further ill treatment, saying, Speak not of whatso concerneth thee not, lest thou hear what will please thee not. Answered the fox, To hear is to obey. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 14 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3.
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 15. When it was the 149th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the wolf to the fox, Speak not of whatso concerneth thee not, lest thou hear what will please thee not. Answered the fox, To hear is to obey. I will abstain henceforth from what pleaseth thee not. For the sage saith, Have a care that thou speak not of that whereof thou art not asked. Leave that which concerneth thee not for that which concerneth thee, and by no means lavish good counsel on the wrongless, for they will repay it to thee with wrong. And reflecting on the words of the wolf, he smiled in his face, but in his heart he meditated treachery against him, and privily said, There is no help but that I compass the destruction of this wolf. So he bore with his injurious usage, saying to himself, Verily, insolence and evil speaking are causes of perdition, and cast into confusion, and it is said, The insolent is shent, and the ignorant doth repent, and whoso feareth, to him safety is sent. Moderation marketh the noble, and gentle manners are gains of the grandest. It behoveth me to dissemble with this tyrant, and needs must he be cast down. Then quoth he to the wolf, Verily, the Lord pardoneth his erring servant and relenteth toward him, if he confess his offences. And I am a weak slave, and have offended in presuming to counsel thee. If thou knewest the pain that befell me by thy buffet, thou wouldst ken that even the elephant could not stand against it, nor endure it. But I complain not of this blow's hurt, because of the joy and gladness that hath betided me through it. For though it was to me exceeding sore, yet was its issue of the happiest. And with sooth saith the sage, the blow of the teacher is at first right hurtful, but the end of it is sweeter than strained honey. Quoth the wolf, I pardon thee thine offence, and I cancel thy fault, but beware of my force, and avow thyself my thrall, for thou hast learned my severity unto him who showeth his hostility. Thereupon the fox prostrated himself before the wolf, saying, Allah lengthen thy life, and mayest thou never cease to overthrow thy foes. And he stinted not to fear the wolf, and to wheedle him and dissemble with him. Now it came to pass that one day the fox went to a vineyard and saw a breach in its walls. But he mistrusted it and said to himself, Verily, for this breach there must be some cause, and the old saw saith, Whoso seeth a cleft in the earth and shunneth it not, and is not wary in approaching it, the same is self-deluded and exposeth himself to danger and destruction. Indeed, it is well known that some folk make the figure of a fox in their vineyards. Nay, they even set before the semblance grapes in plates, that foxes may see it and come to it and fall into perdition. In very sooth, I regard this breach as a snare, and the proverb saith, Caution is one half of cleverness. Now prudence requireth that I examine this breach, and see if there be aught therein which may lead to perdition. And coveting shall not make me cast myself into destruction. So he went up to the hole and walked round it right warily, and lo! it was a deep pit, which the owner of the vineyard had dug to trap therein the wild beasts which laid waste to his vines. Then he said to himself, Thou hast gained, for thou hast refrained. And he looked and saw that the hole was lightly covered with dust and matting. So he drew back from it, saying, Praised be Allah that I was wary of it. I hope that my enemy the wolf, who maketh my life miserable, will fall into it. So will the vineyard be left to me, and I shall enjoy it alone and dwell therein at peace. Thus saying, he shook his head and laughed a loud laugh, and began versifying, Would heaven I saw at this hour the wolf fallen down in this well! He who anguished my heart for so long, and garred me drain Isle and fell. Heaven grant after this I may live free of wolf for long fortunate spell, when I've rid grapes in vineyard of him, and in bunch spoiling happily dwell. His verse being finished, he returned in haste to the wolf, and said to him, Allah hath made plain for thee the way into the vineyard without toil and moil. This is of thine auspicious fortune. So good luck to thee, and mayest thou enjoy the plentiful plunder and the profuse provaunt which Allah hath opened up to thee without trouble. Asked the wolf, What proof hast thou of what thou assertest? And the fox answered, I went up to the vineyard and found that the owner was dead, having been torn to pieces by wolves. So I entered the orchard and saw the fruit shining upon the trees. The wolf doubted not the fox's report, and his gluttony gat hold of him. So he arose and repaired to the cleft, for that greed blinded him, whilst the fox falling behind him lay as one dead, quoting to the case the following couplet, For Laylah's favour dost thou greed? But bear in mind, greed is a yoke of harmful weight on neck of man. And when the wolf had reached the breach, the fox said, Enter the vineyard, thou art spared the trouble of climbing a ladder, for the garden wall is broken down, and with Allah it resteth to fulfil the benefit. So the wolf went on walking, and thought to enter the vineyard. But when he came to the middle of the pit covering, he fell through, whereupon the fox shook for joy and gladness. His care and concern left him, and he sang out for delight, and improvised these couplets. Fortune had mercy on the soul of me, and for my torments now shows clemency, granting whatever gift my heart desired, and far removing what I feared to see. I will, good sooth, excuse her all her sins. She sinned in days gone by, and much sinned she. Yea, her injustice she hath shown in this. She whitened locks that were so black of blee. But now for this same wolf, escape there's none. Of death and doom he hath full certainty. Then all the vineyard comes beneath my rule. I'll brook no partner who's so fond a fool. Then the fox looked into the cleft, and seeing the wolf weeping in repentance and sorrow for himself, wept with him. Whereupon the wolf raised his head to him and asked, Is it of pity for me thou weepest, O father of the fortlet? Answered the fox, No, by him who cast thee into this pit. I weep for the length of thy past life, and for regret that thou didst not fall into the pit before this day. For hadst thou done so before I foregathered with thee, I had rested and enjoyed repose, but thou wast spared till the fulfilment of thine allotted term and thy destined time." Then the wolf said to him, as one jesting, "O evil doer, go to my mother and tell her what hath befallen me. Haply she may devise some device for my release. Of a truth thou hast been brought to destruction by the excess of thy greed and thine exceeding gluttony, since thou art fallen into a pit whence thou wilt never escape. Knowest thou not the common proverb, O thou witless wolf? Whoso taketh no thought as to how things end, him shall fate never befriend, nor shall he safe from perils wend." "O Reynard," quoth the wolf, "thou wast wont to show me fondness, and covet my friendliness, and fear the greatness of my strength. Hate me not rancorously because of that I did with thee, for he who hath power and forgiveth, his reward Allah giveth, even as saith the poet, sow kindness seed in the unfittest stead, 'twill not be wasted whereso thou shalt sow, for kindness albe buried long, yet none shall reap the crop, save sower who guard it grow." Rejoined the fox, "O witlessest of beasts of prey, and stupidest of the wild brute which the worlds overstray! Hast thou forgotten thine arrogance and insolence and tyranny, and thy disregarding the due of good fellowship, and thy refusing to be advised by what the poet saith? Wrong not thy neighbour, e'en if thou have power. The wronger alway vengeance harvest reaps. Thine eyes shall sleep, while bides the wronged on wake, accursing thee, and Allah's eye ne'er sleeps." "O Abu al-Husayn," replied the wolf, "twit me not with my past sins, for forgiveness is expected of the generous, and doing kind deeds is the truest of treasures. How well saith the poet, 'Haste to do kindness while thou hast much power, for at all seasons thou hast not such power.'" And he ceased not to humble himself before the fox and say, "Haply thou canst do somewhat to deliver me from destruction." Replied the fox, "O thou wolf, thou witless, deluded, deceitful trickster! Hope not for deliverance, for this is but the just reward of thy foul dealing and its due retaliation." Then he laughed with chops wide open and repeated these two couplets, "No longer beguile me, thou'lt fail of thy will. What can't be thou seekest, thou hast sown, so reap ill." Quoth the wolf, "O gentlest of ravenous beasts, I fain hold thee too faithful to leave me in this pit." Then he wept and complained, and with tears streaming from his eyes recited these two couplets, "O thou whose favours have been out of compt, whose gifts are more than may be numbered, never mischance befel me yet from time, but that I found thy hand right fain to aid." "O thou ninny foe," quoth the fox, "how art thou reduced to humiliation and prostration and abjection and submission, after insolence and pride and tyranny and arrogance! Verily, I kept company with thee only for fear of thy fury, and I cajoled thee without one hope of fair treatment from thee. But now trembling is come upon thee and vengeance hath overtaken thee." And he repeated these two couplets, "O thou who seekest innocence to guile, thou art caught in trap of thine intentions vile. Now drain the draught of shamefullest mischance, and be with other wolves cut off, thou scryle." Replied the wolf, "O thou clement one, speak not with the tongue of enemies, nor look with their eyes, but fulfil the covenant of fellowship with me, ere the time of applying remedy cease to be. Rise and make ready to get me a rope, and tie one end of it to a tree, then let the other down to me, that I may lay hold of it, so haply I shall from this strait win free, and I will give thee all my hand possesseth of wealth and fee." Quoth the fox, "Thou persistest in conversation concerning what will not procure thy liberation. Hope not for this, for thou shalt never, never get of me wherewithal to set thee at liberty. But call to mind thy past misdeeds and the craft and perfidy thou didst imagine against me, and bethink thee how near thou art to being stoned to death. For know that thy soul is about the world to quit, and cease in it, and depart from it. So shalt thou to destruction hie, and ill is the abiding place thou shalt aby." Rejoined the wolf, "O father of the fortlet, Hasten to return to amity, and persist not in this rancorous enmity. Know that whoso from ruin saveth a soul is as if he had quickened it and made it whole, and whoso saveth a soul alive is as if he had saved all mankind. Follow not forwardness, for the wise forbid it, and it were most manifest forwardness to leave me in this pit, draining the agony of death, and dight to look upon mine own doom, when as it lieth in thy power to deliver me from my store. So do thy best to release me, and deal with me benevolently. Answered the fox, O thou base and barbarous wretch! I compare thee, because of the fairness of thy professions and expressions, and the foulness of thy intentions and thy inventions, to the falcon and the partridge. Asked the wolf, How so? And the fox began to tell the tale of the falcon and the partridge. Once upon a time I entered a vineyard to eat of its grapes, and while so doing, behold, I saw a falcon stoop upon a partridge and seize him, but the partridge escaped from the seizer, and entering his nest, hid himself there. The falcon followed apace, and called out to him, saying, O imbecile! I saw thee an hungered in the world, and took pity on thee. So I picked up for thee some grain, and took hold of thee that thou mightest eat. But thou fleddest from me, and I wot not the cause of thy flight, except it were to put upon me a slight. Come out then, and take the grain I have brought thee to eat, and much good may it do thee, and with thy health agree. When the partridge heard these words, he believed, and came out to him, whereupon the falcon struck his talons into him and seized him. Cried the partridge, Is this that which thou toldest me thou hadst brought me from the world, and whereof thou badest me eat, saying much good may it do thee, and with thy health agree? Thou hast lied to me, and may Allah cause what thou eatest of my flesh to be a killing poison in thy maw. So when the falcon had eaten the partridge, his feathers fell off, and his strength failed, and he died on the spot. Know then, O wolf, pursued the fox, that he who diggeth for his brother a pit, himself soon falleth into it, and thou first deceivest me in mode unfit. Quoth the wolf, Spare me this discourse, nor saws and tales enforce, and remind me not of my former ill course, for sufficeth me the sorry plight I endure perforce, seeing that I am fallen into a place in which even my foe would pity me, much more a true friend. Rather find some trick to deliver me, and be thou thereby my saviour. If this cause thee trouble, remember that a true friend will undertake the sorest travail for his true friend's sake, and will risk his life to deliver him from evil. And indeed it hath been said, a real friend is better than a real brother. So if thou stir thyself to save me, and I be saved, I will for sure gather thee such store as shall be a provision for thee against want, however sore. And truly I will teach thee rare tricks whereby to open whatso bounteous vineyards thou please, and strip the fruit-laden trees. Rejoined the fox, laughing, How excellent is what the learned say of him who aboundeth in ignorance like unto thee. Asked the wolf, What do the wise men say? And the fox answered, They have observed that the gross of body are gross of mind, far from intelligence and nigh unto ignorance. As for thy saying, O thou stupid cunning idiot, that a true friend should undertake sore travail for his true friend's sake, it is sooth as thou sayest, but tell me, of thine ignorance and poverty of intelligence, how can I be a true friend to thee, considering thy treachery? Dost thou count me thy true friend? Nay, I am thy foe, who joyeth in thy woe. And couldst thou trow it, this word were sorer to thee than slaughter by shot of shaft. As for thy promise to provide me a store against want, however sore, and teach me tricks to plunder whatso bounteous vineyards I please, and spoil fruit-laden trees, how cometh it, O guileful traitor, that thou knowest not a while to save thyself from destruction? How far art thou from profiting thyself, and how far am I from accepting thy counsel? If thou have any tricks, make shift for thyself to save thee from the risk, wherefrom I pray Allah to make thine escape far distant. So look, O fool, if there be any trick with thee, and therewith save thyself from death, ere thou lavish instruction upon thy neighbours. But thou art like a certain man attacked by a disease, who went to another diseased man with the same disease, and said to him, Shall I heal thee of thy disease? Replied the sick man, Why dost thou not begin by healing thyself? So he left him and went his way. And thou, O ignorant wolf, art like this. So stay where thou art, and under what hath befallen thee be of good heart." When the wolf heard what the fox said, he knew that from him he had no hope of favour. So he wept for himself, saying, "Verily, I have been heedless of my weal. But if Allah delivered me from this ill, I will assuredly repent of my arrogance toward those who are weaker than I, and will wear woollens and go upon the mountains, celebrating praises of the Almighty Allah and fearing His punishment. And I will withdraw from the company of other wild beasts, and for sure will feed the poor fighters for the faith." Then he wept and wailed, till the heart of the fox softened when he heard his humble words and his professions of penitence for his past insolence and arrogance. So he took pity upon him and sprang up joyfully, and going to the brink of the breach, squatted down on his hind quarters and let his tail hang in the hole. Whereupon the wolf arose and, putting out his paw, pulled the fox's tail so that he fell down in the pit with him. Then said the wolf, "O fox of little mercy, why didst thou exult in my misery, thou that wast my companion and under my dominion? Now thou art fallen into the pit with me, and retribution hath soon overtaken thee. Verily the sages have said, if one of you reproach his brother with sucking the dugs of a bitch, he also shall suck her. And how well quoth the poet, when fortune weighs heavy on some of us, and makes camel kneel by some other one, say to those who rejoice in our ills, awake, the rejoicer shall suffer as we have done. And death in company is the best of things. Wherefore I will certainly and assuredly hasten to slay thee ere thou see me slain." Said the fox to himself, "Aha! I am fallen into the snare with this tyrant, and my case calleth for the use of craft and cunning. For indeed it is said that a woman fashioneth her jewellery for the day of display. And quoth the proverb, I have not kept thee, O my tear, save for the time when distress draweth near. And unless I make haste to circumvent this prepotent beast, I am lost without recourse. And how well saith the poet, make thy game by guile, for thou art born at a time when sons are lions in forest lain. And turn on the leat of thy knavery, that the mill of subsistence may grind thy grain. And pluck the fruits, or, if out of reach, why, cram thy maw with the grass on plain." Then said the fox to the wolf, "Hasten not to slay me, for that is not the way to pay me, and thou wouldst repent it. O thou valiant wild beast, lord of force and exceeding prowess! An thou accord delay, and consider what I shall say, thou wilt ken what purpose I proposed. But if thou hasten to kill me, it will profit thee naught, and we shall both die in this very place." Answered the wolf, "O thou wily trickster, what garreth thee hope to work my deliverance and thine own, that thou prayest me to grant thee delay?" "Speak, and propound to me thy purpose," replied the fox. "As for the purpose I proposed, it was one which deserveth that thou guerdon me handsomely for it. For when I heard thy promises and thy confessions of thy past misdeeds, and regrets for not having earlier repented and done good, and when I heard thee vowing, shouldst thou escape from this strait, to leave harming thy fellows and others, forswear the eating of grapes and of all manner of fruits, devote thyself to humility, cut thy claws and break thy dog teeth, don woollens and offer thyself as an offering to Almighty Allah, then indeed I had pity upon thee. For true words are the best words. And although before I had been anxious for thy destruction, when as I heard thy repenting and thy vows of amending should Allah vouchsafe to save thee, I felt bound to free thee from this thy present plight. So I let down my tail that thou mightest grasp it and be saved. Yet wouldest thou not quit thy wonted violence and habit of brutality, nor soughtest thou to save thyself by fair means, but thou gavest me a tug which I thought would sever body from soul, so that thou and I are fallen into the same place of distress and death. And now there is but one thing can save us, and if thou accept it of me, we shall both escape. And after it behoveth me to fulfil the vows thou hast made, and I will be thy veritable friend." Asked the wolf, "What is it thou proposest for mine acceptance?" Answered the fox, "It is that thou stand up at full height till I come nigh on level with the surface of the earth. Then will I give a spring and reach the ground, and when out of the pit, I will bring thee what thou mayst lay hold of, and thus shalt thou make thine escape." Rejoined the wolf, "I have no faith in thy word, for sages have said, Whoso practiseth trust in the place of hate erreth, and whoso trusteth in the untrustworthy is a dupe. He who retrieth him who hath been tried shall reap repentance, and his days shall go waste. And he who cannot distinguish between case and case, giving each its due, and assigneth all the weight to one side, his luck shall be little and his miseries shall be many. How well saith the poet, "Let thy thought be ill and none else but ill, for suspicion is best of the worldling's skill. Naught casteth a man into parlous place, but good opinion and worse good will." And the saying of another, "Be sure all are villains and so bide safe, who lives wide awake on few ills shall light. Meet the foe with smiles and a smooth fair brow, and in heart raise a host for the battle dight." And that of yet another, "He thou trusted most is thy worst unfriend. Wear all, and take heed with whom thou wend. Fair opinion of fortune is feeble sign, so believe her ill, and her ills perpend." Quoth the fox, "Verily, mistrust and ill opinion of others are not to be commended in every case. Nay, trust and confidence are the characteristics of a noble nature, and the issue thereof is freedom from stress of fear. Now it behoveth thee, O thou wolf, to devise some device for thy deliverance from this thou art in, and our escape will be better to us both than our death. So quit thy distrust and rancour, for if thou trust in me, one of two things will happen. Either I shall bring thee something whereof to lay hold and escape from this case, or I shall abandon thee to thy doom. But this thing may not be, for I am not safe from falling into some such strait as this thou art in, which indeed would be fitting punishment of perfidy. Of a truth, the adage saith, Faith is fair, and faithlessness is foul. So it behoveth thee to trust in me, for I am not ignorant of the haps and mishaps of the world. And delay not to contrive some device for our deliverance, as the case is too close to allow further talk." Replied the wolf, "For all my want of confidence in thy fidelity, verily I knew what was in thy mind, and that thou wast moved to deliver me, whenas thou heardest my repentance. And I said to myself, If what he asserteth be true, he will have repaired the ill he did, and if false, it resteth with the Lord to requite him. So look'ee, I have accepted thy proposal, and if thou betray me, may thy traitorous deed be the cause of thy destruction." Then the wolf stood bolt upright in the pit, and taking the fox upon his shoulders, raised him to the level of the ground, whereupon Reynard gave a spring from his back and lighted on the surface of the earth. When he found himself safely out of the cleft, he fell down senseless, and the wolf said to him, "O my friend, neglect not my case, and delay not to deliver me." The fox laughed with a loud haw haw, and replied, "O dupe, naught threw me into thy hand save my laughing at thee and making mock of thee. For in good sooth, when I heard thee profess repentance, mirth and gladness seized me, and I frisked about and made merry and danced, so that my tail hung low into the pit, and thou caughtest hold of it and draggedst me down with thee. And the end was that Allah Almighty delivered me from thy power. Then why should I be other than a helper in thy destruction, seeing that thou art of Satan's host? I dreamt yesterday that I danced at thy wedding, and I told my dream to an interpreter, who said to me, Verily thou shalt fall into imminent deadly danger, and thou shalt escape therefrom. So now I know that my falling into thy hand and my escape are the fulfilment of my dream, and thou, O imbecile, knowest me for thy foe. So how couldest thou, of thine ignorance and unintelligence, nurse desire of deliverance at my hands, after all thou hast heard of harsh words from me? And wherefore should I attempt thy salvation, when, as the sages have said, in the death of the wicked is rest for mankind, and a purge for the earth? But were it not that I fear to bear more affliction by keeping faith with thee than the sufferings which follow perfidy, I had done mine endeavour to save thee." When the wolf heard this, he bit his forehand for repentance. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 15 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3.
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 16. When it was the 150th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wolf heard the fox's words, he bit his forehand for repentance. Then he gave the fox fair words, but this availed not, and he was at his wits' end for what to do. So he said to him in soft, low accents, Verily, you tribe of foxes are the most pleasant in point of tongue, and the subtlest in jest. And this is but a joke of thine. But all times are not good for funning and jesting. The fox replied, O ignoramus, in good sooth jesting hath a limit, which the jester must not overpass, and deem not that Allah will again give thee possession of me after having once delivered me from thy hand. Quoth the wolf, It behoveth thee to compass my release by reason of our brotherhood and good fellowship, and if thou release me, I will assuredly make fair thy recompense. Quoth the fox, Wise men say, Take not to brother the wicked fool, for he will disgrace thee in lieu of disgracing thee. Nor take to brother the liar, for if thou do good he will conceal it, and if thou do ill he will reveal it. And again the sages have said, There is help for everything but death. All may be warded off except fate. As for the reward thou declarest to be my due from thee, I compare thee herein within the serpent which fled from the charmer. A man saw her affrighted and said to her, What aileth thee, O thou serpent? Replied she, I am fleeing from the snake charmer, for he seeketh to trap me, and if thou wilt save me and hide me with thee, I will make fair thy reward and do thee all manner of kindness. So he took her, incited thereto by lust for the recompense and eager to find favour with heaven, and set her in his breast pocket. Now when the charmer had passed, and he had wended his way, and the serpent had no longer any cause to fear, he said to her, Where is the reward thou didst promise me? Behold, I have saved thee from that thou fearedest and soughtest to fly. Replied she, Tell me in what limb or in what place shall I strike thee with my fangs, for thou knowest we exceed not that recompense. So saying, she gave him a bite whereof he died. And I liken thee, O dullard, to the serpent's inner dealings with her man. Hast thou not heard what the poet saith? Trust not to man when thou hast raised his spleen, and wrath, nor that 'twill cool thou misswean. Smooth feels the viper to the touch and glides, with grace yet hides she deadliest venean. Quoth the wolf, O thou glib of gab and fair of face, ignore not my case and men's fear of me. And well thou weetest how I assault the strongly walled place, and uproot the vines from base. Wherefore do as I bid thee, and stand before me even as the thrall standeth before his lord. Quoth the fox, O stupid dullard, who seekest a vain thing, I marvel at thy folly, and thy front of brass in that thou biddest me serve thee, and stand up before thee as I were a slave bought with thy silver. But soon shalt thou see what is in store for thee, in the way of cracking thy sconces with stones, and knocking out thy traitorous dog teeth. So saying, the fox clomb a hill overlooking the vineyard, and standing there, shouted to the vintagers, nor did he give over shouting till he woke them, and they, seeing him, all came up to him in haste. He stood his ground till they drew near him and close to the pit wherein was the wolf. Then he turned and fled. So the folk looked into the cleft, and spying the wolf, set to pelting him with heavy stones, and they stinted not smiting him with stones and sticks, and stabbing him with spears, till they killed him and went away. Thereupon the fox returned to the cleft and said, standing over the spot where his foe had been slain, saw the wolf dead. So he wagged his head for very joyance, and began to recite these couplets. Faith the wolf's soul snatched up from worldly stead, far be from bliss his soul that perished. Abu Sirhan, how sore thou soughtest my death! Thou burned this day in fire of sorrow dread. Thou art fallen into pit, where all who fall are blown by death blast down among the dead. Thenceforward the aforesaid fox abode alone in the vineyard, unto the hour of his death secure, and fearing no hurt. And such are the adventures of the wolf and the fox. But men also tell a tale of the mouse and the Ichneumon. A mouse and an Ichneumon once dwelt in the house of a peasant who was very poor, and one of his friends sickened. The doctor prescribed him husked sesame. So the hind sought of one of his comrades sesame to be husked by way of healing the sick man, and when a measure thereof was given to him, he carried it home to his wife and bade her dress it. So she steeped it and husked it, and spread it out to dry. Now when the Ichneumon saw the grain, she went up to it, and fell to carrying it away to her hole, and she toiled all day, till she had borne off the most of it. Presently in came the peasant's wife, and seeing much of the grain gone, stood awhile wondering, after which she sat down to watch and find out who might be the intruder, and make him account for her loss. After a while out crept the Ichneumon to carry off the grain, as was her wont, but spying the woman seated there, knew that she was on the watch for her, and said in her mind, Verily this affair is like to end blamably, and sore I fear me this woman is on the look out for me, and fortune is no friend to those who attend not to the issue and end. So there is no help for it but that I do a fair deed, whereby I may manifest my innocence, and wash out all the ill doings I have done. So saying, she began to take the sesame out of her hole, and carry it forth, and lay it back upon the rest. The woman stood by, and seeing the Ichneumon do thus, said to herself, Verily this is not the cause of our loss, for she bringeth back from the hole for him who stole it, and returned it to its place, and of a truth she had done us a kindness in storing us the sesame, and the reward of those who does us good is that we do them the like good. It is clear that it is she who stole the grain, but I will not cease my watching till he fall into my hands, and I find out who is the thief. The Ichneumon guessed what was in her mind, so she went to the mouse and said to her, O my sister, there is good in one who observeth not the claims of neighbourship, and who showeth no constancy in friendship. The mouse replied, Even so, O my friend, and I delight in thee, and in thy neighbourhood. But what be the motive of this speech? Quoth the Ichneumon, The house master hath brought home some sesame, and hath eaten his fill of it, he and his family, and hath left much. Every living being hath eaten of it. If thou take of it in thy return, thou art worthier thereof than any other. This pleased the mouse, and she squeaked for joy, and danced, and frisked her ears and tail, and greed for the grain deluded her. So she rose at once, and issuing forth of her home, saw the sesame husked and dry, shining with whiteness, and the woman sitting at watch and ward. The mouse, taking no thought to the issue of the affair, for the woman had armed herself with a cudgel, and unable to contain herself, ran up to the sesame, and began turning it over and eating of it, whereupon the woman smote her with that club and cleft her head. So the cause of her destruction were her greed and heedlessness of consequences. Then said the Sultan, O Shahrazad, by Allah, this be a goodly parable. Say me, hast thou any story bearing on the beauty of true friendship, and the observance of its duty in time of distress and rescuing from destruction? Answered she, Yes, it hath reached me that they tell the tale of the Cat and the Crow. Once upon a time a crow and a cat lived in brotherhood, and one day as they were together under a tree, behold, they spied a leopard making towards them, and they were not aware of his approach till he was close upon them. The crow at once flew up to the tree top, but the cat abode confounded, and said to the crow, O my friend, Hast thou no device to save me, even as all hope is in thee? Replied the crow, Of very truth it behoveth, brethren, in case of need, to cast about for a device, when peril overtaketh them. And how well said the poet, A friend in need is he who, ever true, for they well-doing would himself undo. One who, when fortune gars us parting rue, victimeth self, reunion to renew. Now hard by that tree were shepherds with their dogs. So the crow flew towards them, and smote the face of the earth with its wings, cawing and crying out. Furthermore he went up to one of the dogs, and flapped his wings in his face, and flew up a little way, whilst the dog ran after him, thinking to catch him. Presently one of the shepherds raised his head, and saw the bird flying near the ground, and lighting alternately. So he followed them, and the crow ceased not flying just high enough to save himself, and to throw out the dogs, and yet tempting them to follow, for the purpose of tearing him to pieces. But as soon as they came near him, he would fly up a little, and so at last he brought them to the tree, under which was the leopard. And when the dogs saw him, they rushed upon him, and he turned and fled. Now the leopard thought to eat the cat, who was saved by the craft of his friend, by the crow. This story, O king, showeth that the friendship of brothers of purity delivereth and saveth from difficulties and from falling into mortal dangers. And they also tell a tale of the fox and the crow. A fox once dwelt in a cave of a certain mountain, and as often as a cub was born to him and grew stout, he would eat the young one, for he had died of hunger. Had he, instead of doing, left the cub alive, and bred it by his side, and preserved and cherished his issue. Yet this was very grievous to him. Now on the chest of the same mountain a crow had made his nest, and the fox said to himself, I have a mind to set up a friendship with this crow, and make a comrade of him, that he may help me to my daily bread, for he can do in such matters what I cannot. So he drew near the crow's home, and when he came within the sound of speech, he saluted him and said, O my neighbour, verily a true believer had two claims upon his true believing neighbour, the right of neighbourliness and the right of Islam, our common faith. And know, O my friend, that thou art my neighbour, and thou hast a claim upon me, which is behoveth to observe, the more that I have long been thy neighbour. Also there be implanted in my breast a store of love to thee, which biddeth me speak thee fair, and obliged me to solicit thy brothership. What sayest thou in reply? Answered the crow, Verily the truest speech is the best speech, and haply thou speakest with thy tongue that which is not in thy heart. So I fear lest thy brotherhood be only of the tongue, outward, and thy enmity be in the heart, inward, for that thou art the eater, and I the eaten, and faring apart were apter to us than friendship and fellowship. What then maketh thee seek that which thou may not gain, and desire what may not be done, seeing that I be the bird kind, and thou be of the beast kind? Verily, this thy proffered brotherhood may not be made, neither were it seemly to make it. Rejoined the fox, Of a truth who knoweth the abiding place of excellent things, maketh better choice in what he chooseth their form, so perchance he may advantage his brethren. And indeed I should love to woo near thee, and I have sued for thine intimacy, to the end that we may help each other to our several objects, and success shall surely wait upon our amity. I have many tales of the goodliness of true friendship, which I will relate to thee if thou wish the relating. Answered the crow, Thou hast my leave to let me hear thy communication. So tell thy tale, and relate it to me, that I may hearken to it, and weigh it, and judge of thine intent thereby. Rejoined the fox, Hear then, O my friend, which is told of a flea and a mouse, and which beareth out what I have said to thee. Asked the crow, how so? And the fox answered, they tell this tale of the flea and the mouse. Once upon a time a mouse dwelt in the house of a merchant who owned much merchandise and great stories of monies. One night a flea took shelter in the merchant's carpet bed, and finding his body soft, and being thirsty, drank of his blood. The merchant was awakened by the smart of the bite, and sitting up called to his slave girls and serving men. So they hastened to him, and tucking up their sleeves, fell to searching for the flea. But as soon as the bloodsucker was aware of the search, he turned to flee, and coming on the mouse's home, entered it. When the mouse saw him, she said to him, what bringeth thee in to me, thou who art not of my nature nor of my kind, and who canst not be assured of safety from violence, or not of being expelled with roughness and ill usage? Answered the flea, of a truth I took refuge in thy dwelling to save me from slaughter, and I have come to thee seeking thy protection, and nowest coveting thy house, nor shall any mischief betide thee from me to make thee leave thy home. Nay, I hope right soon to repay thy favours to me with all good, and then shalt thou see and praise the issue of my words. And when the mouse heard the speech of the flea, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 16 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3.
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 17. When it was the 151st night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the mouse heard the words of the flea, she said, if the case be as thou dost relate and describe, then be at thine ease here, for naught shall befall thee save the reign of peace and safety, nor shall aught betide thee but what shall joy thee, and shall not annoy thee, nor shall it annoy me. I will lavish on thee my affections without stint, and do not thou regret having lost the merchant's blood, nor lament for thy subsistence from him, but be content with what sustenance thou canst obtain, for indeed that is safer for thee. And I have heard, O flea, that one of the gnomic poets saith as follows in these couplets: I have fared content in my solitude with whate'er befell, and led life of ease on a water draught and a bite of bread, coarse salt and a gown of tattered frieze. Allah might, an He be pleased, give me easiest life, but with whatso pleaseth Himself I please. Now when the flea heard these words of the mouse, he rejoined, I hearken to thy charge, and I submit myself to obey thee, nor have I power to gainsay thee till life be fulfilled in this righteous intention. Replied the mouse, pure intention sufficeth to sincere affection. So the tie of love arose and was knitted between them twain. And after this the flea used to visit the merchant's bed by night, and not exceed his diet, and house himself by day in the hole of the mouse. Now it came to pass one night that the merchant brought home great store of dinars, and began to turn them over. When the mouse heard the chink of the coin, she put her head out of her hole and fell to gazing at it, till the merchant laid it under his pillow and went to sleep. When she said to the flea, seest thou not the proffered occasion and the great good fortune? Hast thou any device to bring us to our desire of yonder dinars? Quoth the flea, verily, it is not good that one strives for aught, unless he be able to win his will, because if he lack ability thereto, he falleth into what he should avoid, and he attaineth not his wish by reason of his weakness. Albeit he use all power and cunning, like the sparrow which picketh up grain and falleth into the net, and is caught by the fowler. Thou hast no strength to take the dinars and to transport them out of this house, nor have I force sufficient to do this. I the contrary, I could not carry a single ducat of them. So what hast thou to do with them? Quoth the mouse, I have made me for my house these 70 openings, whence I may go out at my desire, and I have set apart a place strong and safe for things of price. And if thou can contrive to get the merchant out of the house, I do not doubt of success, and so be that fate aid me." Answered the flea, "I will engage to get him out of the house for thee." And going to the merchant's bed, bit him a fearful bite, such as he had never before felt, then fled to a place of safety where he had no fear of the man. So the merchant awoke and sought for the flea, but finding him not, lay down again on his other side. Then the flea bit him a second time, more painfully than before. So he lost patience, and leaving his bed went out to lay down on the bench before his door, and slept there and woke not till the morning. Meanwhile the mouse came out and fell to carrying the dinars into her hole, till she left not a single one. And when day dawned the merchant began to suspect the folk, and fancy all manner of fancies. "And," continued the fox, "know thou, O wise and experienced crow with the clear-seeing eyes, that I tell thee this only to the intent that thou mayest reap the recompense of thy kindness to me, even as the mouse reaped the reward of her kindness to the flea. For see how he repaid her and requited her with the goodliest of requitals." Said the crow, "It lies with the benefactor to show benevolence or not to show it, nor is it incumbent on us to entreat kindly one who seeketh a connection that entaileth separation from kith and kin. If I show thee favour, who art my foe by kind, I am the cause of cutting myself off from the world. And thou, O fox, art full of wiles and guiles. Now those whose characteristics are craft and cunning must not be trusted upon oath, and whoso is not to be trusted upon oath, in him there is no good faith. The tidings lately reached me of thy treacherous dealing with one of thy comrades, which was a wolf, and how thou didst deceive him until thou leddest him into destruction by thy perfidy and stratagems. And this thou didst after he was of thine own kind, and thou hadst long consorted with him. Yet didst thou not spare him. And if thou couldst deal thus with thy fellow, which was of thine own kind, how can I have trust in the truth? And what would be thy dealing with thy foe of other kind than thy kind? Nor can I compare thee and me, but with the saker and the birds." "How so?" asked the fox. Answered the crow, "They relate this tale of the saker and the birds. There once was a saker who was a cruel tyrant." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 152nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the crow pursued, They relate that there was once a saker who was a cruel tyrant in the days of his youth, so that the raveners of the air and the scavengers of the earth feared him, none being safe from his mischief. And many were the haps and mishaps of his tyranny and his violence, for this saker was ever in the habit of oppressing and injuring all the other birds. As the years passed over him he grew feeble and his force failed him, so that he was often famished, but his cunning waxed stronger with the waning of his strength, and he redoubled in his endeavour and determined to be present at the general assembly of the birds, that he might eat of their orts and leavings. So in this manner he fed by fraud instead of feeding by fierceness and force. And thou, O fox, art like this. If thy might fail thee, thy sleight faileth thee not. And I doubt not that thy seeking my society is a fraud to get thy food. But I am none of those who fall to thee and put fist into thy fist, for that Allah hath vouchsafed force to my wings and caution to my mind, and sharp sight to my eyes, and I know that whoso apeth a stronger than he wearieth himself, and haply cometh to ruin. Wherefore I fear for thee lest, if thou apest a stronger than thyself, there befall thee what befell the sparrow." Asked the fox, "What befell the sparrow? Allah upon thee, tell me his tale." And the crow began to relate the story of the Sparrow and the Eagle. I have heard that a sparrow was once flitting over a sheepfold, when he looked at it carefully, and behold, he saw a great eagle swoop down upon a newly weaned lamb and carry it off in his claws and fly away. Thereupon the sparrow clapped his wings and said, I will do even as this one did. And he waxed proud in his own conceit and mimicked a greater than he. So he flew down forthright and lighted on the back of a fat ram with a thick fleece, which was become matted by his lying in his dung and stale till it was like woolen felt. As soon as the sparrow pounced upon the sheep's back, he flapped his wings to fly away, but his feet became tangled in the wool, and however hard he tried, he could not set himself free. While all this was doing, the shepherd was looking on, having seen what happened first with the eagle and afterward with the sparrow. So he came up to the wee birdie in a rage and seized him. Then he plucked out his wing feathers, and tying his feet with a twine, carried him to his children and threw him to them. What is this? Asked one of them, and he answered, This is he that aped a greater than himself and came to grief. Now thou, O fox, art like this, and I would have thee beware of aping a greater than thou, lest thou perish. This is all I have to say to thee. So fare from me in peace. When the fox despaired of the crow's friendship, he turned away, groaning for sorrow and gnashing teeth upon teeth in his disappointment. And the crow, hearing the sound of weeping and seeing his grief and profound melancholy, said to him, O fox, what dole and dolour make thee gnash thy canines? Answered the fox, I gnash my canines because I find thee a greater rascal than myself. And so saying, he made off to his house and ceased not to fare until he reached his home. Quoth the Sultan, O Shahrazad, how excellent are these thy stories, and how delightsome! Hast thou more of such edifying tales? Answered she, They tell this legend concerning the hedgehog and the wood pigeons. A hedgehog once took up his abode by the side of a date palm, whereupon roosted a wood pigeon and his wife, that had built their nest there and lived a life of ease and enjoyment. So he said to himself, This pigeon pair eateth of the fruit of the date tree, and I have no means of getting at it, but needs must I find some fashion of tricking them. Upon this he dug a hole at the foot of the palm tree, and took up his lodgings there, he and his wife. Moreover, he built an oratory beside the hole, and went into retreat there, and made a show of devotion and edification and renunciation of the world. The male pigeon saw him praying and worshipping, and his heart was softened toward him for his excess of devoutness. So he said to him, How many years hast thou been thus? Replied the hedgehog, During the last 30 years. What is thy food? That which falleth from the palm tree. And what is thy clothing? Prickles, and I profit by their roughness. And why hast thou chosen this for place rather than another? I chose it and preferred it to all others, that I might guide the erring into the right way, and teach the ignorant. I had fancied thy case, quoth the wood pigeon, other than this, but now I yearn for that which is with thee. Quoth the hedgehog, I fear lest thy deed contradict thy word, and thou be even as the husbandman who, when the seed season came, neglected to sow, saying, Verily, I dread lest the days bring me not to my desire, and by making haste to sow I shall only waste my substance. When the harvest time came, and he saw the folk earing their crops, he repented him of what he had lost by his tardiness, and he died of chagrin and vexation. Asked the wood pigeon, What then shall I do that I may be freed from the bonds of the world, and cut myself loose from all things save the service of my Lord? Answered the hedgehog, Betake thee to preparing for the next world, and content thyself with a pittance of provision. Quoth the pigeon, How can I do this, I that am a bird, and unable to go beyond the date tree whereon is my daily bread? And even could I do so, I know of no other place wherein I may wone. Quoth the hedgehog, Thou canst shake down of the fruit of the date tree what shall suffice thee and thy wife for a year's provaunt. Then do you take up your abode in a nest under the trunk, that ye may prayerfully seek to be guided in the right way, and then turn thou to what thou hast shaken down, and transport it all to thy home, and store it up against what time the dates fail. And when the fruits are spent, and the delay is longsome upon you, address thyself to total abstinence." Exclaimed the pigeon, "O Allah requite thee with good for the righteous intention wherewith thou hast reminded me of the world to come, and hast directed me into the right way." Then he and his wife worked hard at knocking down the dates, till nothing was left on the palm tree, whilst the hedgehog, finding whereof to eat, rejoiced and filled his den with the fruit, storing it up for his subsistence, and saying in his mind, "When the pigeon and his wife have need of their provision, they will seek it of me and covet what I have, relying upon thy devoutness and abstinence. And, from what they have heard of my counsels and admonitions, they will draw near unto me. Then I will make them my prey and eat them, after which I shall have the place and all that drops from the date tree to suffice me." Presently, having shaken down the fruits, the pigeon and his wife descended from the tree top, and finding that the hedgehog had removed all the dates to his own place, said to him, "O hedgehog, thou pious preacher and of good counsel, we can find no sign of the dates, and know not on what else we shall feed." Replied the hedgehog, "Probably the winds have carried them away, but the turning from the provisions to the provider is of the essence of salvation, and he who the mouth corners cleft, the mouth without victual hath never left." And he gave not over improving the occasion to them on this wise, and making a show of piety, and cozening them with fine words and false, until they put faith in him and accepted him, and entered his den, and had no suspicion of his deceit. Thereupon he sprang to the door and gnashed his teeth, and the wood pigeon, seeing his perfidy manifested, said to him, "What hath to-night to do with yesternight? Knowest thou not that there is a helper for the oppressed? Beware of craft and treachery, lest that mishap befall thee which befell the sharpers who plotted against the merchant." "What was that?" asked the hedgehog. Answered the pigeon, "I have heard tell this tale of the Merchant and the Two Sharpers. In a city called Sinda there once was a very wealthy merchant, who made ready his camel loads and equipped himself with goods, and set out with his outfit for such a city, purposing to sell it there. Now he was followed by two sharpers, who had made up into bales what merchandise they could get, and giving out to the merchant that they also were merchants, wended with him by the way. So halting at the first halting place, they agreed to play him false and take all he had, but at the same time each inwardly plotted foul play to the other, saying in his mind, "If I can cheat my comrade, times will go well with me and I shall have all these goods for myself." So after planning this perfidy, one of them took food and putting therein poison, brought it to his fellow, and the other did the same, and they both ate of the poisoned mess, and they both died. Now they had been sitting with the merchant, so when they left him and were long absent from him, he sought for tidings of them, and found the twain lying dead, whereby he knew that they were sharpers who had plotted to play him foul, but their foul play had recoiled upon themselves. So the merchant was preserved and took what they had. Then quoth the Sultan, "O Shahrazad, verily thou hast aroused me to all whereof I was negligent. So continue to edify me with these fables." Quoth she, "It hath reached me, O King, that men tell this tale of the Thief and his Monkey. A certain man had a monkey, and that man was a thief, who never entered any of the street markets of the city wherein he dwelt, but he made off with great profit. Now it came to pass one day that he saw a man offering for sale worn clothes, and he went calling them in the market, but none bid for them, and all to whom he showed them refused to buy of him. Presently the thief who had the monkey saw the man with the ragged clothes set them in a wrapper and sit down to rest for weariness. So he made the ape sport before him to catch his eye, and whilst he was busy gazing at it, stole the parcel from him. Then he took the ape and made off to a lonely place, where he opened the wrapper, and taking out the old clothes, folded them in a piece of costly stuff. This he carried to another bazar and exposed for sale together with what was therein, making it a condition that it should not be opened, and tempting the folk with the lowness of the price he set on it. A certain man saw the wrapper and its beauty pleased him, so he bought the parcel on these terms and carried it home, doubting not that he had done well. When his wife saw it, she asked, "What is this?" And he answered, "It is costly stuff which I have bought at the lowest price, meaning to sell it again and take the profit." Rejoined she, "O dupe, would this stuff be sold under its value unless it had been stolen? Dost thou not know that whoso buyeth aught without examining it falleth into error and becometh like unto the weaver?" Quoth he, "And what is the story of the weaver?" And quoth she, "I have heard this tale of the Foolish Weaver. There once was in a certain village a weaver who worked hard but could not earn his living save by overwork. Now it chanced that one of the richards of the neighbourhood made a marriage feast and invited the folk thereto. The weaver also was present, and found the guests who wore rich gear served with delicate viands and made much of by the house master for what he saw of their fine clothes. So he said in his mind, "If I change this my craft for another craft easier to compass and better considered and more highly paid, I shall amass a great store of money, and I shall buy splendid attire, so I may rise in rank and be exalted in men's eyes, and become even with these." Presently he beheld one of the mountebanks who was present at the feast, climbing up to the top of a high and towering wall and throwing himself down to the ground and alighting on his feet. Whereupon the weaver said to himself, "Needs must I do as this one hath done, for surely I shall not fail of it." So he arose and swarmed upon the wall and casting himself down, broke his neck against the ground and died forthright. Now I tell thee this that thou sayest, "Get thy living by what thou knowest and thoroughly understandest, lest peradventure greed enter into thee and thou lust after what is not of thy condition." Quoth the woman's husband, "Not every wise man is saved by his wisdom, nor is every fool lost by his folly. I have seen it happen to a skilful charmer, well versed in the ways of serpents, to be struck by the fangs of a snake and killed, and others to prevail over serpents who had no skill in them and no knowledge of their ways. And he went, contrary to his wife, and persisted in buying stolen goods below their value till he fell under suspicion and perished therefor, even as perished the sparrow in the tale of the Sparrow and the Peacock. There was, once upon a time, a sparrow that used every day to visit a certain king of the birds, and ceased not to wait upon him in the mornings, and not to leave him till the evenings, being the first to go in and the last to go out. One day a company of birds chanced to assemble on a high mountain, and one of them said to another, "Verily, we are waxed many, and many are the differences between us, and there is no help for it but we have a king to look into our affairs. So shall we all be at one and our differences will disappear." Thereupon up came that sparrow and counselled them to choose for king the peacock, that is, the prince he used to visit. So they chose the peacock for their king, and he, become their sovereign, bestowed largesse upon them and made the sparrow his secretary and prime minister. Now the sparrow was wont by times to quit his assiduous service in the presence of the king, and look into matters in general. So one day he absented himself at the usual time, whereat the peacock was sore troubled, and while things stood thus he returned, and the peacock said to him, "What hath delayed thee, and thou the nearest to me of all my servants and the dearest of all my dependents?" Replied the sparrow, "I have seen a thing which is doubtful to me and whereat I am affrighted." Asked the peacock, "What was it thou sawest?" And the sparrow answered, "I saw a man set up a net hard by my nest, peg down its pegs, strew grain in its
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 18. When it was the 153rd night, she said, I will relate the tale of Ali bin Bakkar and of Shams al-Nahar. It hath reached me, O august king, that in the days of yore, and in times and ages long gone before, during the caliphate of Harun al-Rashid, there was a merchant who named his son Abu al-Hasan Ali bin Tahir, and the same was of great goods and grace, while his son was fair of form and face, and held in favour by all folk. He used to enter the royal palace without asking leave, for all the caliph's concubines and slave girls loved him, and he was wont to be companion with al-Rashid in his cups, and recite verses to him, and tell him curious tales and witty. Withal he sold and bought in the merchant's bazaar, and there he used to sit in his shop a young youth named Ali bin Bakkar, of the sons of the Persian kings, who was formous of form, and symmetrical of shape, and perfect of figure, with cheeks as red as roses, and joined eyebrows, sweet of speech, laughing lipped, and delighting in mirth and gaiety. Now it chanced one day, as the two sat talking and laughing, behold, there came up 10 damsels like moons, every one of them complete in beauty and loveliness, in elegance and grace. And amongst them was a young lady riding on a she-mule, with a saddle of brocade and stirrups of gold. She wore an outer veil of fine stuff, and her waist was girt with a girdle of gold embroidered silk. And she was even as saith the poet, silky her skin, and silk that zoned waist, sweet voiced, words not o'er many nor too few. 2 eyes quoth Allah be, and they became, and work like wine on hearts they make to rue. O love I feel, grow greater every night. O solace, doomday bring our interview. And when the cortege reached Abu al-Hasan's shop, she alighted from her mule, and sitting down on the front board, saluted him, and he returned her salam. When Ali bin Bakkar saw her, she ravished his understanding, and he rose to go away. But she said to him, Sit in thy place. We came to thee, and thou goest away. This is not fair. Replied he, O my lady, by Allah, I flee from what I see, for the tongue of the case saith, She is the sun which towereth high a sky, so ease thy heart with cure and patience lent. Thou to her sky height shall fail to fly, nor she from sky height can make descent. When she heard this, she smiled and asked Abu al-Hasan, What is the name of this young man? Who answered, He is a stranger. And she inquired, What countryman is he? Whereto the merchant replied, He is a descendant of the Persian kings. His name is Ali, son of Bakkar, and the stranger deserveth honour. Rejoined she, When my damsel comes to thee, come thou at once to us, and bring him with thee, that we may entertain him in our abode, lest he blame us and say, There is no hospitality in the people of Baghdad, for niggardliness is the worst fault a man can have. Thou hearest what I say to thee, and if thou disobey me, thou wilt incur my displeasure, and I will never again visit thee or salute thee. Quoth Abu al-Hasan, On my head and my eyes, Allah preserve me from thy displeasure, fair lady. Then she rose and went her way. Such was her case. But as regards Ali bin Bakkar, he remained in such a state of bewilderment. Now after an hour, the damsel came to Abu al-Hasan and said to him, Of a truth my lady Shams al-Nahar, the favourite of the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, biddeth thee to her, thee and thy friend, my lord Ali bin Bakkar. So he rose, and taking Ali with him, followed the girl to the caliph's palace, where she carried them into a chamber and made them sit down. They talked together a while, when behold, trays of food were set before them, and they ate and washed their hands. Then she brought them wine, and they drank deep and merry. After which she bade them rise and carried them into another chamber, vaulted upon 4 columns, furnished after the goodliest fashion with various kinds of furniture, and adorned with the decorations as it were one of the pavilions of paradise. They were amazed at the rarities they saw, and as they were enjoying like a review of these marvels, suddenly came up 10 slave girls, like moons, swaying and swimming in beauty's pride, dazzling the sight and confounding the sprite. And they ranged themselves in 2 ranks, as if they were of the black-eyed brides of paradise. And after a while in came 10 other damsels, bearing in their hands lutes and divers instruments of mirth and music. And these, having saluted the 2 guests, sat down and fell to tuning their lute strings. Then they rose, and standing before them, played and sang and recited verses. And indeed each one of them was a seduction to the servants of the Lord. Whilst they were thus busied, and there entered 10 other damsels like unto them, high-bosomed maids, and of equal age, with black eyes and cheeks like the rose, joined eyebrows and looks languorous, a very fascination to every faithful wight, and to all who looked upon them a delight, clad in various kinds of coloured silks, with ornaments that amazed a man's intelligence. They took up their station at the door, and there succeeded them yet 10 other damsels, even fairer than they, clad in gorgeous array, so as no tongue can say. And they also stationed themselves by the doorway. Then came in a band of 20 damsels, and among them the lady Shams al-Nahar hight, as she were the moon among the stars, swaying from side to side, with luring gait and in beauty's pride. And she was veiled to the middle with the luxuriance of her locks, and clad in a robe of azure blue, and a mantilla of silk, embroidered with gold and gems of price. And her waist was girt with a zone set with various kinds of precious stones. She ceased not to advance with her graceful and coquettish swaying, till she came to the couch that stood at the upper end of the chamber, and seated herself thereon. But when Ali bin Bakkar saw her, he versified with these verses: Source of mine evils, truly she alone's, of long love longing, and my groans and moans. Near her I find my soul in melting mood, for love of her and wasting of my moans. And finishing his poetry, said to Abu al-Hasan, Hadst thou dealt more kindly with me, thou hadst forewarned me of these things ere I came hither, that I might have made up my mind in taking patience to support what hath befallen me. And he wept and groaned and complained. Replied Abu al-Hasan, O my brother, I meant thee naught but good, but I feared to tell thee this, lest such transport should betide thee as might hinder thee from foregathering with her, and be a stumbling block between thee and her. But be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for she to thee inclineth, and to favour thee designeth. Asked Ali bin Bakkar, What is this young lady's name? Answered Abu al-Hasan, She is hight Shams al-Nahar, one of the favourites of the Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid, and this is the palace of the Caliphate. Then Shams al-Nahar sat gazing upon the charms of Ali bin Bakkar, and he upon hers, till both were engrossed with love for each other. Presently she commanded the damsels one and all to be seated, each in her rank and place, and all sat on a couch before one of the windows, and she bade them sing, whereupon one of them took up the lute and began caroling. Give thou my message twice, bring clear reply in trice. To thee, O Prince of Beauty, with complaint I rise. My lord is heart blood dear, and life's most precious prize. Give me one kiss in gift, or loan if thou devise. And if thou craves for more, take all that satisfies. Thou don'st be sickness stress, thee with health sweet I bless. Her singing charmed Ali bin Bakkar, and he said to her, Sing me more of the like of these verses. So she struck the strings and began to chaunt these lines. By stress of parting, O beloved one, thou madst the eyelids torment, race to run. O gladness of my sight and dear desire, goal of my wishes, my religion, pity the youth whose eyes are drowned in tears, of lover gone distraught and clean undone. When she had finished her verses, Shams al Nahar said to another damsel, "Let us hear something from thee." So she played a lively measure and began with these couplets: His looks have made me drunken, not his wine. His grace of gait disgraced, sleep to thee thine. Dazed me no cup, but cop with curly crop. His gifts overcame me, not the gifts divine. His winding locks my patience clue unwound. His robed beauties robbed all wits of mine. When Shams al Nahar heard this recital from the damsel, she sighed heavily, and the song pleased her. Then she bade another damsel sing, so she took the lute and began chanting. Face that with soul and heaven lamping vies, Youthtide's fair fountain which begins to rise, whose curly side beard writeth writ of love, and each curl concealeth mysteries. Cried Beauty, when I met this youth I knew 'tis Allah's loom such gorgeous robes supplies. When she had finished her song, Ali bin Bakkar said to the slave maiden nearest him, Sing us somewhat, thou O damsel. So she took up the lute and began singing. Our trysting time is all too short for this long coquetry. How long this nay, nay, and wait, wait? This is not old nobility. And now that time deigns lend delight, profits of the opportunity. When she ended, and Ali bin Bakkar followed up her song with flowing tears, as Shams al Nahar saw him weeping and groaning and complaining, she burned with love longing and desire, and passion and transport consumed her. So she rose from the sofa and came to the door of the alcove, where Ali met her, and they embraced with the arms round the neck, and fell down fainting in the doorway. Whereupon the damsels came to them, and carrying them into the alcove, sprinkled rose water upon them both. When they had recovered, they found not Abu al Hasan, who had hidden himself by the side of a couch, and the young lady said, Where is Abu al Hasan? So he showed himself to her from beside the couch, and she saluted him, saying, I pray Allah to give me the means of requiting thee, O thou kindest of men. Then she turned to Ali bin Bakkar and said to him, O my lord, passion hath not reached this extreme pass with thee without my feeling the like. But we have nothing to do save to bear patiently what calamity hath befallen us. Replied he, By Allah, O my lady, union with thee may not content me, nor leave me the love of thee which hath mastered my heart, but with the leaving of my life. So saying, he wept, and the tears ran down his cheeks like threaded pearls. And when Shams al Nahar saw him weep, she wept for his weeping. But Abu al Hasan exclaimed, By Allah, I wonder at your case, and am confounded at your condition. Of a truth your affair is amazing, and your chance dazing. What, this weeping while ye are together? Then how will it be what time ye are parted and far separated? And he continued, Indeed, this is no tide for weeping and wailing, but a season for meeting and merrymaking. Rejoice, therefore, and take your pleasure, and shed no more tears. Then Shams al Nahar signed to a slave girl, who arose and presently returned with handmaids bearing a table, whose dishes of silver were full of various rich viands. They set the table before the pair, and Shams al Nahar began to eat, and to place tidbits in the mouth
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 19. When it was the 154th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Shams al-Nahar filled a goblet and handed it to Al bin Bakkar, after which she bade another damsel sing, and she began singing these couplets. My tears thus flowing rival with my wine, pouring the like of what fills cup to brink. By Allah, wot I not, and run these eyne, we wine or else it is of tears I drink. And when she ended her recitation, Al bin Bakkar drained his cup and returned it to Shams al-Nahar. She filled it again and gave it to Abu al-Hasan, who tossed it off. Then she took the lute, saying, None shall sing over my cup save myself. So she screwed up the strings and intoned these verses. The tears run down his cheeks in double row, and in his breast high flameth lover low. He weeps when near fearing to be far, and whether far or near his teardrops flow. And the words of another. Our life to thee, O cup boy beauty dight, from parted hair to calves, from black to white. Sol beameth from thy hands and from thy lips, Pleiades and full moon through thy collar's night. Good sooth, the cups which made our heads fly round are those thine eyes pass round to daze the sight. No wonder lovers hail thee as full moon, waning to them for self e'er waxing bright. Art thou a deity to kill and quicken, bidding this fair forbidding other white? Allah from model of thy form made beauty, and the zephyr scented with thy sprite. Thou art not of this order of humanity, but angel lent by heaven to man. When Ali bin Bakkar and Abu al-Hasan and those present heard Shams al-Nahar's song, they were like to fly for joy, and sported and laughed. But while they were thus enjoying themselves, lo, up came a damsel, trembling for fear, and said, O my lady, the Commander of the Faithful's eunuchs are at the door, Afif and Masrur and Marjan, and others whom wot I not. When they heard this, they were like to die with fright. But Shams al-Nahar laughed and said, Have no fear. Then quoth she to the damsel, Keep answering them whilst we remove hence. And she caused the doors of the alcove to be closed upon Ali and Abu al-Hasan, and let down the curtains over the entrance, they being still within. After which she shut the door of the saloon and went out by the privy wicket into the flower garden, where she seated herself on a couch she had there, and made one of the damsels knead her feet. Then she dismissed the rest of her women to their rooms and bade the portress admit those who were at the door, whereupon Masrur entered, he and his company of 20 with drawn swords. And when they saluted her, she asked, Wherefore come ye? Whereto they answered, The Commander of the Faithful saluteth thee. Indeed, he is desolated for want of thy sight. He letteth thee know that this be to him a day of joy and great gladness, and he wisheth to seal this day and complete his pleasure with thy company at this very hour. So say, wilt go to him, or shall he come to thee? Upon this she rose and, kissing the earth, replied, I hear and I obey the commandment of the Prince of True Believers. Then she summoned the women guards of her household and other slave damsels, who lost no time in attending upon her, and made a show of obeying the Caliph's orders. And albeit everything about the place was in readiness, she said to the eunuchs, Go to the Commander of the Faithful and tell him that I await him after a little space, that I may make ready for him a place with carpets and other matters. So they returned in haste to the Caliph, whilst Shams al-Nahar, doffing her outer gear, repaired to her lover Al bin Bakkar and drew him to her bosom and bade him farewell, whereat he wept sore and said, O my lady, this leave taking will cause the ruin of my very self and the loss of my very soul; but I pray Allah grant me patience to support the passion wherewith he hath afflicted me." Replied she, "By Allah, none shall suffer perdition save I, for thou wilt fare forth to the bazar and consort with those that shall divert thee, and thy life will be sound and thy love hidden for sure; but I shall fall into trouble and tristesse, nor find any to console me, more by token that I have given the Caliph a tryst, wherein haply great peril shall betide me by reason of my love for thee and my longing for thee and my grief at being parted from thee. For with what tongue shall I sing and with what heart shall I present myself before the Caliph, and with what speech shall I accompany the Commander of the Faithful in his cups? And with what eyes shall I look upon a place where thou art absent? And with what taste shall I drink wine of which thou drinkest not?" Quoth Abu al-Hasan, "Be not troubled, but take patience and be not remiss in entertaining the Commander of the Faithful this night; neither show him any neglect, but be of a good heart." Now at this juncture, behold, up came a damsel who said to Shams al-Nahar, "O my lady, the Caliph's pages are come." So she hastily rose to her feet and said to the maid, "Take Abu al-Hasan and his friend and carry them to the upper balcony, giving upon the garden, and there leave them till darkness come on, when do thou contrive to carry them forth." Accordingly the girl led them up to the balcony and, locking the door upon them both, went her way. As they sat looking on the garden, lo! the Caliph appeared escorted by near 100 eunuchs, with drawn swords in hand and girt about with a score of damsels, as they were moons, all clad in the richest of raiment, and on each one's head was a crown set with jewels and rubies, while each carried a lighted flambeau. The Caliph walked in their midst, they encompassing him about on all sides, and Masrur and Afif and Wasif went before him, and he bore himself with a graceful gait. So Shams al-Nahar and her maidens rose to receive him and, meeting him at the garden door, kissed ground between his hands, nor did they cease to go before him till they brought him to the couch whereon he sat down, whilst all the waiting women who were in the garden and the eunuchs stood before him, and there came fair handmaids and concubines, holding in hand lighted candles and perfumes and incense and instruments of mirth and music. Then the Sovereign bade the singers sit down, each in her place, and Shams al-Nahar came up and, seating herself on a stool by the side of the Caliph's couch, began to converse with him, all this happening whilst Abu al-Hasan and Ali bin Bakkar looked on and listened, unseen of the King. Presently the Caliph fell to jesting and toying with Shams al-Nahar, and both were in the highest spirits, glad and gay, when he bade them throw open the garden pavilion. So they opened the doors and windows and lighted the tapers, till the place shone in the season of darkness even as the day. Then the eunuchs removed thither the wine service, and quoth Abu al-Hasan, "I saw drinking vessels and rarities, whose like mine eyes never beheld, vases of gold and silver and all manner of noble metals and precious stones, such as no power of description can describe, till indeed it seemed to me I was dreaming, for excess of amazement at what I saw." But as for Ali bin Bakkar, from the moment Shams al-Nahar left him, he lay strown on the ground for stress of love and desire; and when he revived he fell to gazing upon these things that had not their like and saying to Abu al-Hasan, "O my brother, I fear lest the Caliph see us or come to know of our case; but the most of my fear is for thee. For myself of a truth I know that I am about to be lost past recourse, and the cause of my destruction is naught but love and longing and excess of desire and distraction, and disunion from my beloved after union with her. but I beseech Allah to deliver us from this perilous predicament." And they ceased not to look out of the balcony on the Caliph, who was taking his pleasure, till the banquet was spread before him, when he turned to one of the damsels and said to her, "O Gharám, let us hear some of thine enchanting songs." So she took the lute and tuning it, began singing: "The longing of a Bedouin maid, whose folks are far away, who yearns after the willow of the Hedjaz and the bay, whose tears, when she on travellers lights, might for their water serve, and eke her passion with its heat their bivouac fire purvey, is not more fierce nor ardent than my longing for my love, who deems that I commit a crime in loving him alway." Now when Shams al-Nahar heard these verses, she slipped off the stool whereon she sat and fell to the earth fainting and became insensible to the world around her, upon which the damsels came and lifted her up. And when Ali bin Bakkar saw this from the balcony, he also slipped down senseless, and Abu al-Hasan said, "Verily, fate hath divided love desire equally upon you twain." As he spoke, lo! in came the damsel who had led them up to the balcony and said to them, "O Abu al-Hasan, arise thou and thy friend and come down, for of a truth the world hath waxed strait upon us and I fear lest our case be discovered or the Caliph become aware of you. Unless you descend at once, we are dead ones." Quoth he, "And how shall this youth descend with me, seeing that he hath no strength to rise?" Thereupon the damsel began sprinkling rose water on Ali bin Bakkar till he came to his senses, when Abu al-Hasan lifted him up and the damsel made him lean upon her. So they went down from the balcony and walked on awhile till the damsel opened a little iron door and made the two friends pass through it, and they came upon a bench by the Tigris bank. Thereupon the slave girl clapped her hands, and there came up a man with a little boat, to whom said she, "Take up these two young men and land them on the opposite side." So both entered the boat, and as the man rowed off with them and they left the garden behind them, Ali bin Bakkar looked back towards the Caliph's palace and the pavilion and the grounds, and bade them farewell with these two couplets: "I offered this weak hand as last farewell, while to a heart burning fire that hand is guided. Oh, let not this end union, let not this be last provision for long road provided." Thereupon the damsel said to the boatman, "Make haste with them both." So he plied his oars deftly, the slave girl being still with them.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawning day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 155th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the boatman rowed them towards the other bank till they reached it and landed, whereupon she took leave of them, saying, "It were my wish not to abandon you, but I can go no farther than this." Then she turned back, whilst Ali bin Bakkar lay prostrate on the ground before Abu al-Hasan, and by no manner of means could he rise, till his friend said to him, "Indeed, this place is not sure and I fear lest we lose our lives in this very spot, by reason of the lewd fellows who infest it and highwaymen and men of lawlessness." Upon this Ali bin Bakkar arose and walked a little, but could not continue walking. Now Abu al-Hasan had friends in that quarter, so he made search for one of them in whom he trusted and who was of his intimates, and knocked at the door. The man came out quickly and, seeing them, bade them welcome and brought them into his house, where he seated them and talked with them and asked them whence they came. Quoth Abu al-Hasan, "We came out but now, being obliged thereto by a person with whom I had dealings and who hath in his hands dirhams of mine. And it reached me that he designed to flee into foreign parts with my monies; so I fared forth to night in quest of him, taking with me for company this youth Ali bin Bakkar. But when we came hoping to see the debtor, he hid from us and we could get no sight of him. Accordingly we turned back empty-handed without a doit. But it was irksome to us to return home at this hour of the night, so weeting not whither to go, we came to thee, well knowing thy kindness and wonted courtesy." "Ye are welcome and well come," answered the host and studied to do them honour. So the twain abode with him the rest of their night, and as soon as the daylight dawned, they left him and made their way back without aught of delay to the city. When they came to the house of Abu al-Hasan, he conjured his comrade to enter; so they went in and lying down on the bed, slept awhile. As soon as they awoke, Abu al-Hasan bade his servants spread the house with rich carpets, saying in his mind, "Needs must I divert this youth and distract him from thinking of his affliction, for I know his case better than another." Then he called for water for Ali bin Bakkar, who, when it was brought, rose up from his bed and making his ablutions, prayed the obligatory prayers which he had omitted for the past day and night; after which he sat down and began to solace himself by talking with his friend. When Abu al-Hasan saw this, he turned to him and said, "O my lord, it were fitter for thy case that thou abide with me this night, so thy breast may be broadened and the distress of love longing that is upon thee be dispelled, and thou make merry with us; so haply the fire of thy heart may thus be quenched." Ali replied, "O my brother, do what seemeth good to thee, for I may not on any wise escape from what calamity hath befallen me; so act as thou wilt." Accordingly Abu al-Hasan arose and bade his servants summon some of the choicest of his friends, and sent for singers and musicians who came, and meanwhile he made ready meat and drink for them. So they sat eating and drinking and making merry through the rest of the day till nightfall. Then they lit the candles and the cups of friendship and good fellowship went round amongst them, and the time passed pleasantly with them. Presently a singing woman took the lute and began singing: "I've been shot by fortune and shaft of eye, down struck me and parted from fondest friend. Time has proved him foe and my patience failed, yet I ever expected it thus would end." When Ali bin Bakkar heard her words, he fell to the earth in a swoon and ceased not lying in his fainting fit till daybreak, and Abu al-Hasan despaired of him. But with the dawning he came to himself and sought to go home, nor could his friend hinder him for fear of the issue of his affair. So he made his servants bring a she-mule and, mounting Ali thereon, carried him to his lodgings, he and one of his men. When he was safe at home, Abu al-Hasan thanked Allah for his deliverance from that sore peril and sat awhile with him, comforting him. But Ali could not contain himself, for the violence of his love and longing. So Abu al-Hasan rose to take leave of him and returned to his own place.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 156th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Abu al-Hasan rose to take leave of him, Ali son of Bakkar exclaimed, "O my brother, leave me not without news." "I hear and obey," replied the other, and forthwith went away and repairing to his shop, opened it and sat there all day, expecting news of Shams al-Nahar; but none came. He passed the night in his own house and, when dawned the day, he walked to Ali bin Bakkar's lodging and went in and found him thrown on his bed, with his friends about him and physicians around him, prescribing something or other, and the doctors feeling his pulse. When he saw Abu al-Hasan enter, he smiled, and the visitor, after saluting him, enquired how he did and sat with him till the folk withdrew, when he said to him, "What plight is this?" Quoth Ali bin Bakkar, It was bruited abroad that I was ill, and my comrades heard the report. And I have no strength to rise and walk, so as to give him the lie who noised abroad my sickness, but continue lying strown here as thou seest. So my friends came to visit me. Say, however, O my brother, hast thou seen the slave girl or heard any news of her?" He replied, "I have not seen her since the day we parted from her on Tigris' bank." And he presently added, "O my brother, beware thou of scandal and leave this weeping." Rejoined Ali, "O my brother, indeed I have no control over myself." And he sighed and began reciting, "She gives her woman's hand a force that fails the hand of me, and with red dye on wrist she gars my patience fail and flee. And for her hand she fears so sore what shafts her eyes discharge. She is fain to clothe and guard her hand with mail ring panoply. The leech in ignorance felt my pulse, the while to him I cried, Sick is my heart, so quit my hand which hath no malady. Quoth she, to that fair nightly vision favoured me and fled. By Allah, picture him nor add nor bate in least degree." Replied the dream, "I leave him though he die of thirst," I cry. Stand off from water pit and say why this persistency? Rain tear pearls her Narcissus eyes and rose on cheek belit. She made my sherbet and the lote with bits of hail she bit. And when his recital was ended, he said, "O Abu al Hasan, I am smitten with an affliction from which I deemed myself in perfect surety, and there is no greater ease for me than death." Replied he, "Be patient, haply Allah will heal thee." Then he went out from him and repairing to his shop opened it, nor had he sat long, when suddenly up came the handmaid who saluted him. He returned her salam and looking at her, saw that her heart was palpitating and that she was in sore trouble and showed signs of great affliction. So he said to her, "Thou art welcome and well come. How is it with Shams al Nahar?" She answered, "I will presently tell thee; but first let me know how doth Ali bin Bakkar." So he told her all that had passed and how his case stood, whereat she grieved and sighed and lamented and marvelled at his condition. Then said she, "My lady's case is still stranger than this; for when you went away and fared homewards, I turned back, my heart beating hard on your account and hardly crediting your escape. On entering I found her lying prostrate in the pavilion, speaking not nor answering any, whilst the Commander of the Faithful sat by her, not knowing what ailed her and finding none who could make known to him aught of her ailment. She ceased not from her swoon till midnight, when she recovered and the Prince of the Faithful said to her, "What harm hath happened to thee, O Shams al Nahar, and what hath befallen thee this night?" Now when she heard the Caliph's words, she kissed his feet and said, "Allah make me thy ransom, O Prince of True Believers! Verily a sourness of stomach lighted a fire in my body, so that I lost my senses for excess of pain, and I know no more of my condition." Asked the Caliph, "What hast thou eaten to day?" And she answered, "I broke my fast on something I had never tasted before." Then she feigned to be recovered and calling for a something of wine, drank it and begged the Sovereign to resume his diversion. So he sat down again on his couch in the pavilion and the sitting was resumed. But when she saw me, she asked me how you fared. I told her what I had done with you both and repeated to her the verses which Ali bin Bakkar had composed at parting tide, whereat she wept secretly, but presently held her peace. After a while the Commander of the Faithful ordered a damsel to sing, and she began reciting, "Life has no sweet for me since forth ye fared, Would Heaven I wot how fare ye who forsake. 'Twere only fit my tears were tears of blood, since you are weeping for mine absence sake." But when my lady heard this verse, she fell back on the sofa in a swoon.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 19 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 3, Section 20. When it was the 157th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the slave girl continued to Abu al-Hasan. But when my lady heard this verse, she fell back on the sofa in a swoon and seized her hand and sprinkled rose water on her face, till she revived, when I said to her, "O my lady, expose not thyself and all thy palace containeth. By the life of thy beloved, be thou patient." She replied, "Can aught befall me worse than death, which indeed I seek, for by Allah, my ease is therein?" Whilst we were thus talking, another damsel sang these words of the poet, Quoth they, "May be that Patient lend thee ease." Quoth I, "Since fared he, where is Patience' place?" Covenant he made 'twixt me and him to cut The cords of patience at our last embrace. And as soon as she had finished her verse, Shams al-Nahar swooned away once more, which when the Caliph saw, he came to her in haste and commanded the wine to be removed and each damsel to return to her chamber. He abode with her the rest of the night, and when dawned the day, he sent for chirurgeons and leaches and bade them medicine her, knowing not that her sickness arose from love and longing. I tarried with her till I deemed her in a way of recovery, and this is what kept me from thee. I have now left her with a number of her body women, who were greatly concerned for her, when she bade me go to you two and bring her news of Ali bin Bakkar and return to her with the tidings. When Abu al-Hasan heard her story, he marvelled and said, "By Allah, I have acquainted thee with his whole case; so now return to thy mistress and salute her for me and diligently exhort her to have patience and say to her, 'Keep thy secret and tell her that I know all her case, which is indeed hard and one which calleth for nice conduct.'" She thanked him and taking leave of him, returned to her mistress. So far concerning her; but as regards Abu al-Hasan, he ceased not to abide in his shop till the end of the day, when he arose and shut it and locked it and betaking himself to Ali bin Bakkar's house knocked at the door. One of the servants came out and admitted him and when Ali saw him, he smiled and congratulated himself on his coming, saying, "O Abu al-Hasan, thou hast desolated me by thine absence this day, for indeed my soul is pledged to thee during the rest of my time." Answered the other, "Leave this talk. Were thy healing at the price of my hand, I would cut it off ere thou couldst ask me, and could I ransom thee with my life, I had already laid it down for thee. Now this very day Shams al-Nahar's handmaid hath been with me and told me that what hindered her coming here this was the Caliph's sojourn with her mistress, and she acquainted me with everything which had betided her." And he went on to repeat to him all that the girl had told him of Shams al-Nahar, at which Ali bin Bakkar lamented sore and wept and said to him, "Allah upon thee, O my brother, help me in this affliction and teach me what course I shall take. Moreover, I beg thee of thy grace to abide with me this night, that I may have the solace of thy society." Abu al-Hasan agreed to this request, replying that he would readily night there; so they talked together till eventide darkened, when Ali bin Bakkar groaned aloud and lamented and wept copious tears, reciting these couplets, "Thine image in these eyne, a lip thy name, my heart thy home, how couldst thou disappear? How sore I grieve for life, which comes to end, nor see I boon of union far or near. And these the words of another: She split my casque of courage with eye swords that sorely smite. She pierced my patience ring mail with her shape like cane spear light. Patched by the musky mole on cheek was to our sight displayed camphor set round with ambergris, light dawning through the night. Her soul was sorrowed, and she bit carnelian stone with pearls, whose unions in a sugar tank ever to lurk unite. Restless she sighed and smote with palm the snows that clothe her breast, and left a mark thereon. I looked and ne'er beheld such sight. Pens fashioned of her coral nails with ambergris for ink. 5 lines on crystal page of breast did cruelly indite. O swordsmen armed with trusty steel, I bid you all beware, when she on you bends deadly glance which fascinates the sprite. And guard thyself, O thou of spear, whenas she draweth near, to tilt with slender quivering shape, likes the nut brown spear. And when Ali bin Bakkar ended his verse, he cried out with a great cry and fell down in a fit. Abu al-Hasan thought that his soul had fled his body, and he ceased not from his swoon till daybreak, when he came to himself and talked with his friend, who continued to sit with him till the forenoon. Then he left him and repaired to his shop, and hardly had he opened it, when lo! the damsel came and stood by his side. As soon as he saw her, she made him a sign of salutation, which he returned, and she delivered to him the greeting message of her mistress and asked, "How doth Ali bin Bakkar?" Answered he, "O handmaid of good, ask me not of his case nor what he suffereth for excess of love longing. He sleepeth not by night, neither resteth he by day. Wakefulness wasteth him and care hath conquered him, and his condition is a consternation to his friend." Quoth she, "My lady saluteth thee and him, and she hath written him a letter, for indeed she is in worse case than he; and she entrusted the same to me, saying, 'Do not return save with the answer, and do thou obey my bidding.' Here now is the letter; so say, wilt thou wend with me to him that we may get his reply?" "I hear and obey," answered Abu al-Hasan, and locking his shop and taking with him the girl, he went by a way different from that whereby he came, to Ali bin Bakkar's house, where he left her standing at the door and walked in.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 158th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abu al-Hasan went with the girl to the house of Ali son of Bakkar, where he left her standing at the door and walked in to his great joy. And Abu al-Hasan said to him, "The reason of my coming is that such an one hath sent his handmaid to thee with a letter, containing his greeting to thee and mentioning therein that the cause of his not coming to thee was a matter that hath betided him. The girl standeth even now at the door; shall she have leave to enter?" And he signed to him that it was Shams al-Nahar's slave girl. Ali understood his signal and answered, "Bring her in." And when he saw her, he shook for joy and signed to her, "How doth thy lord? Allah grant him health and healing!" "He is well," answered she and pulling out the letter, gave it to him. He took it and kissing it, opened and read it, after which he handed it to Abu al-Hasan, who found these verses written therein: "This messenger shall give my news to thee. Patience what while my sight thou canst not see. A lover leavest in love's insanity, whose eyne abide on wake incessantly. I suffer patience pangs in woes that none of men can medicine, such my destiny. Keep cool thine eyes, ne'er shall my heart forget, nor without dream of thee one day shall be. Look what befel thy wasted frame and thence argue what I'm doomed for love to dree. And afterwards without fingers I have written to thee, and without tongue I have spoken to thee. To resume my case, I have an eye wherefrom sleeplessness departeth not, and a heart when sorrowful thought stirreth not. It is with me as though health I had never known, nor in sadness ever ceased to wone, nor spent an hour in pleasant place, but it is as if I were made up of pine and of the pain of passion and chagrin. Sickness unceasingly troubleth, and my yearning ever redoubleth. Desire still groweth, and longing in my heart still gloweth. I pray Allah to hasten our union and dispel of my mind the confusion. And I would fain thou favour me with some words of thine, that I may cheer my heart in pain and repine. Moreover, I would have thee put on patience leave until Allah vouchsafe relief, and His peace be with thee. When Ali bin Bakkar had read this letter, he said in weak accents and feeble voice, with what hand shall I write, and with what tongue shall I make moan and lament? Indeed, she addeth sickness to my sickness and draweth death upon my death. Then he sat up and taking in hand inkcase and paper, wrote the following reply. In the name of Allah, the Compassionating, the Compassionate, thy letter hath reached me, O my lady, and hath given ease to a sprite worn out with passion and love longing, and hath brought healing to a wounded heart cankered with languishment and sickness. For indeed I am become even as saith the poet, straitened bosom reverse dispread, slumberless eyelids, body wearied, patience cut short, disunion longsomest, reason deranged, and heart whose leaf is fled. And know that complaining is unavailing, but it eatheth him whom love longing disordereth, and separation destroyeth, and with repeating union I keep myself comforted. And how fine is the saying of the poet who said, did not in love plight joys and sorrows meet, how would the message of the writ be sweet? When he had made an end of his letter, he handed it to Abu al-Hasan, saying, read it and give it to the damsel. So he took it and read it, and its words stirred his soul and its meaning wounded his vitals. Then he committed it to the girl, and when she took it, Ali bin Bakkar said to her, salute thy lady for me and acquaint her with my love and longing, and how passion is blended with my flesh and my bones. And say to her that in very deed I need a woman who shall snatch me from the sea of destruction and save me from this dilemma. For of a truth Fortune oppresseth me with her vicissitudes, and is there any helper to free me from her turpitudes? And he wept, and the damsel wept for his weeping. Then she took leave of him and went forth, and Abu al-Hasan went out with her and farewelled her. So she ganged her gait, and he returned to his shop, which he opened and sat down there as was his wont.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 159th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abu al-Hasan farewelled the slave girl and returned to his shop, which he opened and sat down there according to his custom. But as he tarried, he found his heart oppressed and his breast straitened, and he was perplexed about his case. So he ceased not from melancholy the rest of that day and night. And on the morrow he betook himself to Ali bin Bakkar, with whom he sat till the folk withdrew, when he asked him how he did. Ali began to complain of desire and to descant upon the longing and distraction which possessed him, and repeated these words of the poet, men have plained of pining before my time, live and dead by parting been terrified. But such feelings as those which my ribs immure I have never heard of, nor ever espied. And these of another poet: I have borne for thy love what never bore for his fair case the daft one hight of old. Yet I chase not the wildlings of wold and wild, like case for madness is manifold. Thereupon quoth Abu al-Hasan, Never did I see or hear of one like unto thee in thy love. When thou sufferest all this transport and sickness and trouble being enamoured of one who returneth thy passion, how would it be with thee if she whom thou lovest were contrary and contumelious, and thy case were discovered through her perfidy? And Ali the son of Bakkar, says Abu al-Hasan, was pleased with my words and he relied upon them and he thanked me for what I had said and done. I had a friend, continued Abu al-Hasan, to whom I discovered my affair and that of Ali, and who knew that we were intimates; but none other than he was acquainted with what was betwixt us. He was wont to come to me and enquire how Ali did, and after a little he began to ask me about the damsel. But I fenced him off, saying, She invited him to her, and there was between him and her as much as can possibly take place, and this is the end of their affair. But I have devised me a plan and an idea which I would submit to thee. Asked his friend, And what is that? Answered Abu al-Hasan, I am a person well known to have much dealing among men and women, and I fear, O my brother, lest the affair of these twain come to light, and this lead to my death and the seizure of my goods and the rending of my repute and that of my family. Wherefore I have resolved to get together my monies and make ready forthright and repair to the city of Bassorah and there abide, till I see what cometh of their case, that none may know of me. For love hath lorded over both and correspondence passeth between them. At this present their go-between and confidant is a slave girl who hath till now kept their counsel. But I fear lest haply anxiety get the better of her and she discover their secret to some one and the matter, being bruited abroad, might bring me to great grief and prove the cause of my ruin. For I have no excuse to offer my accusers. Rejoined his friend, Thou hast acquainted me with a parlous affair, from the like of which the wise and understanding will shrink with fear. Allah avert from thee the evil thou dreadest with such dread and save thee from the consequences thou apprehendest. Assuredly thy recking is aright. So Abu al-Hasan returned to his place and began ordering his affairs and preparing for his travel. Nor had 3 days passed ere he made an end of his business and fared forth Bassorah wards. His friend came to visit him 3 days after, but finding him not, asked of him from the neighbours, who answered, He set out for Bassorah 3 days ago, for he had dealings with its merchants, and he is gone thither to collect monies from his debtors, but he will soon return. The young man was confounded at the news and knew not whither to wend, and he said in his mind, Would I had not parted from Abu al-Hasan. Then he bethought him of some plan whereby he should gain access to Ali bin Bakkar. So he went to his lodging and said to one of his servants, Ask leave for me of thy lord, that I may go in and salute him. The servant entered and told his master and presently returning, invited the man to walk in. So he entered and found Ali bin Bakkar thrown back on the pillow and saluted him. Ali returned his greeting and bade him welcome, whereupon the young man began to excuse himself for having held aloof from him all that while and added, O my lord, between Abu al-Hasan and myself there was close friendship, so that I used to trust him with my secrets and could not sever myself from him an hour. Now it so chanced that I was absent 3 days' space on certain business with a company of my friends, and when I came back and went to him, I found his shop locked up. So I asked the neighbours about him, and they replied, He is gone to Bassorah. Now I know he had no surer friend than thou, So by Allah, tell me what thou knowest of him." When Ali bin Bakkar heard this, his colour changed and he was troubled and answered, "I never heard till this day of his departure and, if the case be as thou sayest, weariness is come upon me." And he began repeating, "For joys that are no more, I wont to weep, while friends and lovers stood by me unscattered, this day when disunited me and them. Fortune, I weep lost loves and friendship shattered." Then he hung his head groundwards, in thought awhile, and presently raising it and looking to one of his servants, said, "Go to Abu al Hasan's house and enquire anent him whether he be at home or journeying abroad. If they say he is abroad, ask whither he be gone." The servant went out and returning after a while said to his master, "When I asked for Abu al Hasan, his people told me that he was gone on a journey to Bassorah; but I saw a damsel standing at the door who, knowing me by sight, though I knew her not, said to me, 'Art thou not servant to Ali bin Bakkar?' Even so answered I, and she rejoined, 'I bear a message for him from one who is the dearest of all folk to him.' So she came with me and she is now standing at the door." Quoth Ali bin Bakkar, "Bring her in." The servant went out to her and brought her in, and the man who was with Ali looked at her and found her pretty. Then she advanced to the son of Bakkar and saluted him.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 3.